Tuesday, June 14th. And can we get a roll call, please?
Jimenez,
Present.
Perales,
Here.
Cohen,
Here.
Carrasco,
Here.
Davis. Here. Esparza.
Here.
Arenas.
Here.
Foley.
Here.
Mahan.
Here.
Jones.
Present.
Licardo. Thank you.
Okay, I'd like to ask everyone to stand for the pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Today's invocation will be provided by Pastor Robert Mize from the Cathedral of Faith, and Councilmember Davis will tell us more.
Good morning, everyone. As the Vice Mayor said, today we have Pastor Robert Mize here from Cathedral of Faith. Cathedral of Faith is one of the biggest churches here in San Jose, and today I'd like to highlight the outstanding ministry at this church. Some of you may know that Cathedral of Faith and Second Harvest Food Bank are right across the street from each other. These two have made a strong partnership during the pandemic and even before that, and have been able to feed thousands of San Jose residents because of their selflessness. Years ago, Cathedral of Faith started giving out meals from one of their maintenance closets, and now they have a weekly free morning food distribution that works like a well-oiled machine. Today, San Jose residents can drive up to the church parking lot and receive groceries and packaged meals within a matter of minutes. What I love most about Cathedral of Faith is their welcoming attitude to everyone and how they are combating the negative stigma surrounding needing help with food. Cathedral of Faith and I want every San Jose resident to know that they are welcome to this city, and I know they are welcome at the Cathedral, no matter what your needs. Pastor Robert will now say a prayer for us.
The Holy Scriptures have a principle that we live by at Cathedral of Faith. The prophet Jeremiah said that if you will bless your city, you will be blessed. So that's what we believe in. And besides this, we're also running a safe park right now in the month of June, where people living in their cars can come and be safe, not be harassed or anything. And we have lots of success stories. One of them is today, a family of 4 from Colombia have now been put into housing. And so they're not going to be parking there anymore. So now we have to find others to take their place. So anyways, let's pray. Almighty God, we come today, and I just want to lift up this meeting to you. And I pray for every council member here today. I pray, God, that they would make decisions based on justice and not be afraid to stand up for what's right. And I pray, God, that you would bless their families. I speak peace and blessings over their home and everything they put their hands to. May they find favor with you and with man. And may everything they put their hands to will be a success. And we pray, God, that this meeting, that decisions that are made will be decisions that bless this city. Thank you for this great, wonderful city that we live in. And bless this meeting today, right now. Amen.
Amen. Thank you, Pastor. For ceremonial items, will Councilmember Arenas please join me at the podium, and we will recognize and proclaim Philippines Independence Day.
Good afternoon. Oh, good morning, everyone. While I wait for my kaibigan Filipino friends to join us. I think I hear people realizing that they're related to one another back here. All right, mabuhay. Today, oh, mabuhay. Today, I'm honored to recognize the 124th anniversary of the Philippine Independence Day. Let me take this off. Philippine independence was declared on June 12, 1898, after 4 decades of colonial rule. Since then, every year, we commemorate the Filipino community's struggle for freedom and independence for their country. And as an honorary and adopted Filipino member of this community, which was formally done in a ceremony, so it was, you know, I can show papers for it. It is an honor to stand with you in solidarity as we celebrate these milestones in your heritage together. San Jose is home to a thriving Filipino and Filipino American community, especially in my district, that has directly contributed to the vibrancy and inclusive spirit of our diverse city. Over generations, Filipinos and Filipino Americans have made significant contributions to the health and well-being of our community by sharing their incredible talents, hard work, diverse cultural traditions, and kindness with us all. And especially during the pandemic time, we saw a lot of our Filipino nurses and medical care providers care for many of our family members and ourselves during the pandemic, and we thank them for their service. Last year, the City Council shared in the joy of affirming the public's overwhelming desire to name a new park in East San Jose, the Delano Manangs Park, in honor of the thousands of Filipino farm workers who stood for equality, justice, and human rights in the 1965 Delano grape strike that many folks don't realize. And that the Filipino farm workers worked alongside activist Cesar Chavez, and they were also leading with him and many other Mexican and Mexican Americans to organize the strike from 1965 to 1970 throughout the state's Central Valley. Their legacy in San Jose and beyond lives on. With that, I'd like to recognize the Bayanihan Philem Foundation and Filipino American City employees, FACES, for helping us honor, preserve, and celebrate the legacy and contributions of Filipino Americans in San Jose. Thank you for all you do, from offering services to vulnerable communities and hosting events, to dedicating your careers to public service, plus all of the sacrifices that come alongside with that. We could not meet the needs of our residents without you. And the ladies behind me not only provide services to our community, but their contributions are really invaluable. They are part of the fabric, this beautiful pineapple fabric that you see many of them wearing, including myself, to make San Jose such a wonderful and vibrant city. So happy Philippine independence. Salamat, or thank you in Tagalog. And so first I'd like to invite Michelle to say a couple of words. Michelle?
Thank you. Let me just adjust this a little bit. Okay, I have my little note here. On behalf of the many Filipinos who lives here in the Santa Clara County, and especially Bayanihan Film Foundation and its many partners, of course, including FACES, we, Evangeline Sangalan, who's the founder and president of BFF, Rosalie Wenceslao Viuda de Flores, Marisa Dairit, Edeline Mora, Liberty Lizardo, Kim Young Nguyen, and many others who could not be here, are truly honored to stand here and receive this proclamation. Thank you, Mayor Sam Liccardo, all our council members, and especially Council Member Sylvia Arenas, for recognizing Filipinos in this valley and for celebrating the 124th Philippine Independence Day, the Day of Freedom, or Araw ng Kalayaan. We are very fortunate to have our San Jose city officials who value diversity and culture, support us, and allow us to remember this critical event in our history. We celebrate with pride and dignity. We want the future of our nation to remember this day and to continue raising our Philippine flag here at City Hall that started 31 years ago. It's been that long. Thank you for acknowledging our commitment and dedication to instill our cultural traditions. Thank you so much. I wanted to invite Evangeline if she wants to say something.
Yeah, good morning. And thank you so much for having us. This celebration, particularly the 124th, and this year, is quite significant to the community that we represent. Well, we live in interesting times. So much is happening back home. We've got the West Philippine Seas as an issue, and then we still have a lot of economic issues, and I'm so happy that our ties are with the United States. Just as the joke would go, it's between Spain and the US. We had 300 years in the convent and 35 years in Hollywood, and the culture that stuck was the American culture. So we're good. We're good on that one. Now, as I was noticing, we've got about the proof of 6 degrees of connectivity. You've got Liberty and the mayor. I'm the granddaughter of Auntie Lucy. Yeah, so it's really about 3 degrees, and so we are all because of this diaspora, we were able to connect with so many of the community leaders. Some are well, a lot of those are within the healthcare industry. In the US, about 4 million plus Filipinos. 63% would be in California. 1 out of 10 would be in Santa Clara County. Not Daly City, the biggest concentration really is in Santa Clara County. And the majority, the plurality of that will be in San Jose. So this is it's a watershed. It's where the congregation of a lot of talents can be found. And we're so glad that we have partnered with City Hall, especially Mayor Ricardo has been very supportive. We started with, long ago, council member then Ascara, and then now Sylvia Arenas. And we are so thankful that we have highlighted the cultural and economic ties that we have had since time immemorial, since the 35 years that we've had with links with the United States. And it is showing a lot in the tech industry. We are the back room of a lot of our tech industries. The medical industry, the industrial medical industries, we dominate, and we're happy to continue and see you again next year as we celebrate the next anniversary. Thank you so much. Why don't we stay here?
We'll take a photo.
Why don't we?
All right, we're back to orders of the day. I believe Vice Mayor indicated that Councilmember Foley's presentation will happen at 1:30. Is that correct? Okay, good. I just want to make sure I don't lose track of it. I know Councilmember Carrasco would like to adjourn today's meeting in memory of the victims of the Uvalde school shooting at Robb Elementary School. Are there any changes to the orders? And forgive me, I'm not able to see the screen at this time.
We have one hand up.
From a council member?
Oh, sorry, member of the public.
Okay. Just ask if any members of the council have any changes. All right. In that case, why don't we go to Council Member Carrasco?
Thank you. Can you hear me? Check.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, and thank you for allowing me to adjourn today's meeting in honor of those who were tragically taken from us at the Robb Elementary School shooting in Uvalde. The country and the international community is mourning over the senseless loss of these children and their teachers. And once again, the debate over sensible gun control rises to the top of everyone's mind. As we adjourn tonight's meeting, I myself had this internal debate as to whether or not to even bring it up, but not to, I think, would be a great dishonor to these souls, but also to many of those who we've lost just in our own community. In fact, 5 years ago, in our own plaza, we honored the 49 members of our LGBTQ community that were lost during the Pulse shooting. 3 years ago, we honored 2 little ones that were lost in the tragic shooting at the Gilroy Garlic Festival. Just 2 weeks ago, we mourned and observed the anniversary of the VTA shooting, honoring the 9 victims. And just last week, we were scrambling to understand what had happened in my own library in District 5 at the Hillview Library when there was a shooting and a victim was shot 7 times. Luckily, he survived. But this hits close to home. Our own families are reeling from gun violence, and now 19 little ones, 2 teachers, and the husband of a teacher will forever be mourned, and their families will forever be held captive by this tragic incident. And I kindly ask you to join me in a moment of reflection and silence as I read off the names of those that were lost on that tragic day in Uvalde. McKenna Lee Elrod, 10. She's described as a warm-spirited and loving daughter. Leila Salazar, 11. A well-rounded athlete and rising runner who had just taken home a winning blue ribbon. Miranda Mathis, 11, described as a sweet, smart, and shy tomboy with love and respect for nature. Nevea Bravo, 10, heaven spelt backwards. Jose Manuel Flores Jr., 10, who wanted to become a police officer so that he could protect others. Javier Lopez, 10. Anabel Guadalupe Rodriguez, 10, who would text each other, "I love you," at bedtime. Their mothers decided to bury them next to each other. Tess Marie Mata, 10, who had a contagious laugh and was saving her money to visit Disney World. Rogelio Torres, 10, described as a great friend to all. Eliana, or Ellie, Amaya Garcia, 9, a TikTok creator who planned in advance, having had her eye on a quinceañera dress. Eliana A. Torres, 10, Loved to play softball and make the all-star team. Jackie Casares, 9. Described as full of life and able to brighten the day of those around her. Uzziah Garcia, described as the sweetest, kindest child and was learning to play football by his grandfather. JC Carmelo Levanes, 10, often hosted friends at his home, bringing them around so they could continue playing after school. Maite Juliana Rodriguez, 10, an animal lover who dreamed of becoming a marine biologist, who was often found wearing green Converse with heart drawn over her right toes. Jayla Nicole Silguero, 10, a dancer and TikTok enthusiast who did not want to attend school that day. Amari Jo Garza, 10, who dreamed of becoming an art teacher and always protected others from bullying. Alexandria Lexi, known as Lexi Anaya Rubio, she was 10, who yearned to go to college on a softball scholarship and become an attorney. Alicia Ramirez, 10, who loved to draw from animals to anime characters and could spend hours sitting in her room drawing. And our teachers, Irma Garcia, 48, and a loving husband, Joe Garcia, who were high school sweethearts and served their community by both educating kiddos and making sure folks were fed in his role as manager at a local supermarket. And Eva Mireles, 45, a teacher for 17 years, remembered by her daughter as having calloused hands from CrossFit, a memory and feeling that now she holds dear. May they all rest in peace. Our kiddos, of course, you all know, deserved to feel safe in their classroom and in their libraries. They deserve the dignity of safety in those spaces that belong to them. And we all deserve to feel safe in our places of worship, in our grocery stores, in our nightclubs, in our movie theaters. And in the absence of substantive action at the national level, what we do locally matters. And now, in honor of these latest victims, we must continue to recommit ourselves to saving lives, at the very least at the local level. We will often not be favored, but we know that by doing so, we are demonstrating our willingness to act when others cower. Thank you so much. May God bless them.
Thank you, Councilmember. All right. We will forego any vote on orders. It appears there's no change. I understand we have next a closed session report. Let me just announce I've been urged to break for dinner at 5 p.m. for various reasons. I'm not sure exactly what all those reasons are, but it was emphasized to me that that's when we're taking our break, so we can adjust accordingly. I know we have a lot to cover before then. So let's move forward with the closed session report, Nora.
Thank you, Mayor. We will, the only report I have out of closed session is a settlement with Geico in an amount of approximately $15,080 stemming from an automobile accident. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, item 3.6 is the Board of Fair Campaign and Political Practices interview. Chris?
This is Tony City Clerk. Baltazar Lopez is online.
Okay.
And he's on the panelist side. So Baltazar, go ahead and unmute and turn on your camera, and they can start the interview.
Oh, can you hear me?
Yes.
Great, thank you. I was told I was going to be on much later than right now, but I'm glad you have me. Thank you.
Welcome, Baltasar. Thank you for your willingness to serve in this role. Why don't you take a couple minutes just to describe your interest in serving and how you believe you would do a good job on this commission, and then we can open it up to questions for the council.
Great. Well, first of all, thank you for having me. And a couple of reasons why I'm interested. I've been a long life resident of San Jose. I've worked across numerous government agencies and departments. I've also recently finished my master's in philosophy with a concentration in ethics. And prior to that, I've always been around ethics, and so forth. And this is just an opportunity for me to continue serving in my educational background and also my political background. And also, I'd like to note for the record that I did receive clearance from our House Ethics Committee from U.S. Congress, so that I am clear to serve should you give me that opportunity.
Okay. Thank you, sir. Let's and thank you again for your service to the public and your current role and your willingness to serve the city. Let's go to the council. And again, forgive me, Grace, I'm not able to.
Councilmember Cohen has his hand up.
Yes, Councilmember Cohen.
Hi. All of a sudden, there's a lot of background noise, so I apologize. Thank you, Baltasar, for applying and your willingness to serve on this commission. Just want to ask you some questions
Sure.
about your application. You're on the question about the purpose of the commission. Your answer was very general about improving the quality of life for San Jose residents. Can you talk about your understanding of the purpose of the specific commission for which you're applying and what it does, what its role is?
Yeah, of course. It reviews complaints that citizens might have on particular actions that politicians have had during campaign or off campaign financing rules, anything that has to do with those jurisdictions the committee could oversee with an investigator presenting those facts to us, review those facts, and then provide our recommendation to the council.
Okay, thank you for that.
Of course.
And then just want to ask a little bit about more how you think your experience qualifies you for this specific commission. What is your specific experience, and what policy experience do you have related to campaign regulations, political practices that would serve you as a member of this commission?
Great question. Thank you. I currently also serve in the Santa Clara County Committee on School Redistricting. So I've had exposure to similar, but not exactly the same issues in terms of what comes before the community. It isn't policy heavy, but it has to do with a lot of rules of regulations in terms of who would be sitting on a particular school board, expanding that, giving other individuals an opportunity to serve. So translating that to the ethics that involves this committee, I feel that there's a lot of mistrust in terms of what's going on in campaign and so forth. A lot of people use this as a political tool. And I think it's important to have someone with my background to be able to distinguish that and just really look at the facts and give it the best opinion based on my ethical background, based on the rules the committee has set forth, and in the best interest of the citizens of San Jose.
Okay, thank you for your answers.
Of course.
That's all for my questions.
All right, thank you. Councilmember Mahan.
Thanks, Mayor. Hi, Baltasar. Thank you for applying and for your interest in serving the community in this capacity. I wanted to also ask a couple of questions about your application. I was a little concerned that for a commission that stresses the importance of being free from any political bias, that both 2 out of 2 of your references were current candidates for elected office here at the city level. And I was just hoping you could tell us a little bit about how we can have confidence that you won't be bringing political bias into the role.
Great question. I think it was something that anybody would have a concern with looking at my experience and my background. And it's something that I have thought about carefully and thoroughly for quite some time. And I have 2 answers to that. The first is it's important to have someone in this commission that understands the background of politics and how people operate in public and behind scenes. And I have that. I have no interest of ever running for office anytime soon. I want to serve my community as best as I can. Based on my background, I think this is where it's at. I put those 2 individuals because they've known me for the longest time in my career. I can speak more thoroughly about those kind of qualities that I have. They understand that despite their political allegiance and so forth, I've always been able to give the most fact-based opinion. And that's something that I've always really stressed and more importantly, pride myself in.
Well, I guess maybe just thank you, just to press a little more. And I know you've,
of course,
not only been listed them as references, but have also given to local candidates for office. So can you say more specifically, if questions come before the commission that involve candidates who have referred you for this role or who you've donated to, what is your plan?
That's actually what I brought up to the House Ethics Committee as well. They recommended I recuse myself from any kind of decisions that deal with individuals that I have close ties with, people that I've worked with before and such, everyone else. I should be fine. Nevertheless, they say there's nothing that would technically prevent me from doing it, but it's best in interest of the public and to you to not make decisions that can be viewed as bias.
Sure. Well, I appreciate that's their recommendation. Are you committed to recusing yourself if a dispute comes forward for a candidate who's either referred you for the job or who you've given money to?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Mhm.
And then finally, you've talked a bit about a disconnect between residents and their local government and lack of faith in local government. And I'm just curious if you could talk a little more about how serving on this commission might help solve that problem and maybe just be a little more detailed about your concerns and how this commission can help.
Of course, there's been individuals that I've just been out in public. I've been both a field rep and also policy. So I've seen policy analysts. I've seen how individuals carry themselves in terms of in the community, and they have expressed themselves as, oh, I've done this and I've done that with particular offices, and they don't seem to get back to me, or this. I've donated, and I've always wondered where that money goes. So I think being in this commission, we can identify those issues, really provide recommendations to council so maybe we can fix and build additional trust within residents of San Jose, council members, and other elected officials across the city.
Okay, thank you. I think that's all I have, Mayor.
Thank you. Councilmember Davis?
Thank you, Mayor. And Baltazar, hi, it's been a while.
has.
Thank you. I want to thank you for applying and also for your willingness to serve. I have similar concerns to Councilmember Mahan. The first time I met you, I think, was on the 18th floor. Remind me again which council member you worked for?
That was Magdalena Carrasco.
Right, Councilmember Carrasco, that's right. And so I have to say, I was interested to hear that you have concerns about this commission being used as a political tool, and you are, I think, arguably a local political animal. You currently work for Congresswoman Anna Eshoo, is that correct?
Yes, and I would categorize myself as an animal, but yeah, I'm fully involved.
I did not mean that in any derogatory way. I think we're all of us up here on the dais. I would consider myself a local political animal. So I don't understand how you think that the public will view your role as being a former staffer of a current sitting council member, having references to two current candidates for council member, and a current staffer of a local federal member of Congress, how people will view your being on the commission as not being trying to use it as a political tool.
Great question, and again, one that I thought about a lot. I was born in San Jose, so I always wanted to serve my community, and I have, by default, I guess, de facto, I would work eventually with individuals that are currently serving, have served, are termed out, and so forth. It's kind of just something that I really had no control over if I wanted to serve my community in the public sphere. So by that fault, I don't apologize, but I do see where that's coming from. And I really want to focus on my educational experience of my philosophy background in ethics. I don't want to go back because it's probably, I don't want to date myself, but I've always been around that environment. I was actually took the San Jose State to nationals in ethics. It's always been a deep, deep part of me. If I wasn't so passionate about serving my community in politics, I would be an academic creating some theory of ethics, and I'm not. So this is one way that I can really bring that background that I so much love and so much passion for, and serve my community in a way that doesn't involve the kind of politics of running for office, creating a policy for our citizens, but still really bridging those two things that I so much care about. And I feel that I have a very unique experience to offer to my city.
Well,
Hopefully that answers your question.
Well, as the only member of the council who does not belong to a political party, and let's just be frank, classifying every person that you work for has been, or is referring to you, has been a Democrat. How do we know that you're, even in the people that you haven't worked for, that your decisions could possibly be unbiased? How do we know that your decisions are not going to try to politically punish people who are not ideologically in line with those you know and have worked for and associate with?
So I've always liked you, a council member, always have great questions, and thank you again for that. Well, I should probably note that I was a registered Republican as well prior to this, as yourself. And I've always worked for Democrats, and I've always been able to separate my personal opinions, personal beliefs from the current responsibility that I hold. In this particular case, it would be an ethics commission that oversees a lot of other political issues. So my track record would prove that, and I will continue on that track record of continuing to be unbiased, separating my personal beliefs from the responsibilities that I currently hold.
Thank you. I appreciate your desire to serve. I appreciate your answers. I personally do not have the confidence in the ability to be unbiased, given that you clearly want to make your career in the political sphere, which is just fine. I appreciate that you want to serve. I don't think being on this kind of board is the best use of your talents or the best way to serve the public. So I will not be voting in favor of this appointment.
Thank you for your honesty. I appreciate it.
Vice Mayor?
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Balthazar, for your willingness to serve. And I actually had the same question about the board being used as a political tool. That's been a criticism that I've had of the board for a long time. And so I'm not going to have you go through some of the same answers all over again. I could tell you that based on your answers that you've given and just, my feel for your honesty and integrity, that I will support you. But again, the board being used as a political tool has been an ongoing issue. And I just hope that you uphold that standard that you conveyed to us today and not see that board be used that way. But I am going to support you.
Thank you.
And good luck.
Appreciate you.
All right, Councilmember Esparza?
Thank you. I just wanted to double check what I heard your response to Councilmember Mann was, Baltasar. You confirmed that you would recuse yourself on any item coming before you regarding a person you've donated to or have a personal relationship with. Is that correct?
Yes, on the recommendations by the House Ethics Committee, they advised me to do such. So if I were to be appointed, that's the recommendation. And they're lawyers for a reason, and they work in the House Ethics Commission, so I would take that advice.
Okay, and so you're making that commitment to us today?
Yes.
Okay. That works for me. We all have conflicts of interest on the council that we need to disclose or recuse ourselves from. It's no different than how we operate as a council. I did see those same items and your responses, I think are reasonable. And frankly, we should be encouraging people to be involved, not less involved. And I think being transparent, disclosing, and then recusing when necessary is really a better answer than trying to find people that have or trying to only include people that have no idea. And I do think it's a benefit to the community to have folks from all over the city participate. I'll share my experience. I sat on a city commission before I became a congressional staffer. And then once I became a congressional staffer, I also had to go to the House Ethics Committee. And they did a very thorough review. And even though the commission I sat on was an advisory commission to the council, they told me I needed to leave, and so I had to leave immediately. They're very strict and very thorough, and so I do feel that this is in place. I see that Councilmember Carrasco has her hand raised. I will let her speak to that relationship, but you know, Councilmember Carrasco is also termed out in December. And I will let her speak to the rest of that relationship. I'll be supporting this. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Appreciate you.
Councilmember Arenas?
Thank you. I wasn't planning on speaking, but as somebody who also recuses herself when it has to do with some of the union votes because of my relationship, I needed to make sure that I spoke up, especially with somebody who is willing to come in and serve the public, as well as have already vetted and gone through some of the process to ensure that you are going to be neutral. You know, Baltasar, I don't know you very well, and it doesn't matter whether I know you or not. I think what matters is that you, one, are competent, and two, you're able to serve, and three, that you're being transparent and have done the work ahead of time to ensure that you will be a neutral party as much as you can, and as much as anybody else can, for that matter, as we are all people and we are flawed, and as much as we can say that we are neutral or tend to have a certain ideology, we all stray from that. So anyways, I just want to thank you for you wanting to serve in this capacity. Not a lot of young folks spend their time in this particular commission. So first of all, just thank you so much for your interest, and congratulations on that master's program.
Thank you.
Thank you. Going online now to Councilmember Carrasco.
Thank you. I think that you're doing a great job, Baltasar, but I feel a need to jump in here and talk a little bit about the work that you did do in my office. You came in as an intern, if I remember correctly, the first year that I was on the 18th floor, and quickly gained my confidence and the confidence of my chief of staff at that time. It was Victor Gomez, who I stole from Johnny Camas, who was unabashedly and unapologetically a Republican. I got a lot of heat from my allies and my supporters and my community, because I had hired Victor and who refused to change his party affiliation, but under his recommendation, he suggested that I hire you after you finished your bachelor's degree. And then I learned through word of mouth that you were registered under a different letter, different from myself. And so half my staff at that point had different letters than I did. And I believe other folks were trying to convince you that, you know, a Latino from the East Side with that kind of letter, you know, I don't know what the conversations were about. I never tried to convince you. I just knew that you were a good worker, and that you produced for me just like any other employee. I wasn't judging you by your letter. And so whatever letter you have now is irrelevant to me. Thank you for disclosing, though. I don't know if you've been rehabbed or not rehabbed, but thank you for reminding us that other council members have changed letters as well. And so I don't think that that's relevant, though. I think what's relevant is that I will say this, that the time that you worked for me as an intern and then elevated to a full-time staff was because of the level of integrity and your ethical work and behavior in my office. And when you left, it was a sad day. It was a sad day, and you left a hole in our office because we enjoyed you and we enjoyed the level of work that you did. And one of the things that I have to say is that I didn't always agree with you. You didn't always agree with me, but we always managed to have very honest conversations about those disagreements. And you were always very respectful. And regardless of how our disagreements panned out, you still carried out your work for me and for the residents of the district. And sometimes we really didn't disagree. We really disagreed on policy. We really did. But you stuck it out and you worked for me. And so I really appreciate that. And I have no qualms about supporting this appointment, because I think that you're going to do a fantastic job. I think also your resume stands on its own, regardless of the recommendations that you have and who's given them to you. I think the fact that you are working for Anna SU and the trajectory of your career speaks volumes of who you are. And also that a lot of this, you've done this on your own. And what I want to say also to the council, regardless of what your vote is going to be, and I've said this before during these last 7.5 years, if you've grown up on the east side of San Jose, you don't have a silver spoon. You haven't been born with a silver spoon in your mouth. You don't have easy connections. If you've been raised by a single mom or a single dad, then you have even less connections than most other people. But being born and raised on the east side of 101 makes it all that much tougher. And so when you finally are breaking into these circles and concentric circles of influence, don't punish us for that, and don't judge us for that. Those are our concentric circles of influence. And if we ourselves, who are sitting at the dais, are recusing ourselves because we are advised to based on whatever the criteria is, and we do it, and we expect the public to acknowledge and to respect us for it, and to believe that we're doing the ethical thing, and we do it, and we are able to sleep with our decisions, then I believe that Baltazar can do it as well as we do it, as well as Deb Davis does it, as well as Matt Mahan does it, as well as everybody on the west side can do it. The east side can do it just as well. So I am going to be voting in favor of Baltazar's appointment, because I have just as much confidence that the east side boy is going to be able to uphold those ethical decisions, just as well as the west side can uphold those ethical decisions. So thank you so much, Baltazar, for stepping up and taking this on, because it is not easy. And to be questioned, always to be questioned, I know what that feels like. I understand what that feels like. And sometimes that comes along, believe it or not, with a lot of code words. But don't despair. If it doesn't happen today, I'm sure we'll figure out how to get you on another commission. But you have my support.
Thank you. And just for the record, this is just evidence. I didn't agree with everything you said, and that just shows you the kind of people that we are. So thank you. But again, thank you for the kind words. I really appreciate that. Councilmember Foley?
Thank you. Thank you, Baltazar, for applying for this position. And I appreciate the comments of my council members and the words from your former employer, Councilmember Carrasco. I just have a couple of questions, and they really relate to your comment several times about making ethical decisions and how this is an ethical body. So occasionally, the Fair Political and Campaign Committee that you're applying for deals with complaints on campaign related to current campaigns or office holders. How would you address efforts or complaints that are filed in an anonymous way?
It seems like that would make the job even easier. You don't know where it's coming from, and the investigator will still present those same facts. So even if you do or you don't know where the complaints are coming from, that shouldn't really dictate the commission's decisions at all, in my opinion. You're looking at the facts and you're looking at the complaints and what they are for, and making those recommendations based on that. From my understanding, is how things should work.
So how would you investigate it if it's from an anonymous person? Because usually, wouldn't you, I mean, I'm not sure exactly the process, but I would think you'd want to interview the person who filed the complaint. But if there's no complaint, then it's only the candidate or office holder who is responding. So how do you get that balance of an investigation that way?
I think I'm going to try to just clarify the question for myself. From my understanding, there's an investigator that will present the facts to us. So I don't know if we as commissioners would be doing the actual investigating, but assuming that we didn't and we have those facts and there isn't anyone there to present, I would be operating within the guidelines set forth by the commission. And those guidelines would be influenced by my own framework that I've adopted through my education.
Okay. I appreciate that, and I appreciate your answers. I'm going to as well support your appointment to this position, but like the others who already mentioned this, I am going to hold you to recusing yourself. We all have to recuse myself. In fact, I have to recuse myself today on a portion of the really important things we're voting on today, because I have a perceived conflict of interest. And that's the thing about conflicts, is they may or may not be existence, but it is how the world looks at them and how our community looks at them. So we have to, when we make decisions, and when you're in this is a pretty powerful commission, and it's really an important appointment, that we consider ourselves above reproach when we're making these decisions, and recusing ourselves when any possible conflict may exist, whether we believe, and I know I can make the decision ethically, and I'm sure you can too, but we have to, because it's what our public looks at, and that's what we need, who we need to speak to. So with that, I will support your application, and I'll look forward to your work. Thank you.
Thank you.
That's it for me. Thanks, Mayor.
Thank you. Councilmember Carrasco, you had your hand up again.
Very quickly, lesson learned, Baltazar. A lot of us who are people of color and who are have to overcome a lot of different obstacles. Next time, don't get letters of reference from other people of color. You had a great relationship with Johnny Camus. You should have gotten a letter from Johnny Camus, or one of his other staffers who you were also very good friends with, Enrique Don, I don't remember his last name, but you remember Enrique, who worked in his office. That would have been a great letter of recommendation. So lesson learned, next time, do not get them from people of color. It doesn't do you well. So get those letters of reference from people who have other and greater influence over this council.
Baltazar, I was hoping to ask a couple questions. One is really the purpose of this commission primarily is to investigate allegations of violations of the code and then recommend particular enforcement. And you mentioned you had a lot of interest in ethics, and it sounds as though you studied it quite a bit in college and perhaps thereafter. And undoubtedly, there are going to be times when you're going to look at a circumstance and you're going to think, well, that doesn't seem like the right outcome if we just follow the letter of the law, seemingly with, blinders on to other ethical implications or other values that you may hold. And I just want to understand, in that situation where you've got a tension between what the law says and what you believe, how are you going to resolve that conflict in your mind?
Well, it might be a conflict in my mind, and it will appear to conflict for others. You always have to follow the law, regardless. It's the law for a reason. Whether it was legislation or council members that created that, there was created for a reason, and it may be outdated. It may need change, but my decision can't change it in that moment. I'm not in that position to do that. Perhaps a recommendation to make the changes afterwards. We look at that decision based on the new changes, but nevertheless follow the law. And if changes need to be made, provide recommendations for those changes later on or to the appropriate governing body.
Okay, thank you. Baltazar, there's no question that you've got enormous amount of experience and wealth of talent to offer our city on any host of commissions or as a council member, should you choose to run or anything else.
Oh, no. I've seen what you guys do. I am fine. You guys, I'll leave it to you.
Okay, you're smart enough not to do that. That's a credit. I guess the question is, why would you pick this one, this particular commission? And let me just point out, like, I'm just looking at the special eligibility requirements here, right under the code, and it says, while serving on the commission, no member will publicly endorse any candidate for city office nor engage in any political or campaign activity on behalf of any candidate for city office, and have no contractual relationship with any candidate, not employed, on and on. I'm sure you've seen it, all that.
Yes.
Obviously, none of us on this dais would qualify to be on this commission. Why did you pick this one of all the commissions?
I've always wanted to be a comedian when I was younger, not so funny, so I'll answer with a joke. It keeps me from my friends asking me to help them out in their campaigns and donating. But that's not really the answer that I would give. What it really is, it's my passion of ethics and my background.
That's actually a good idea. Maybe I'll consider it.
Exactly. Well,
I will.
No, but just to answer that honestly, it's I've answered it kind of in a way before. It's my background in education and what I wanted to do in the future. And to me, this really blends both of those worlds together in a way that keeps me going, keeps me motivated. I don't want to burn out, and I don't want to commit to something that I'm not truly 100% in. And this, to me, is just the perfect opportunity for that. I've seen what other commissioners, their kind of backgrounds, I've interacted with those types of people in their background. And I just like having that kind of diverse set of citizenry coming together to address issues that I find are so vital and sometimes just don't quite get addressed the way they should because there isn't enough interest. And I happen to live by this day by day, and this is why I chose this commission above any other.
Okay. And just putting yourself in our position, knowing what the code says about can't endorse, can't contribute, can't, pretty much, hey, non-entanglement politically. That's sort of the gist of all this. If you're sitting in our shoes, how would you view your candidacy to this commission?
I think I would have the very same concerns other council members, Mahan Davis, brought up. And I think this is a reason why we have these types of interviews, so that you can get to know my character. You can ask me those tough questions, see how I respond. And I also believe that you can judge my character and my sincerity. And many of you have been doing this for quite some time, and you can know when someone's lying. You can know, I hope you do, when someone's using it to their advantage. And I think I've been as clear, as sincere, and as honest as possible. And I would leave it up to you at that point to make that decision for you, yourself.
Yeah, I appreciate that. And like, I don't know you well. I met you on the 18th floor. You seem like a perfectly likable person to me. No reason to believe you come into this with any sinister motive. I know you desire to serve the community. That's obvious from your life path. I think what you said was very important and quite truthful. That it's possible for people to have concerns about the fact that you're endorsed by specific candidates as your recommenders. That's unique, particularly for this commission, and that you've actually contributed to a campaign. Obviously, those are concerns because those very concerns are encapsulated in in the rules around special eligibility around things we ought to be a bit concerned about. And so I don't think this is an issue of race. I don't think it's an issue of East Side, West Side. I do think those concerns are real. On the other hand, I think you're sincere, and I know you want to serve, at least from what I can tell, if I'm any judge of character, I think you want to serve for the right reasons, so I'm happy to support you. I would just ask that you would be extremely sensitive to the concerns that have been raised. I worry, obviously, that any of us who have been in the political milieu would come into a role like this, and there would be a certain expectation through a whole series of networks of relationships that we all have about how people are going to vote or not based on whatever side they might take on in a particular issue. And so I think it's very important you be very cautious, and I hope you will liberally recuse yourself where the issues seem to suggest some entanglement with other with political activity in which you've been involved in.
And for the record, I also would agree with you in this case. I don't think it's about West or East or about race. The concerns that were brought to me were legitimate concerns that I would have had, concerns that I prepared for and hopefully answered with complete honesty and clarity for everyone.
All right, thank you, Baltazar. All right, are there other comments or questions? Councilmember Davis?
Thank you. I just want to point out to our body that many of our commissions, and I don't know in particular for this particular one, if this is a problem, but I think there are often issues with quorums and with filling the body. So if we're appointing someone we know is going to have to recuse himself liberally, as you said, Mayor, that I think we should all have concerns about that as well.
Fair point. Councilmember Mahon?
Yeah, Mayor, you sort of summarized what I was going to end on, which Baltazar was just simply that I'm going to take you at your word about recusal, and that it will hopefully be interpreted broadly. And I don't appreciate the implication that my questions came from a place of race. I understand how race and ethnicity infuses so much of our conversation and what happens here and systemically in our society, and yet I promise my colleagues that if it was Pierluigi Oliverio applying to this commission, I would be very skeptical and concerned and would ask the exact same questions about relationships and recusals and motivations. So I just wanted to state that on the record. That being said, given that you've confirmed multiple times now that you will be very clear about your relationships, donations, affiliations, and will recuse yourself liberally, I'm comfortable taking you at your word. But I just wanted to reinforce that I think the questions asked are very fair and asked in good faith, and I just felt the need to say that again. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, and for the record, former Councilmember Oliverio has not applied to this commission, in case anyone's speculating out there. All right. All right, any other comments? Okay, let's vote.
Jimenez,
Yes.
Perales,
Yes.
Cohen,
Aye.
Carrasco,
Yes.
Davis,
No.
Esparza,
Yes.
Arenas,
Yes.
Foley,
Aye.
Mahan,
Aye.
Jones,
Aye.
Liccardo.
Aye.
Passes. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Mayor.
Thank you, Baltazar. Thank you for your service, your willingness to serve. Okay. Let's move on to item 3.7, which is the proposed ballot measure on the city charter amendment for November 8th. We have a presentation and to the public. Oh, I'm sorry. I just realized someone has been trying to raise their hand.
It just went up as we were taking votes.
Oh, okay. All right. Mr. Beekman, we'll take your comment on this next item. Okay.
Right.
Do we have the presentation? Okay, good afternoon, or right afternoon, Mr. Mayor and members of the council. I'm Michelle McGurk, assistant to the city manager. Zulma Maciel, our Director of the Office of Racial Equity, is here with me as well. And Sarah Sarate, our Director of the Office of Administration Policy and Intergovernmental Relations, is with us via Zoom. So really quickly, the proposal before you today responds to previous council direction from our special meeting on April 11th, where you told us to come back with a ballot measure or measures regarding particular recommendations from the Charter Review Commission. For the Charter Review Commission's recommendation 7 around a native land acknowledgement, you asked us to conduct additional outreach with tribal representatives prior to coming to council, and we have a report out on that. So these are the summary of the pathways chosen for the 15 recommendations on April 11th. We're going to highlight recommendations 5 through 10, which are in the gold box. Just a quick reminder, this is our sample draft ballot language that we presented in our report. Under the California Elections Code, these ballot measures must be 75 words or less. They must also be a true and impartial statement of the purpose of the measure and cannot be argumentative or likely to create prejudice for or against the measure. This incorporates the council direction that you provided on April 11th, and we'll now walk through each of the recommendations that you requested we include in the potential measure. So recommendations 5, 6, and 8 are here. The 5 is to elevate the Board of Fair Campaign and Political Practices to the charter. You said we could do this at a further date, but we were able to have space to include it in this measure. 6 was regarding reforming boards and commissions, removing requirements that members of the 3 existing charter commissions, which are the Planning Commission, the Civil Service Commission, and the Salary Setting Commission, be qualified electors and or citizens. They would still be required to be residents of San Jose, and the requirements in the existing charter are slightly different for each of those boards, and it's just based on when the sections were written. Recommendation 8 includes updating the charter to eliminate gender-specific language, so it's primarily an editing exercise. So the proposed measure incorporates all 3 of these recommendations. So now I'll turn it over to Sulma, and she can give you an update on recommendation 7.
Thank you, Michelle. Good afternoon, Mayor and members of the City Council. Zulma Maciel, Director of the Office of Racial Equity. Just a quick background on this item. At the special meeting on April 11th, the City Council directed the administration to engage with local tribal organizations prior to bringing forward a native land acknowledgement to include in a potential measure to amend the city charter. We moved quickly, and 4 weeks later, we had a convening as directed. I had the privilege of organizing and a convening that was inclusive, culturally responsive, and honored the traditions of Native First Nations peoples. So I also engaged with Shannon Rivers, a Native spiritual advisor, to design a process and facilitate a meeting for the purpose of reflecting on and providing input on a proposed land acknowledgement statement. It was really important to us to plan the meeting around the schedules of the chairpersons from Muwekma Ohlone Tribe and Tamiya Nation specifically. And unfortunately, representatives from Muwekma Tribe were unable to attend at the last minute. But we had the meeting anyway and collected input to the proposed land acknowledgement. And as such, we folded in some of the suggestions and edits drafted during that meeting. I then drafted a land acknowledgement that reflected the both originally proposed statement and Tamiya Nations. I then sent out the draft to the tribal nations, and one group approved the revised version, the other did not. And as such, the administration has determined that we cannot recommend placing the amendment on the ballot at this time.
So recommendations 9 and 10. Recommendation 9 is to establish equity values, equity standards, and equity assessments in the city charter. Recommendation 10 outlines requirements to implement and address equity and inclusion in city programming and budgeting. In the staff report, we have provided the Charter Review Commission's language in attachment B. We have two policy options for the City Council to consider related to these recommendations. Option 1 is to adopt charter language similar to that used in Section 607 of the City Charter for our ethics provisions. We have provided a draft here for you. And policy option 2 is to adopt the charter language proposed by the Charter Review Commission. The city attorney has provided the charter language for both options with today's agenda item. Staff notes that recommendations 9 and 10 capture much of the work the city has already embarked on in the areas of racial and social equity, as well as current best practices in the field. The Commission's recommended language is detailed and specific, and if approved, could only be changed by going back to the voters of San Jose. This approach would limit the City Council's ability to respond to continued learnings and public policy advancements regarding racial equity, changing circumstances, and changing needs without going through the process of an election. And that is because the Charter is essentially the city's constitution, and it typically provides guiding principles with details provided later in a resolution or a council policy or implementing legislation. Staff brought forward language in option 1 for that reason. And I should note that the memo from Council members Jimenez, Cohen, and Foley recommends option 1 with some language changes, specifically using the term promoting racial equity and the language which shall. Staff is amenable to this amendment, and there is additionally some language in a memo from the city attorney around how the language in this section of the charter would need to comply with state law. So finally, we wanted to provide you with a reminder of which actions require a charter amendment and where policy or programmatic alternatives do exist. As I mentioned, the charter is our constitution and can only be amended or updated by a vote of the people. So finally, here is a synopsis of the recommendations that are on the agenda today. If council wishes to place a measure on the ballot, you will need to give direction regarding the equity values section, recommendations 9 and 10. You'll have to choose option 1 or 2. You will also need to consider the update on outreach regarding the native land acknowledgement. And finally, you will need to adopt a resolution taking all of the steps necessary to place a measure on the November ballot. And with that, staff is available for your questions.
Thank you very much, Michelle. Thank you so much for your work. I was asked about, I know several folks are interested in when exactly we're going to take a quick break. So why don't we go to public comment at this time, and then we'll take a break after public comment when we return for council deliberation.
Blair Beekman.
Hi, Blair Beekman here. I guess I wanted to, about this item, I'm sorry that the different Muwekma tribes couldn't come to an agreement about this issue. Good luck in future negotiations and how we can all learn to work together in San Jose. Something to be hopeful for our future. I hope we can get it together. It's important, and good luck in those efforts. I also wanted to quickly offer from the last item. It was a really interesting item, and I raised my hand, and it may have been taken down through the item. But thank you very much for noticing my hand at the end and making a comment. And I don't have much to say at this time, but just to thank you for a good discussion on the last item. Thank you.
Lillian.
Hi, thank you. My name is Elaine Camarena. I am a tribal member of the Tami Nation. I am signed on here today to tell you the City of San Jose and those listening that I show my support, that I stand by the city and their decision to not move forward with the land acknowledgement. We do not believe in participating in modern day colonialism that Muwekma tribe continues to do with us every time we have a seat at the table. We will not allow outside tribes and their anthropologists to tell us who we are. We are not fictitious. Leventhal's previous comments are gross negligence and colonial settlerism. Just because we are forcibly removed to the Central Valley does not mean that the Santa Clara Valley does not hold great cultural value to us. It doesn't change where we come from or erase the footprints left behind by our ancestors. I myself am a guest in the Yoka homelands, but that does not give me the right to claim these lands as my own, or even if I had married ties in. Muwekma citizens are guests in Tamian homeland seeking to land grab. They themselves have shared multiple documents stating that they are from San Francisco East Bay. That's where they should be appropriately be fighting for their own lands in the East Bay area, not in Santa Clara County. We will continue to fight for our rights and continue to do the work to protect our lands and sacred places. Please view the BIA map for accurate and correct reference. Do not allow the Muwekma tribe to continue to give the public mendacious information any longer. We have the utmost confidence that the city of San Jose will continue to make the right decisions. We are the land and we are Tamian Nation. Thank you.
Sarah?
Hello, I am Sarah Martinez, and I would just like to say that I am part of Tamian Nation. I am a citizen, and I would stand by what Lillian Camarena just stated. Thank you.
Back to the council.
Okay, thank you to members of the community who spoke. Why don't we take our break now? What do we think? 1 o'clock enough time?
Is there something in the back, or are we gonna do it?
Yeah.
Here? Yeah. Okay. All right. Yeah.
1 o'clock enough
Keep
time?
powering through, but
Okay, 1:15. 1:15, we'll be back at 1:15.
Mayor, I
Thank
have a
you.
ceremonial scheduled for 1:30, just for
Okay,
timing issue.
good point. So I think we can probably get a vote or two in, and then we'll get to that ceremonial. So let's start at 1:15. Thank you very much.
Thanks.
Jimenez,
Present.
Perales, Cohen,
Here.
Carrasco,
Here.
Davis,
Here.
Esparza, Arenas, Foley,
Here.
Mahan, Jones,
Present.
Liccardo.
Present.
We're at quorum.
Okay, thank you. We left off on the proposed ballot measure on the charter amendment. We have just completed public comment. We're to come back to the council for discussion and for a motion. So looking for any raised hands. Except I think,
Mayor, I'm online and have a raised hand.
oh, forgive me, I'm sorry. Yeah, thank you, Councilmember Jimenez. My apologies.
No, thank you. I assume you were, I can't see you in the chambers, but I assume you were looking around to figure out.
Yeah, I was fumbling with the Zoom.
Okay. Well, in order to move us along, I'll make a motion. Okay, let's see if I can capture this. It's to accept the memo that Councilmember Cohen, Foley, and I put together, which is essentially the option one presented from staff with the creation of new section 608 in the charter. And that's also including the language from the city attorney that says as permitted by law inserted into the language. And it is excluding the land acknowledgement that seems to, there seems to be some controversy or some disagreement about. So that's the motion.
Second.
All right, motion and second. I'll support that motion. Councilmember Foley, and then we'll go to Davis.
Thank you, and thank you for the presentation. I just had a question about putting this on the ballot. So the motion we make today will authorize you to put it on the ballot, and then you'll come back with the language later. Is that correct? No, that is not correct. You already have the language you need to proceed. Michelle shaking her head.
Yes, Councilmember Foley. Today's action will authorize us to, and authorize the city clerk to take all necessary steps to place this on the November ballot. The language with the amendments proposed in the motion would give us the ballot measure language.
Okay, thank you. And this is a lot of information that will be in the ballot. And when we're limited to, 150 words, how will we make this as clear as possible without having several ballot measures, which would increase the cost? So is it possible to put them all together and get our point across as what we're trying to do?
Yes, so we've tried to write the ballot measure as clearly and consistently as possible, with very direct language about each of the items that would be amended in the charter. And then we will post information on the city's website that has the more detailed information. So in the staff report, we discuss, how we would post the arguments in favor and the city attorney's analysis, their independent analysis that they do. But then the actual charter language also gets posted as it's posted for the agenda item today.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. That's the only question I had. Thank you, Mayor.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Davis? Councilmember Davis, it appears you're muted right now.
Sorry about that. Thank you. I have a concern about removing the requirements for the planning and civil service commissions, as well as I believe the Fair Campaigns and Political Practices Commission also has a requirement that the members need to be a citizen or a qualified elector. And I have a concern about putting that together with all of these other items. And I'm wondering if the makers of the motion would be willing to bifurcate into two separate items for the ballot, that issue. And then, and I'm very supportive of removing the gender specific language, adopting the equity language that Jimenez, Cohen, and Foley have put forward. I'm very supportive of those. I'm very concerned about removing the citizenship requirement, and I want to. I know that there are many people in our city who are very concerned about that discussion that we've been having, and so I have a suspicion that there will be people willing to, frankly, vote against this entire measure just for that reason. So I'm thinking it might be best to separate them out.
Well, I would just say that I see those two issues as uniquely different. You know, taking up the issue of allowing non-citizens to vote and this issue of allowing non-citizens to participate in the day-to-day workings of the city via commissions or committees or commissions, I should say. And so I'm not inclined to accept that. And I'd really like to hear from other colleagues and see if it's the will of the majority of the council to move this forward. So I'll decline at the moment.
Okay. I would put forward that the Planning and the Civil Service Commission and the Fair Campaigns and Political Practices Commission in particular have quasi-judicial powers and our powers over citizens, and that may not go over very well to remove a citizenship requirement for those commissions. The Salary Setting Commission would, I think, impacts only the council, and so I have less of a concern about that. Although I would say, just personally, if that was made up of a majority of people who were not qualified citizens to vote, I would have a problem with that. So I think it's probably just easiest to have all four of those together and to ask the question whether or not we should remove that citizenship requirement. Again, because it's a quasi-judicial, these are quasi-judicial commissions, and they're very different from, say, the Parks Commission or even the Historic Landmarks Commission. And there are things that cannot even be appealed to the City Council that go through the Planning Commission. So I'll leave it at that. I don't think I'll be able to support it if it's not bifurcated.
Okay, other comments from the council? Not seeing any hands. Councilmember Cohen?
Yeah, I guess I'll just respond to that. And I agree with Councilmember Jimenez that these are two issues that I think may actually, people might conflate, but it'll be incumbent upon us to make sure people understand the significant difference between voting rights for non-citizens and their participation in this process. And I see this as a very small issue in the sense that it'll probably still be a rare instance in which an individual who's a non-citizen gets appointed, but this provides an opportunity for them to serve an important leadership capacity in the city and making decisions that affect them. So I think it's a reasonable approach to leave it all together. I wouldn't want to spend an extra $500,000 to separate these two items. If we do our job correctly in explaining this to people, they'll understand that there is a difference between these two things and that the majority of commissioners will continue to be as they are now, and that there will be an opportunity for some folks who may be from a different subset of our community to participate in commissions. So I want to keep it together. Thank you.
Thank you. I agree with Council Members Cohen and Jimenez. We have many non-citizen, tens of thousands of non-citizen residents in our city, many of whom have been living here for decades, and they deserve to have a role. And if they should choose to participate, we should welcome them. All right. Are there any other comments or questions? All right, let's vote then on the motion.
Jimenez,
Yes.
Peralez,
Yes.
Cohen,
Aye.
Carrasco,
Aye.
Davis,
No.
Esparza, Arenas, Foley,
Aye.
Mahan,
Aye.
Jones,
Aye.
Ricardo.
Aye.
Motion passes.
Okay. Our next item is item 3.8, which is the renewal of the downtown PBID. There was a public hearing last week. I think we're going to have a report out from the clerk about the vote tabulation. Is that right?
Yes. Hi, this is Tony Tabor, City Clerk. I also submitted a supplemental memo with the count on it, so people could see that ahead of time. But I'm just going to go ahead and read it. Actually, I'm not seeing it. Hold on just a second. But we did get enough votes to move forward. It was over 1 million. I'm sorry, it wasn't attached, so it's just taking me an extra second to pull it up.
Okay.
Property owners with a total of 1,287,485,000 votes have returned ballots in support of the levy. Property owners with a total of 164,729 votes have returned ballots in opposition of the levy. Ballots submitted by property owners in the downtown San Jose property-based business improvement district in support of the levy of assessments exceeds the ballots submitted in opposition. Therefore, the city council may proceed to vote on imposition of the assessment.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Perales?
Yeah, thank you. And I wanted to just offer thanks to the Downtown Association, their director, Scott Neese, and the PBID team as well, and their board. I think this is a reflection of the work that they've been able to do, and specifically PBID, and as we know, one of their most valued roles, which is through groundworks. And actually, as of late, there's been some groundworks employees that have been assaulted doing their job, and this is a very difficult job. And individuals that are out there helping day in and out to make our downtown beautiful and keep people happy and enjoying the downtown as they're out and about. And this is where the resources that our property owners that they've agreed now to assess themselves, this is where they're going to. And I just want to say thank you to again, Scott and your team. And I think the results here are a reflection of how valuable this assessment has been. And I look forward to this renewal. I'll move to approve. Thanks.
Second.
Thank you, Councilmember Perales and Councilmember Foley. I appreciate you acknowledging Scott Neese, who's actually here in person. I know he'll be retiring this year in just a couple months. And I really want to thank him for his extraordinary leadership now for more than 3 decades in our downtown. This PBID may have been, well, he had a lot of great ideas, but this may have been the great accomplishment. This has been such a blessing to our downtown, and groundwork has been incredibly essential, particularly in tough times like these. And we're just grateful to have that entire team out there of good people doing their best to make our downtown shine and to help it be a bit more friendly to many more folks. All right, any other questions or comments? Let's vote.
Jimenez,
Yes.
Perales,
Yes.
Bowen,
Aye.
Carrasco,
Aye.
Davis,
Yes.
Esparza, Arenas, Foley,
Aye.
Mahan,
Aye.
Jones,
Aye.
Ricardo.
Aye.
Motion passes.
Thank you. I do want to also note, thank you to all the property owners, since they just voted to tax themselves. Let's be very clear about this. These are dollars that perform very much a public purpose, but they're private dollars, and those are dollars that private property owners committed because they believe in the future of our downtown, and they're committed. So we appreciate their commitment very much. All right, let's move on then to 3.9, which is protecting reproductive rights in the city of San Jose.
Do you want to do the ceremonial item that was going to be on
Oh,
1:30?
thank you very much for that reminder, Grace. Let's do that. Councilmember Foley, are we prepared? Okay, we're going to go back to the ceremonial item. We're going to recognize and commend Cancer Care Point on their 10th anniversary.
Good afternoon, everyone. Each year, nearly 10,000 residents living in Santa Clara County will be diagnosed with cancer, adding to the more than 1.6 million Californians currently living with a history of cancer. Today, it's my honor to recognize the success and work of Cancer Care Point in serving Silicon Valley community members with non-medical support. I'm equally honored to present this recognition as I served on the board of Cancer Care Point when it was in its startup days and went by actually another name before we adopted the really cool name Cancer Care Point. For 10 years, Cancer Care Point has filled the gap of easily accessible, independent, non-medical support by providing personalized counseling, nutrition and exercise, support groups, resources, education, referrals, and even a wig boutique. Founded through the inspiration of Gay Crawford and initially funded with the support of the Samaritan Group, this organization works to assist families, caregivers, survivors, and patients learn how to manage their care. Cancer diagnoses and treatment often causes stress and anxiety, which can interfere with improved medical outcomes. The services that Cancer Care Point staff provides reduces these feelings for all those that care for them, from cancer patients and survivors to their families and caregivers. Today, they remain the only Silicon Valley community-based organization that serves people impacted by all cancer types at no cost, regardless of insurance, regardless of documentation or financial status. They raise the bar for cancer care and continue to dedicate their time to ensuring that no one should ever have to face cancer alone. Mayor, would you please present this recommendation to Dawn Hoga, Executive Director of Cancer Care Point, who will accept this commendation and say a few words. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Foley, members of the City Council, and Mayor Liccardo for your commendation honoring Cancer Care Point's 10 years of service to our community. And thank you, Councilmember Foley, for your past service on our board. With me today is Jen Landis, Chair of Cancer Care Point's Board of Directors, and we have several clients, supporters, and board members online. 12 years ago, key community members came together, united under the recognition that non-medical support is critical to improve health outcomes in cancer care. They polled cancer survivors, cancer patients, family members, and caregivers to identify what non-medical care was needed. In 2012, Cancer Care Point's doors were opened. In our 10 years of service to the community, we've served over 10,000 clients through our programs, services, and educational outreach. Our work is not done. According to the Santa Clara County Public Health Department, cancer is the leading cause of death in Silicon Valley. We know COVID has impacted cancer diagnoses and in many cases, cancer treatment. We also know that cancer creates financial hardship. Over 60% of the clients we serve identify as low income, and that's identified at the time they come into our services. Many of them would not have identified as low income before a cancer diagnosis. That's what makes our vision so important, that no one should face cancer alone. Cancer patient, family member, caregiver, cancer survivor, all are supported at no cost. So what makes Cancer Care Point unique? It's our personalized services. There is no list of requirements for what programs or services a person must use, but rather an assessment of what the individual needs. An individual might need help identifying what foods are especially nutritious and easy to digest during chemotherapy, or what exercise are helpful when movement and balance are impacted by treatment. It might be talking to a counselor who isn't personally impacted by the cancer diagnosis so that the patient can focus on themselves, or participating in a support group with others who are dealing with the same type of cancer or in the same phase, using guided imagery or mindfulness to center oneself when anxious about the next treatment or scan, or getting a wig or head covering so that people don't identify the person by the disease. It might be calling to find resources and being able to speak in your native language, or it might be receiving assistance to pay an overdue bill that is adding stress and anxiety due to fears of no utilities or homelessness. We are proud to partner with our community, volunteers, supporters, other community-based organizations, healthcare providers, and elected officials to meet the needs of people impacted by cancer in our community. If you or someone you know has been impacted by cancer, we are here for you. The easiest way to connect is to go online and email us at info@cancercarepoint.org, or go to our website, cancercarepoint.org, or call our helpline at 408-402-6611. Thank you for your support and helping us ensure that no one in Silicon Valley faces cancer alone. Thank you.
Okay, 3.9 is protecting reproductive rights in the city of San Jose. We don't have any presentation here, or do we? Nora, did you want to jump in?
I am available to answer questions, Mayor,
Okay.
if council wants. I don't want to take a lot of time, but
What-
we were directed to take a look at what the city might do, and I think we concluded that the city has been doing since the early 1990s what can be done to protect women and others.
I'm sorry, could you
seeking
speak a bit more in the mic?
Whoops, I'm
Thank you, Nora.
sorry. Sure.
Yeah, I just want to make sure everybody could hear.
Protect women and others seeking medical care and abortion services in San Jose. And our ordinances stem from the early 90s when San Jose was one of 7 Operation Rescue cities. And there was a need to protect women seeking medical care, but also to protect the homes of doctors and elected officials. At that time, our mayor lived very close to the Planned Parenthood building that was the subject of protests. And our ordinances have been upheld. The city of San Jose was an early leader on this type of protection. And with respect to our zoning, we looked at the zoning code and the general plan, and this type of use for medical purposes is really allowed throughout the city. So with that, I'm here to answer any questions and give any background on our thinking on this.
Great. Thank you, Nora, and thank you for the analysis from your team, which is included in the agenda packet. I just want to note that we'll be subsequently considering a budget message that I drafted. It does include funding for Planned Parenthood as well to assist. We know that there's going to be dramatically increased demand for their services in particular. All right, let's go to the council. Councilmember Davis.
Thank you, Mayor. And I want to thank you, Nora, and your team for looking into that and for bringing that up for us. It is such a relief to me. I wasn't on the council in the 90s, that we already have ordinances in place to protect reproductive rights and healthcare providers in our city. And I also want to thank council members Carrasco, Esparza, Arenas, and Foley for signing on to my memo originally. I know this council has affirmed reproductive rights many times and at least a couple of times while I've been on council, and I appreciate that we're able to stand in solidarity in that point. What I do want to ask is what can we do to ensure that our residents know about these protections, first of all, and then also this question is for you, Nora. Are the state laws like the one in Texas that goes after kind of anyone connected with an abortion, are those applicable only in that state? So for people who are in that state?
Let me take my mask off to answer. The answer is yes. And we looked at and thought a lot about what could we do was there more that we could do to potentially address perhaps people who were traveling here? But that's a lot of that is state law. We were thinking about subpoenas and issues like that, but that also is state law. And what the city can do to truly take care of women, the city did quite some time ago. And the doctors here and medical providers here may at some point, someone in Texas may try to take an action here, but again, that would be more state law than something that the city could address. And we don't know where Texas law will go at this point.
So we don't, is it correct to say we don't know if providers in our city could be subject to any legal action if they provide care to a woman from one of those states, such as Texas? We don't know if they could be
that would be under Texas law, and it's not clear how far Texas law is going to go. And if there are, for example, a subpoena to get records here in California, that is covered by California law, not city law, and would be subject to codes that coordinate those types of services between the states.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that. That's it for me. I don't think there's a motion that's needed. We have all the ordinances already. I just wanted to make sure that we were all aware of what there is, and if there's anything that we can do, and this is kind of for my colleagues or for the city manager, to ensure that our residents know about these protections, I'd love to hear others' thoughts on that.
Thank you, Councilor Davis. You know, I skipped over the public. Why don't we go to the public, and then we'll come back for the council discussion. Grace?
Starving people.
Happy to hear this memo. Totally support it. I think that while we are protecting these protections, and it will certainly come in handy, a lot of unhoused women get their health care at Planned Parenthood. I would be remiss if I didn't bring up the issue of unhoused women out there are not going to have their food resources are going to be cut off June 30th. And I feel like I need to make sure that you guys ensure that that does not happen. There needs to be a smooth transition for the two groups who are most involved. The housing department knows who we are, and make sure there's a smooth transition so that we can still get that food from whatever providers are actually going to be doing it or whatever. But unhoused women need to have good access to health care, to abortion services, to food. It's not going to be any good if they can have reproductive services and they're only going to starve to death. This year, we already have 2 babies that didn't make it full term. We've already had 104 people unhoused people that died on the streets as of last Friday. So we're not doing so well. So if we could make sure that we do a smooth transition and that we don't cut off food, that there isn't any lapse in the way that we take out our food, that there isn't even a week that goes by without food, that would be great, because we can't do that. We take them out food, we take them out water. They need this. This is just as important as healthcare or anything else, because what good is healthcare if you're going to starve to death or you're going to be dehydrated and die from that? So please make sure that these two groups, Urge and Hello Angels, still have access to food like we have before, and we're not cut off because the city did not reach out to us.
Blair Beekman.
Hi, hi, thank you. Blair Beekman here. Thank you very much, San Jose, for your work on this item. I'm really trusting your leadership on this issue, and when Dev Davis gets involved with an issue like this, it's kind of nice. When there's a Republican demand for something and Dev Davis kind of goes against that, that's a hopeful sign. So thank you. It was mentioned that one of the staff said they'll be concerned about how far Texas is actually going to go with this issue. It's always concerning to hear that, because that's what Texas does. I mean, they're defining liberalism as how conservative you can be, and how to deny women their rights with issues and their ideas of choices. It's going to make health issue questions much more difficult for people. And it's just kind of sad. And I think in California, the same with gun issues, we've created an interesting counter to what Texas is doing that I hope really can be noted, and that with time, it can just really be clearly understood that California is offering the overall better system and how to work, and Texas will just mature and grow up and learn to follow California's good examples. And you guys are trying to do that now. And good luck how we can talk about this issue openly and get the facts about what the Supreme Court is really trying to do with this issue. And there can be, ways to salvage our lives, but it takes a lot of effort and understanding, and good luck to explain those things to ourselves as a public so we can be clear how to continue to have needed good choices for ourselves. Thank you.
Back to the council.
Thank you. Just kind of a question that I know this will be a bit out of left field, Nora, but would the city have any jurisdiction to be able to prohibit those who are trying to seek information about individuals who may be involved in delivering these services? That is, we know obviously that there's concern about prosecution under other states, under other state laws, and we wouldn't want our own residents to be prosecuted under those laws. Is there any protection we can provide against those who might seek to disclose that information from those who are providing healthcare services, for example?
So if I understand your question, Mayor, you're asking, could the city of San Jose pass an ordinance or pass a law that would keep healthcare providers or anyone else who has information about someone who came to California from another state from disclosing what occurred here?
That's right.
We can look at that. There are a lot of medical disclosure protections.
Yeah, if HIPAA already covers this, then
A lot of it.
Yeah.
But we can look a little further at that. We were looking at the subpoena issues and
Yeah.
what right someone would have to subpoena the information, and states recognize each other's subpoenas, and so it's a little bit hard for us to push into that. But we can look at the other.
Okay, if it's a situation where HIPAA covers it, fine. I don't want to be duplicative. And Lord knows we've got enough ordinances already. But if it's something that would be helpful, it'd be good to know. Thank you. And I guess at some other time someone can explain to me why a buffer is 8 feet as opposed to 10 or any other distance. I don't know, but it seems like that is the law. Huh? It's 8-foot
Well,
buffer.
the cases, our buffer is 8 feet, and in part that's how far someone's arm. Apparently, this is the rationale. Someone could reach out to give you materials, and your arm could reach out to accept the materials, and so you get around First Amendment and speech issues that way.
Okay.
And 30 feet has been found by the courts to be too large of a bubble. So that's 8 feet has been supported, and ours is early, but later 8-foot bubbles have been protected by law.
All right, thank you. That's not an NBA regulation, 8 feet. I guess that's a normal size, folks, 8 feet. Okay. Any other questions? Not, we'll move on.
I raised my hand.
Oh, I'm sorry, forgive me, Councilor Esparza, thank you.
Thank you. Yes, and I had a question. Thank you for addressing the issue around trap laws. Similarly, I had a question about crisis clinics that have a tendency to co-locate near abortion providers, and they don't list themselves as anti-abortion clinics, and so there's a strategy around that, and so I wanted to ask if there was a way that we could address that through zoning requirements or other opportunities that we might have, because the whole concept behind the crisis clinics is misleading advertising. They're intended to delay, to make it more difficult for the mother to eventually get an abortion, which is what she intended by reaching out to the clinic usually in the first place.
Thank you, Councilmember, for that question. We can look at whether or not there might be something we can do with zoning. In this entire area, it's hard not to run head-on into speech and other protected issues. But we can look at whether or not it's possible to perhaps set up some provisions in a zoning code to have distances perhaps, or something like that between those types of uses. And we can survey and see if some others, we did not look at that.
Okay, that would be helpful. I'd appreciate that. Thank you. I don't think that needs a motion, so thank you.
Councilmember Mahan?
Thanks, Mayor. Just very briefly, since there's been some very public questioning of my position on these issues, I just want to thank my colleagues for their advocacy, thank Nora for the background, and say that I'm proud to live in a city where we do protect women's reproductive rights. Thank you.
Any other comments or questions? Okay, we will then move on. Let's go to now the consent calendar, believe it or not. There are several items that my colleagues would like to pull. Councilmember Esparza would like to pull 2.18 relating to the naming of a new public park on Havana and Midfield. Councilmember Peralez would like to pull item 2.22, which is the amendment to the master parking rate schedule for a commercial real estate parking program. Are there other items to pull? Looking for my colleagues' hands. All right. Without seeing any hands, then let's go first to 2.18, which is the naming of a new public park. Councilor Esparza.
Thank you, Mayor, and I think we have a photo to put up.
There it is.
So here it is. Here's the mural. So today, by now, this little pocket park is very well known. I know, I'm so excited. And thank you to the mayor for joining us with Caltrans for an announcement that we just made. But by now, this little pocket park is well known throughout the city. I'm so honored today to make the motion to approve the park's new name as Mariposa Park. The community came together, resoundingly chose this name, and it's not just because of the mural, it's intentional. The community came together because there is no park, because it's one of the most overcrowded census tracts in the city. So to do the community outreach for this mural, they actually had meetings in homes throughout the neighborhood, because it was the only way for folks to sit inside and have conversations inside. And so the community wanted the butterfly, they wanted transformation as part of the mural. And then when you see the beautiful murals And I believe there are now plenty of Instagram photos standing in front of that butterfly, so you're welcome to stop by and get your own. But the mariposa means butterfly. It symbolizes renewal and transformation, which is fitting for the transformation of this site. So this patch of dirt next to a sound wall in Tropicana Lanai was often the site of illegal dumping, graffiti, blight. The community first came together to clean it up, clean out all the tires, clean the mattresses out, and turn it into a space that could be a public space. And so this transformation has taken time. It's taken nearly a decade. Our city team can tell you that smaller is not always easier, but led by the vision of the community and the tremendous amount of partnership that started as an idea with the vision, with the drive and the commitment of a community who was selling tamales, with the hope of one day being able to sell enough tamales to build a playground. And so after 3 different government agencies, nonprofit partners, and a wonderful neighborhood association, we now have a park for future generations to enjoy. So I'd like to thank a few people. Sorry if I miss anybody, but I'd like to thank Victoria Partida and the Tropicana Lanai Neighborhood Association, Latinos United for New America, Luna, especially Chava, Mayra, Alfonso, and everybody on the board, Caltrans, the Open Space Authority, and our own city staff who have never given up on this project. Jane Wu, Thomas Harris, Kevin Ice, Eve Zudi, Olympia Williams, Joe DeVito, Yongdong Chunyu, Leo Tapia, and Nicole Burnham, who did a masterful job of juggling various different grants so that this project could be fully funded. Mariposa Park is expected to break ground this summer, and I'm already going to invite all of you to the grand opening. So with that, I'd like to move approval for this item, and I'm happy to do it for all of the consent. Mayor.
Thank you, Councilor Esparza. Let's go to the public on this item first with Latinos Unidos.
Hi, everyone. This is Mayra Pelagio, Executive Director of Luna Latinos United for New America. And this item came a lot sooner than we had. We had a couple of folks who wanted to provide comments. I'm not sure that they will be able to. But we want to just say thank you for all of the help that we have received. This project started back when Luna started in 2013, when the neighbors had the courage to really imagine what could be and what their neighborhood could look like if there was open space around, and what their livelihoods would be like if they got together and they could dream about a better future and cleaner streets. And it wasn't until Councilmember Maya Esparza really came in and provided all of the support that she has provided, and the city staff provided all of the support, that neighbors could actually see this dream turn into a reality. And we're just really grateful for all of the support. I know that there's a lot of people who have been working through the years. It's almost 7 years now. So it's been a really long project, but we're really grateful for all of the support that we've gotten at the city and with Council Member Esparza. I know that our community is really appreciative, and seeing the mural that they themselves dreamed of, and having the name Mariposa Park, which they chose, it's really impactful. And I know that folks are not excited to dream about other projects that will bring a better future for their neighborhood. So thank you all so much for the support, and we truly appreciate it. We're excited for breaking ground in August.
Blair Beekman.
Hi, Blair Beekman here. I'm not quite sure, kind of sure, but just to ask to be clear, are you going to take public comment on all consent calendar items now, or just this item? If I may ask?
Just this item, Blair. We can come back on all the items.
Thank you. I'll wait then.
Okay, thank you.
Tony?
Good afternoon. My name is Tony Romero. I'm a community organizer with Latinos United for New America. And just want to echo what Myra said. It's really great to see how the city and community can work together to create a space, a public space for the benefit of the neighborhood, of the community. So I really appreciate the work that Maya Esparza has done and her office. And I really want to again thank for being listening to the community, for being part of this process, and for giving that support. I'm kind of new to Luna, so I know this project has been for more than 6 years. So definitely, it has been a great project to see, and I'm really excited for the groundbreaking, and we look forward to make this park as beautiful for the community. Thank you.
Back to the council.
Thank you. And thank you to the members of the community. Congratulations for this important success, and thanks to the entire city team for making it happen. All right, so let's go forward to item 2.22, which is amendment to the master parking rate schedule. You know, there's a memorandum that Councilmember Prost and I signed. Councilmember Prost, did you want to speak on this item?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. And just briefly, this was in consideration for some projects that have been in the works for a number of years, and really wanting to ensure that those projects had an opportunity to still complete their process with the understanding they would have had prior to the change that we'll be putting here with this new master parking rate schedule. And so asking for an exemption there on first the infill office and commercial downtown projects that had already submitted a development application, a complete development application to the city on or before the date, and then those that had commenced negotiations with DOT staff on terms for their parking agreement prior to this date as well, which would have all been under our existing master parking rate schedule. And then allowing our city manager and DOT to complete negotiations with projects that meet that recommendation there. And then finally, allowing DOT staff the discretion to negotiate with future applicants on potential long-term leases that may exceed the new rate schedule if it is necessary for building financing, and then ultimately that would be subject to city council approval. That's something that I think we've had the opportunity to do today. Want to just make sure that we can continue to have that opportunity in the future. And with that, I'll make a motion to approve this item with the memo that I've signed with the mayor.
Thank you. I should ask, Councilmember Esparza, were you willing to accept
That's an
that?
amendment. I'm happy to take the amendment to include your joint memo for this item in consent.
Okay. And the seconder, I forgot. Councilmember Reyes. That's okay with her? Okay. Great. So that's all incorporated within Councilmember Esparza's motion. Are there any other comments or questions on this? Okay, let's go to the public comment on all the consent items. Mr. Beekman?
Hi, Blair Beekman. Public comments on all the consent calendar items. A quick note of interest. Ladybug in Espanol is Mariquita, and I just thought that maybe a friend to Mariposa at this time. There are two items that I'm interested in consent calendar. One is plastics. You'll be dealing with plastic ban issues and how to address the future of plastics in the community. I've been to Hawaii a few times in the past few months now, to the island of Maui, and they have they have a plastic ban there, and it has a good feeling about it, a good vibe, and people are really happy with it. And it may be a place to look into and ask questions about. And just, I don't know, just something for yourselves to consider. And to also note that you have another item that was of interest to myself. I think I should also note that I can't find it here. Public waste. Oh yeah, that you have planning issues for the future of Diridon Station, Google Village, and Silicon, the BART, the future of BART, and just good luck in the work to do that. And I think what's important is to really be clear, like the idea of timetables. You're starting to offer more clear timetables, that, we need to consider numbers like, mid 2030s, 2040s as the time, these things will really be here and we'll be really constructing. And we're still in the planning stages. And to make those sort of things clear to the public, it makes a more understandable process.
Back to the council.
Okay, let's vote then on the consent calendar motion from Councilmember Esparza.
Jimenez,
Yes.
Corrales,
Yes.
Cohen,
Aye.
Carrasco,
Aye.
Davis,
Yes.
Esparza,
Yes.
Arenas,
Yes.
Foley,
Aye.
Mahan,
Aye.
Jones,
Aye.
Liccardo.
Aye.
Motion passes.
Thank you. Okay, we're on to the report of the city manager, and I'm told that our city manager is with us virtually, even while Lee sits with us here in the chambers.
Yes, I am, Mayor. Good afternoon, Mayor and City Council. I do not have a report today. Thank you.
Okay. All right. With that, we'll move on to the June budget message for the next fiscal year. That's item 3.3. We'll be separately taking up the civic operating and capital budgets. I know, well, there'll be plenty to say. I think maybe it would be best for us first to go to the public, and I'll be happy to speak. But I do want to say thank you to all my colleagues, all the members of the community who participated in this. We had a lot of input, and I think it was all very helpful. And I also want to thank Jim Shannon and his team for their very hard work. Okay, let's go to the public, and then we'll come back for more.
Chad?
Hi. Good evening. Good afternoon. Thank you for taking me. Chad with Carpenters. We just wanted to respectfully approach the city council and the mayor and say that we do support this budget, and we look forward to concerns and issues that happen in the downtown area that can be addressed with extra foot patrols and can also help to bring a safe environment to not only residents, but those who come and work in the downtown or come and visit the downtown for the restaurants. So we here at the Carpenters fully support this. Thank you.
We have one member of the public here, Don Coppin, if you would like to come down to speak.
Good afternoon, Honorable Mayor and Council members. I am Dawn Cobbin. I'm the Executive Director of the San Jose Public Library Foundation. And I'm here to say thank you so much for the great things that you do have in the budget for 22-23. There are some fantastic things both for libraries and also for other nonprofits who use libraries, their clients use the libraries. And all together we are building the city to be the kind of city that we want it to be, with equitable access to information and resources. So thank you for adding additional hours for Sunday for some of the libraries. I appreciate the additional memo that you've put forward to allow the library itself to be able to determine which branches are best served to have those additional hours. And I also respectfully ask you to consider what it would look like for the whole city if we had all of the libraries open to pre-pandemic hours. With that, thank you.
Back online, Mark.
Yes, good afternoon, Mr. Mayor, council members, Mark Landgraf with the Santa Clara Valley Open Space Authority. Really appreciate everything in the mayor's budget message that is related to parks and trails, so important to constituents in the city, as well as the urban forestry measures. And especially want to draw attention to our support for the proposal for $100,000 to Peninsula Open Space Trust for a wildlife feasibility study across Monterey Road. With the very significant investment that the city has made through voter-approved Measure T funding, preservation of North Coyote Valley, in part for wildlife movement, of course, as well for floodplain protection, groundwater recharge, and so many other natural infrastructure benefits to the community. We really think that public investment is very well served in forwarding the feasibility study, and look forward to working with Post and the city on that. Thank you very much.
Jeremy.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Jeremy Burrows, and I am the Senior Policy and Organizing Manager with Amigos de Guadalupe Center for Justice and Empowerment. On behalf of Amigos de Guadalupe, we would like to express our gratitude to Mayor Liccardo and the Mayor's Office for investing in our East San Jose community with the proposed $500,000 to purchase the Chavez family home on Sharp Avenue. In the spirit of Cesar Chavez, the home will be used as a central gathering space in East San Jose to host community organizing meetings. And we have agreements from the Chavez family to preserve a number of artifacts from Cesar and his family for the community to enjoy. Thank you for your vision of keeping Cesar Chavez's legacy alive by preserving the Chavez family homes so that East San Jose community can utilize the space for years to come. We would also like to express our support for the memo authored by Carrasco, Perales, Arenas, and Davis, and particularly in support of BD 75, the pilot program for transforming school culture. Thank you for your time.
Blair.
Hi, Blair Beekman here. A very much of a thank you how the mayor offered that he's worked towards, and we've created a balanced budget in San Jose. It's a really important concept that I think can be a really good example for other local Bay Area cities, and it makes me proud to be from San Jose. And I like to say that when I go to other cities now. With that said, good luck on ideas of racial equity that can be in the future of budgeting issues, and I think that's from a balanced budget ideas, working towards racial equity ideas and being open to that. It's a great combination for our future. With that said, from my previous item, I'm hoping that we can really consider the ideas of the importance of accountability in our practices. And if we really want to create openness and accountability in what our budget ideas are doing and overall public policy practices, we're really in a good way to work and a good way to think about our future. And with that said, good luck how we can be open and accountable and honest with ourselves, what to really expect in 2023 and whatever to expect. As obviously I've gone around the gambit of issues of what we can expect in 2023. Good luck how that can be explained and whatever it is, whatever will be happening in that year. Good luck how we can do that this fall and make clear whatever that will be. And I think that's about it for myself for now. And thank you for your time.
Greg.
Good afternoon. My name is Greg Pensinger. I'm the director of Downtown Streets team here in Santa Clara County. I'm here to talk about Streets Team Enterprises, which is our social enterprise arm, and our recent contract that we developed with in partnership with Caltrans to offer up to 300 people transitional employment who are either currently or previously experiencing homelessness over the next 2 years. As a matter of fact, if you were to go over to 237 right now, you might see them out there on the street. With this project, we're offering transitional living wage employment opportunities to people in Santa Clara County experiencing homelessness. But in order to ensure that some of those people come from this city in San Jose, we needed to rebuild our flagship program. And so the funding that's recommended in this budget memo will ensure that we can offer these opportunities while also helping to support the revitalization of downtown San Jose and serve the city's most vulnerable residents. Thank you so much for your time.
Marion?
Hello. I want to just express my thanks and support of the opportunity to provide some comments here. My name is Marion Vernon. I am the Wildlife Linkages Program Manager with Peninsula Open Space Trust. And just following on the comments from Mark Landgraf, I want to thank the mayor and the council members for the budget item designating $100,000 to Peninsula Open Space Trust for Monterey Road Wildlife Corridor safety improvements. Peninsula Open Space Trust and the Santa Clara Valley Open Space Authority and the city have invested in the protection of Coyote Valley to benefit wildlife, protect wildlife connectivity, and achieve the other goals that Mark outlined previously. We consider the city an important partner for achieving our Coyote Valley vision, and we appreciate the opportunity to continue to advance conservation efforts in collaboration with the city. Within Coyote Valley, Monterey Road poses a significant barrier for wildlife movement because of the concrete median and associated glare screen. This funding within the budget would be used to identify some modifications to that concrete barrier, median barrier on Monterey Road to alleviate wildlife vehicle collisions and improve motorist safety. And we look forward to collaborating with the City of San Jose Department of Transportation, and other stakeholders on this project to create a more safe and wildlife-friendly median along Monterey Road in North Coyote Valley. Thank you for the opportunity to comment.
Jill?
Hi, thank you. Jill Borders here. I just want to read from the March 10th, 2020 City Council meeting where it was unanimously passed, everybody there, the mayor included, passed to have the land use designation to go to all 56 parks. And when Councilmember Jimenez questioned City Manager David Sykes saying, okay, now what do you want me to do? How am I going to move the memo, add the budget item, City Manager David Sykes said this, quote, "These issues are extremely technical, and at this point, we're acknowledging the fact that even with these technicalities, in order to offer the reassurance and resolve the fear issues in the community, we'll figure out a way to move forward with the overlay for the other 56 mobile home parks." And so I want to tell you today, thank you, first of all, to Councilmember Foley and Councilmember Jimenez and Councilmember Peralez. You have earned my trust. Even though we missed for some reason putting it in the budget in 2020, then we missed again putting it in the budget in 2021, we can remedy human error here by moving these forward, getting this money into the budget, and doing the technical work. As our previous city manager said, it's technical, but we're going to do it. And we're going to do it because Councilmember Deb Davis at the time said, you are San Jose. We don't want you to lose any sleep. The mayor said, we don't want you to lose any sleep over this. He's quoted in the San Jose Spotlight saying, we're going to do this because we know that you're losing sleep, it's bad for you, all of these kinds of things. And so why is this so hard to get done? We are losing faith in you. Well, I've lost it. I'm going to tell you this. Except for the people that have basically said, we've got your back. And so in the mayor's, supplemental memo or whatever, where he's advocating for $400,000 for al fresco, for a study for the street, I just want to be as important as that. I just want to be as important as al fresco. Thank you.
Hillary?
Hello, my name is Hillary Thorson. I am a Library and Education Commissioner for District 6. Thank you so much for including the additional funding for the library in your June budget message, restoring funding permanently for 13 branches and adding Sunday hours for those 13. I fully support the additional funding, but even with the additional funding, that still leaves 10 branches with fewer hours than before the pandemic. I would ask you to restore the library hours at the remaining 10 branches. The library brings joy to people, and we could all really use that these days. Investing in public community spaces makes a difference. It gives people hope and opportunities. The library is one of the last free spaces where you can just go and trust that you will find helpful people, no strings attached. The library is often the first indoor community space that people visit in our city. I know it was my daughter's, and it's one of the spaces that people can continue to visit their whole lives. Restoring the funding now will make immeasurable differences for all the people of the city because every single district has so many people who rely on the services. It would be a really great legacy for this council to fully restore pre-pandemic hours at all of the library branches and even expand them with Sunday hours, at least at the 13. And I hope you'll consider all the children, teens, families, seniors, and workers who would benefit from these additional hours. Thank you.
Robert?
Hi, Robert Hernandez here with Cambrian Park Little League, and I am here to support Pam Foley's memorandum BD 56 for the budget. This money will be used to help the first team, baseball team, Little League team, from San Jose to be represented at the Little League World Series in Williamsport in August. Our program is for children that have special needs or disabilities, and we are the only Little League that is helping these children. So a couple of the children come from different areas in San Jose, such as Pam Foley's district, Deb Davis's district, and Sergio Jimenez's district. And we're looking, I'm just here in support for Pam Foley in putting this into the budget.
Becca?
Hello, San Jose City Council. I am a community organizer with Planned Parenthood Marmonte and also a former patient here. First off, I would just like to thank the mayor for prioritizing reproductive health care and really coming through on his commitment to expanding access to care. As somebody who not only has received care here and now somebody who's deeply moved by the mission and service provisions, I understand how critical these services are for our community. And we all know that reproductive rights are under attack across the country. And while California is on track to remain a safe space for reproductive health care, we are expecting a massive influx of patients. And according to our estimates, about 200 to 500 additional patients per week across our service region. This $250,000 for clinical exam training and service expansion will not only maintain and improve the quality of care for our patients, but also ensure that our health centers can keep up with this influx in patients from out of state while providing top quality and compassionate care for residents of San Jose itself. So with that, I urge the City Council to support this funding for crucial and life-saving and preserving care in our city. Thank you.
Kami?
Hello, my name is Cami Zimmer. I am also with Planned Parenthood Marmonte. I'd once again like to thank you for bringing the topic of reproductive care expansion onto this agenda. Like Becca said, the health clinic expects to be receiving a high number of patients in the upcoming months, and the $250,000 the mayor has proposed to be allocated to this health center will allow Planned Parenthood to support the training of the new clinicians to support these new high numbers of patients. Planned Parenthood trains their clinicians to be culturally sensitive to best serve their patients from a wide variety of backgrounds. As a queer individual who has received care from Planned Parenthood, seeing a clinician who is dedicated to provide me with an unbiased care experience is a clinician who further ensures my safety by making it known that I deserve the same healthy life as my heterosexual peers. I've had a series of different hormone level complications, and many of doctors have been quick to put me on birth control, saying that it may help balance my hormones, and also saying that it will be convenient to later on if I decide to engage sexually with the opposite sex. I have since learned that my hormone complications can be managed through diet and exercise, which leads me to wonder if previous doctors were really attempting to help me, or if they were just further assuming that my queerness was a phase that I would eventually grow out of. Planned Parenthood clinicians have never treated me with the same assumption. It is necessary that clinicians receive training on how to provide unbiased care. The $250,000 the City Council will be allocating to this organization will allow Planned Parenthood to support the clinician trainings and allow for queer and other represented communities to see their health and prosperity valued in the healthcare system, no matter what gender, sexual orientation, race, or ethnicity they identify with. Thank you so much for prioritizing this issue.
Lindsay?
Good afternoon, council members. My name is Lindsay Mansfield. I'm the Director of Support Services within YWCA Golden Gate Silicon Valley. Sounds like a lot of really important causes here. So I'm calling in today to express overwhelming support and appreciation for Councilmember Arenas and Carrasco's memo. From 2020 to the year 2021, YWCA saw a 576.25% increase in referrals for sexual assault survivors that came through San Jose Police Department. This increase in referrals was due to a number of factors, which we've probably spoken about before, but essentially having an embedded advocate, increasing our communication, and simplifying our referral process. These collaborative efforts help see that survivors are informed of their rights and have access to an advocate at the time of reporting. Survivors rely on systems in place to be able to provide support in a timely manner and in a comprehensive manner. YWCA staff are dedicated and relentless in our support of survivors. We make every effort to provide services as quickly and seamlessly as possible. Many of us identify as survivors ourselves, so we understand what it's like to be in the system. Unfortunately, there simply are not enough staff to provide the in-depth services that survivors deserve with the increased need that we're seeing. What this looks like is that a survivor may be able to access a support group, but not get ongoing case management. Case managers are critical in empowering survivors, navigating systems, and providing that ongoing advocacy and accompaniment throughout the duration of someone's case. Survivors deserve to have access to services immediately and ongoing for their unique healing journey. Having 2 additional advocates, as well as more infrastructure within San Jose PD, is a critical step in addressing the gaps we currently face. Investing in and supporting survivors now is an investment in the well-being for the entire community. Thank you so much for your time.
Lucilla?
Hello, good afternoon. My name is Lucila Ortiz. I'm the organizing director at Californians for Justice in East San Jose. I'm here to speak in support of the memo from Council Members Arenas and Carrasco, including budget document number 75, Transforming School Cultures. With all the conversations that are happening around school safety, it's really important that we center prevention at the heart core of it. When we make sure that students feel welcome and included as they are in our schools, then we don't have to worry about all the other stuff that are happening. So, it's really important that we advance equity and educational justice in Eastside Union High School District schools by fostering a partnership between youth and adults where students of color are at the center. This can set the foundation for long-term systems and culture change in Eastside so that students of color receive the supports and resources that they need inside and outside the classroom to be successful. This is at the heart of what keeps us safe as a district and as a city as a whole. Some of the quotes from students who have been through this program is, I think that students need to be uplifted and given a voice, but also that they need to be put into the decision-making positions. They know what would help them the best, so they should be given the power. And then a quote from a teacher who also went through this program is, what has stuck with me is how students are feeling heard and are feeling those relationships with their teachers right now. I am taking away that we need to find a way to change that, as relationships are so crucial to making students feel comfortable learning. I hope that you will support the memo. Thank you for your time.
Sharon?
Thank you, council members. I'm Sharon Deneau of the South Bay Coalition to End Human Trafficking. I want to acknowledge the significant strides the city has made in addressing sexual assault in our community. We do urge that we need to continue to meet the needs of the community and survivors of sexual assault by building capacity. We are currently over capacity in terms of ability to investigate and respond with confidential advocates. These cases require extensive investigative time as well as training for the officers, and require time and support from confidential advocates. We completely support the recommendation to add 4 more sexual assault detectives and 2 confidential advocates who will be available to survivors immediately following response. So thank you very much for your time.
Barbara?
Good afternoon. My name is Barbara Maroney, and I am from Cambrian Park Little League. I'm here to support Pam Foley's memorandum BD number 56. I am the manager of the Challenger program for Cambrian Park Little League, and also on the District 12 board for Little League. Challenger Baseball is a division of Little League for children with special needs. This is our 12th season with a team at Cambrian Park. We welcome children from all over San Jose. No other league in our area has a team. We have been selected to play an exhibition game at the Little League World Series this summer. This is a once in a lifetime opportunity for these children. San Jose has never sent a team to the Little League World Series. Challenger Baseball has been an avenue for fostering friendship and building community regardless of ability, both on and off the field. We are extremely excited to be afforded this opportunity, and we thank you in advance for your support. Thank you.
Victor?
Buenas tardes, Council, Mayor, and participants. Victor Vasquez, Co-Executive Director at Somos Mayfair, and I'm calling also, we all know the pandemic injustice continues to plague our communities, and we need to create alternative solutions and redistribute resources to the people who are impacted, from youth, seniors, to preserving our historic places, to funding childcare, and addressing gun violence and overall violence is key. Si Se Puede Collective and Somos Mayfair would like to support the following items. Board Memo 31, authored by Councilmember Arenas and Carrasco, to expand the City of San Jose's preschool, after school, and other recreational opportunities for low-income and vulnerable students. If we want to support our youth, we must fund our youth. I would like to also include BD number 75, to support the transforming school cultures. I've witnessed the power of CFJ and the young people who organize in those schools to create a better culture in East San Jose. We'd like to also support the preservation of the Chavez home and also increase access to Native American tribes and land acknowledgements. It's important for us to preserve the homes at Chavez home and to ensure that Amigos de Guadalupe has complete control of such property. We also support Councilmember Carrasco's funding memo that includes the Virginia Apartments, Eastside Business Manager, Alamar Cultural District, Eastside Grove, Emma Prush Park Electrification, Senior Services, and Hispanic Foundation. And like we said it last time, we're in support of the Real Coalition demands, the creation of an essential council, the African American Housing Development, the Promotor Model, and the expansion of reproductive rights and healthcare. Thank you for your time.
Oscar?
Hello, my name is Oscar Quiroz Mendrano. I am a community member, but also organizer with Somos Mayfair. Wanted to show support for affordable housing or alternative housing for South Bay CLT to actually get funding to make sure that the Virginia apartments are able to move forward and support community, but also find alternative solutions to create affordable housing here in the city of San Jose. Thank you.
Caller ending in 9157. Press *6 to unmute. #9157.
Hi, Martha O'Connell from GSMOL, very scattered and disorganized because on another phone I'm waiting to testify on a bill before the State Senate Judiciary Committee. So please forgive me for not being as organized as I usually am. I am urging you to accept the Foley-Jimenez memo or the Raul Perales memo to get all of the remaining 56 mobile home parks in the city of San Jose rezoned to mobile home. And because I'm so disorganized, I'm just going to read a couple of quotes from letters that have been submitted to you, one from the Affordable Housing Network. Without this funding, the commitment you made in 2020 is still no more than a declaration of intent. And from the Law Foundation, we cannot predict which mobile home parks will be next at risk of closure. All should be protected. When that many residents are at risk of displacement, the answer should never be that we have done enough as a city, but instead that we will take the most protective steps that we can with urgency. So please vote today to honor the commitment you made to the mobile home residents who packed your chambers on March 10th, 2020. Thank you for your consideration.
Emily?
Good afternoon. My name is Emily Schwing. I'm the Public Affairs Director at VeggieLution and part of the Si Se Puede Collective. First, I want to say thank you for this budget message, especially the items focused on open space and park use. I would like to add our support specifically for the funding needed for electrical and lighting infrastructure at Emma Prush Farm Park. For budget document 82 for electrical upgrade to Emma Prush Farm Park that would allow VeggieLution to plan for more critical food system infrastructure. According to the County of Santa Clara Food System Work Plan, the crisis during COVID-19 and what followed indicated a great need for a Santa Clara County food hub, and specifically a San Jose food hub, which can support a distribution infrastructure, facilitate connections between regional farmers, particularly smaller BIPOC growers and local farmers markets. This electrical upgrade would allow VeggieLution to become the much needed food hub in the heart of San Jose. We look forward to working alongside the team at PRNS to make this a reality. I would also like to express support for other investments that would specifically support East San Jose families and businesses, including budget document 72 for urban greening at Emma Prush Farm Park, budget document 63 for the creation of a cultural district in the Alum Rock border, the purchase of the historical Cesar Chavez home, and Prosperity Labs Mesa Redonda. Thank you.
Vanessa?
Hey everyone, I'm Vanessa Parley. I am with Planned Parenthood Marmonte, and I want to thank the mayor for prioritizing reproductive health care through this budget message and ask the council to support the allocation of funds for Planned Parenthood Marmonte's clinical exam training and service expansion. When my husband and I decided to get pregnant, we were exceptionally privileged to have access to amazing medical professionals and sufficient health insurance. At our 20-week anatomy scan, when we learned our baby girl had a fatal heart defect, it was a saving grace that we trusted our doctors. And when we decided to have an abortion at 22 weeks pregnant, we could not have asked for better support from our family, friends, and colleagues. I'm acutely aware of how important it is for people to have safe and reliable reproductive health care. Already for many, that's not an option. And with the Supreme Court's impending decision to overturn Roe v. Wade, many more people will face significant barriers when they are already facing an extremely difficult situation. We should be doing anything we can to support these people, and they will now have to worry about finding a physician they trust, travel further, and pay more to get the services they need. This does not just impact those of us living in states who are friendly towards reproductive health care. Demand is going to increase here, making it more difficult for Northern California residents to also receive care. Again, I want to thank the mayor for prioritizing reproductive health care. This funding is honestly the least we can do to support people trying to make the best health decisions for themselves and their families. Thank you.
Lorena?
Hello, can y'all hear me?
Yes.
Great. Hi, my name is Lorena Chavez. I'm Vice President of the Eastside Union High School District School Board. I'm calling in to speak in support of memo authored by Council Member Arenas and Carrasco, which calls for the inclusion of BD 75 in the FY 2022-23 City of San Jose budget. BD 75 will really set a foundation for long-term systems and culture shifts at school sites within Eastside, helping bridge teachers, administrators, and students that advance a district-wide equity agenda. Over this past year, our school communities have grappled with the challenges of returning to in-person learning. And there really are no words to express the difficulty that our educators, our students, our families have endured this past years. There was increased levels of trauma, instability, lack of connection, and so much more. And all students in San Jose, but especially those from our marginalized communities, are in need of unprecedented support. All of this is happening as a result of systemic inequities that were exacerbated by the pandemic. And these systemic inequities, systemic issues require partnership in alignment with government at different levels. It's not just the responsibility of the schools. So I ask that today you approve this and join Eastside as a response to our schools, our communities, and say, we stand for our future and are ready to support our students and our families. Thank you.
Lauren?
Hi, my name is Lauren Babb, and I'm Vice President of Public Affairs for Planned Parenthood Marmonte. I would like to thank the mayor and the city council for their unwavering support of an investment of $250,000 to support our clinical exam training and service expansion. If Roe v. Wade is overturned in June, it is likely that we're looking at 26 states to ban abortion. And what does that mean? Well, it just means people will still seek care, and mainly in our communities of San Jose and throughout California. We are incredibly grateful to the city of San Jose for continuing to be a beacon of reproductive health, and Planned Parenthood Marmonte will continue to be the largest affiliate in the country and keep our doors open for those that seek abortion and continue to develop telehealth and behavioral health models that will reduce stigma of abortion and provide more care to all. So again, thank you so much for this commitment, and we hope that you vote to approve these funds so that we can continue to provide care here in San Jose and to those who seek care here. Thanks.
Caller ending in 0506. Press *6 to unmute.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Excellent. Hi, my name is Dinah, and I would like to thank the mayor and the council members for considering the additional funding and financing for the animal services. We have been very challenged, and we look forward to, honestly, anything that is possible at this point to help. The shelter capacity is 400 animals, and right now they are at or about 600, and the limited capacity of care and issues that go along with that is creating a lot of issues for the animals as well as the people taking care of them. I would like you to consider the budget documents proposed by council members Mahan and Davis. And my apologies for being a little bit distracted as I'm in the process of driving. So thank you very much for the consideration, and I appreciate everybody listening to the issues that we have brought up.
Wendy?
Thank you very much. I'm Wendy Mahaney Gurahu. I'm the chair of the Library and Education Commission. I want to thank the mayor and the council members for their work on this budget process. I want to also notably point out that some of the libraries will have hours restored to pre-pandemic hours, and some libraries will have some Sunday hours available. I'd like to encourage you to continue to do that for all of our libraries so that we think about equity across the system. We still have 10 library branches that'll have 8 hours fewer every week. And so we would encourage you to do that. Secondarily, I'd like to support Councilmember Arenas and Carrasco's work around equity when it comes to childcare and recreational programs for children. Not only are they great for our city's children, they help the economy by supporting families who are working families that need the childcare in the summer and through the school years. So from our point of view, what these two councilwomen are working on is very, very clear and supported by the community. Thank you.
Back to one more speaker, Paula.
Good afternoon, council members. My name is Paula Escobar, and I'm a high school student currently attending Evergreen Valley High School. Today, I'm coming to you in order to support the memo authored by Councilmember Arenas and Carrasco, which is the inclusion of BD number 75 for the City of San Jose budget. This is for transforming school cultures and ensuring that the student equity councils, both at Silver Creek or at Evergreen, are created and committed to uplifting students. This past year, I actually got the privilege of being able to participate in one of these student equity councils. Not only are these activities necessary to ensure students are welcome in their school environments, but these groups and committees also play a big role in ensuring that school climates at our San Jose schools are improving and are being dedicated towards equity and improving student wellness and student belonging. I believe that when we put money into these programs, we're directly telling our students that they matter, Their experiences matter and their education matters. We need to continue empowering students as much as possible, especially those that are first generation and low income. I strongly urge support for this memo and greatly appreciate you all for your time. Thank you.
Tao?
Good afternoon. My name is Tao, and I'm with the South Bay Community Land Trust. I'm also a resident of District 4 in San Jose. I'm here in support of Councilmember Carrasco's budget document number 69 to fund technical assistance for the acquisition of the Virginian Apartments, which is an 18-unit naturally occurring affordable apartment complex where the tenants have been the stewards of this neglected building. As an emerging land trust, we know that simply building new housing is not the answer, especially when those luxury developments end up displacing our low-income communities of color. And I want to stress the importance of permanent affordability and how models like cooperatives and land trusts will get us there. Because we know that housing justice is racial justice, is climate justice, is gender justice, is economic justice. And when more people have a say in how their neighborhoods and buildings are run, rather than the instability that they face now, we are expanding democracy when we are able to achieve permanent affordability. Our mission of community-led development needs more commitment from the city. And as regional and state funding increases for preservation, so must the cities. So I thank Councilmember Carrasco for her advocacy, and I hope that the city will continue to do more to end displacement. Thank you.
Back to the council.
Thank you. Thanks to all the members of the community who took the time to speak today, as well as yesterday, and in many other ways. Over the last, 3 or 4 months of this budget process, we had community meetings prior to the March message, 3 more community meetings prior to this June message, and I know several public hearings here in council, and I appreciate the engagement of our residents to really alert us to where our blind spots are and where we need to be investing dollars. We know there are a lot of needs in this city, and it's important for us to hear from our community. Also appreciate those who participated on the Balancing Act tool and wrote us emails and communicated in other ways. I really want to thank the entire budget team, Bonnie Dong, Jim Shannon, everybody on the team. Jim, I know you guys were working a lot of late nights and many weekends over the last several weeks. And also big thanks to the many department directors who took a lot of time, I know sometimes responding to me on my weekend texts, to be able to get us information, to be able to make good decisions, particularly John Cicerelli and Nicole Burnham and Matt Cano and John Risto, Laura Wells, Chief Mata, and Assistant Chief Joseph, and Jill Bourne, many others, Jackie Morales Brand. There are a lot of folks who had to be responsive while they were running their departments and juggling a lot of other important tasks. I appreciate that. They together processed 101 cost estimates from all of us, from the council. So we need to be mindful of what they're juggling every year as we continue to ask them about these costs, so we can together figure out what the best path is forward. They developed 42 manager budget amendments. We know several of those were very involved and required an enormous amount of work. And of course, I want to thank all my colleagues for the 95 budget documents. I think we did our best to try to incorporate as many as we could. The request totaled $19.5 million. We didn't have 19.5, but Jim managed to find some creative ways to get us as much as we could to address as many of these needs as possible. And I really want to thank Mackenzie Mossing on our team, Mayor's office, and various team members who jumped in to help support her, and she did a great job in getting all of this together on our end for this budget message. This is, as you can tell by its length, not merely long because I'm verbose, but also long because there were a lot of demands, a lot of requests, and a lot to juggle. And I appreciate everything she did. First, I understand, speaking of juggling, we submitted our budget statement, our June budget message, but I think the end of it was cut off apparently. Is that right, Jim? And some of the items on the source and use statement were omitted, and I'm told that you may need to supplant those for the record.
Yes, Mayor, thank you. Jim Shannon, City's Budget Director. Yes, so in the back of the message, there's a city source and use of funds, which sort of tracks all of the items that are directed in the June budget message. It sort of helps from a technical perspective for us to come back next week with all the technical transactions, have an appropriation ordinance. So all of the items that are in that source and use of funds are all discussed in the body of the memo, but for record purposes, we'd like to just take a second. There's some reason a few of the rows got suppressed, so the math all works, but those rows don't show up. So I just want to state them here for the record. So there's three of them. There's the liquidation of the essential services reserve, which is $6.9 million in 22-23 and $1.9 million ongoing. There's the rebudget for the mayor's office for $24,868, and there's the rebudget for the District 1 Council office of $346,912. That's it.
Okay, thanks, Jim. All right. I also want to clarify something in my own message on page 26 relating to Emma Prush Park, and I take full responsibility for any errors or misstatements in the budget document because I'm a micromanager when it comes to writing these things, and I just screwed up on this. The $1 million that goes to Emma Prush Park is allocated to PRNS for the city to use for infrastructure. There is a separate allocation of $33,000 and change that goes to Vegilution. The suggestion was not that we give the $1 million to Vegilution, but I know the way it's written, that can be read that way, and I want to make sure that's clarified that the $1 million is really for that electrical and other infrastructure. And hopefully that will be a catalyst for landing some larger grants for the necessary park improvements there. I wanted to take a moment to go through the memoranda that have emerged since last week. There were several, and appreciate the input from my colleagues. In some cases, I had the benefit of being able to talk to 4 of my colleagues. I don't have the benefit of being able to talk to any more than 4 because of the Brown Act. So that means sometimes I'm not getting all the information. So that's why we can talk about it here on the dais. As I look at the various memos, I certainly support the memoranda from Vice Mayor Jones, Council Members Foley and Cohen. With regard to Council Members Arenas and Carrasco, a memo that they signed, just the 2 of them, I'd be supportive of all those recommendations from 2A, 2B, 2C, and 2D. I think after talking to staff, I'd want some clarification with understanding that the advocates that would be hired would be working for, as they have always been working in the past, for a nonprofit organization, not for the city. I think there's some conflicts of interest. The advocates are also working for the city that employs the law enforcement. And I'm happy to talk about that in some detail. But I assume that's not, I'll assume for a moment that that's not the intention, and we can talk more about it. And then also, that with regard to police staffing, I know there are many recommendations around how and who exactly we hire as we're able to ramp up police staffing in the future. That these are really recommendations for the city manager then to clearly consider and take back to the council in each year in which they are to be considered, and allow the city manager obviously to make recommendations about the city manager's view about how to best meet the public safety needs, but with some explicit response to whatever that request is for staffing. So that way the council's very aware of what the decision is with regard to that particular use. We just can't bind future councils, of course, about how they will spend dollars. We can only bind ourselves about this year's spending. So we just need to stay within the parameters of that law. On recommendation 3 from Council Members Arenas and Carrasco, I would support it with the understanding that I think what is being referred to there is the ending fund balance of the general fund, as reported by the city manager in the annual report that comes out in the fall. And if that's the understanding, and certainly we can probe that some more through discussion, I would just ask it also include not just the capital costs in excess of construction, but also the FF&E costs that are related to those public facilities, because we know that runs several $1 million and those needs are substantial as well. Okay, and Councilmember Esparza's memorandum, I support recommendations 1A and 1B. With regard to 1A on the crime analyst, I would just, I think it's, I would just ask that it be included with the same disclaimer about a future hiring in future years, that the city manager would need to very clearly acknowledge what decisions are being made, what recommendations are being made about that particular staffing, so that the council can clearly understand that. And then with regard to the warm line, I've been told, and Lee, correct me if I'm wrong on this, the county has not yet completed its cost and implementation analysis. Is that right? They're still working on that?
That is correct.
Okay. So I certainly support us setting something aside for us to consider from a budget stabilization reserve. I would just ask that we not make that decision until the county comes back and tells us something more about its analysis, so we all have a clear idea of what we're funding and what's needed. And then there was a memorandum submitted by 4 of my colleagues, Council members Arenas, Carrasco, Davis, and Perales. And I support the recommendations 1A and 2, with the clarification that the language in the recommendation regarding recommendation 2 is really around directing city manager to go analyze, bring back options, make a recommendation. There's quite a bit more directive, prescriptive language in the body of that memorandum. And I wouldn't support jumping to that conclusion until the council's had an opportunity to see staff's analysis. So I would just adopt the recommendation. Obviously, the language that's in the discussion is not part of the recommendation. I know that's why we distinguish the two, and I just want to make sure that would be made explicit. With regard to recommendation 1B, I look forward to hearing from Councilmember Perales through our dialogue here on the council, or perhaps if he wants to take this up with staff, what specific safety-related elements were not met in the direction that was given on page 19 of the June message. And certainly, if it's really around paving that area, then certainly if there's funding there in the District 3 CNC fund that is available, that would certainly be a sensible way to get that done. And then finally, let's see, I guess it's not filing. We have a couple more recommendations here. Recommendation 1C regarding the cruising. I support accepting the MBA number 29, but I think it's important to clarify that MBA does not actually call the question on the policy. I think that's a separate decision the council would need to make. Nora, did you want to weigh in on that?
That would be correct, Mayor.
Okay.
If that ordinance is to be repealed, it would have to be repealed by an ordinance being brought forward to council if we were given that direction.
Okay. So we can certainly allocate a few $100 that's needed for taking the signs down, but I think I assume that we can come back in the next several weeks with a discussion on the council about the policy itself, without knowing where that is exactly in the line. Lee, you don't happen to know off the top of your head, do you?
I don't, but
Okay.
it's a repeal, so there's not a whole lot of additional policy work. So Nora and I can speak and see if there's room on the 21st or 28th.
Okay. So I just want to offer my thoughts on the suggestions or the memoranda that are submitted already. And I thank my colleagues with whom I've had the pleasure of being able to talk to about this budget message, Council members Foley, Vice Mayor Jones, Councilmember Cohen and Councilmember Jimenez, thank them for their input as well. All right, Councilmember Cohen.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. I want to start first of all by thanking Jim, Bonnie, and your budget office for the countless hours that go into preparing this budget. And actually, I know that the minute we approve this, you begin planning for next year's budget. Although the next step, getting this, closing out this year's budget and bringing back the finals in October. So it's a year-round process, and I appreciate all of the work that you do. I want to thank all of the council colleagues for all of their thoughtful proposals through the budget documents and everything. There's a incredible number of suggestions and things that I know the mayor's tried to incorporate a lot. As we've talked, I've been able to talk to him through our Brown Act. Thank the members of the public. We've heard from a lot of members of the public about their priorities. That helps. I know each of us as council members, it helps to know what our residents are thinking about and what would help them feel like we're providing the proper service. Thank the mayor for all of the work that goes into consolidating all of this into a comprehensive budget. Obviously, this was a good year to be doing it. We had some extra resources to spend, and it's allowed us to really address community needs. And as far as I understand it, pretty much every dollar that's available in this budget has been allocated. So we're not holding on to more than we should. We do obviously have healthy reserves, just in case we need them, but we're investing in the community in this budget. So I'm very excited about it. Just to mention a couple things. Obviously, one, I've been very supportive of increased library hours. I'm excited to see that we're getting partway there in this year's budget. I'm hoping that this is the first in a 2-year step to get us to the point that several members of the community brought up, wanting to get to full schedule at all of our branches. My hope is that eventually we'll have 7-day service at every branch in the city, although in the direction that I'll put into the motion about the schedule for this year and the flexibility of staff, I expect that staff won't just use that flexibility to say, here's what we think are the right branches to start with, but may use that flexibility during the year to say, hey, this branch didn't really get the Sunday traffic we thought it would, and there's another branch that might do better, and allow some adjustments as the year goes on, and potentially adjustments in the future, and that will help guide us to whether or not we need all 23 branches open 7 days a week, or whether there's some branches that are better needed for specific hour that other branches don't have. So I'm going to try to incorporate a lot of the memos into a motion on the budget. First, accept the mayor's June budget message and the supplemental memorandum dated June 10th. I think he just wanted clarification about the Emma Prush $1 million, making sure that first $1 million is for PRNS. So I'll include that in the motion. Include the memoranda by myself, Councilmember Foley, and Vice Mayor Jones related to library hours. Adopt recommendations 2A, 2B, 2C, and 2D from Councilmember Arenas and Carrasco's memo. I think the mayor had asked for some clarifications about the involvement of nonprofits versus city staff and some of those items, and that the city manager and SJPD will have some discretion in their police staffing, but let the council know as they make those decisions whether they're changing the recommendations in the budget. Recommendation 3 from Councilmember Arenas and Carrasco with the clarifications the mayor asked for about referring to the ending fund balance in the general fund that's published in the fall, and that what's set aside includes not just budget but FF&E for the new safety facilities. From Councilmember Esparza, recommendation 1A, again with the same caveat about some staff discretion and reporting back to council. Recommendation 1B, where staff would have to would get input from the county as the process moves forward, and use portion of the budget stabilization reserve up to $100,000 to combine with county resources for the launch of the service. And then in memorandum by Arenas, Carrasco, Davis, and Perales, recommendations 1A and 2 recommendation 1B, identifying what remains from budget document 10 that are not met through the direction on page 19 of the June budget message, and reallocate funding from the District 3 traffic capital funding. And recommendation 1C from that memo to accept NBA 29 to authorize the removal of signage and bring back to council the policy discussion as soon as possible to council. So that's my motion on the budget.
Right, that's the motion.
Second.
Is there a second? I think I heard a second from Councilmember Mendes.
Correct.
Okay. Councilmember Foley.
Thank you. I didn't expect that I'd be next in line. So the first thing I'd like to ask is that the maker of the motion, Councilmember Cohen, would you accept bifurcating, which item is it now?
Oh, yes.
The item relating to MBA 23 that is in the mayor's memo, item number 3, but MBA 23.
What page?
It's the first page of the mayor's memo.
And that's because
And that's-
your daughter is employed by a nonprofit organization, is that right?
That's right. My daughter works for one of the beneficiaries of the arts grants. So I need to recuse myself when we get to that vote, but I don't want to recuse myself on the whole budget.
Oh, okay. I'm happy to separate it for the purposes of your recusal.
Thank you. Then I'd like to also thank Jim and his staff for all of the work on this budget. It's a nice thing to have a surplus, but when you have a surplus, then you have all of us coming to you and figuring out, well, how can we now spend that money? And I want to thank the mayor and the discussions we've had through the Brown Act and including us in those discussions. It's always very helpful when you can have the discussions directly with you, so I appreciate that. I also want to thank all of the departments who've been involved in crafting the budget and the supporting the funding that we need, and the members of the public who are here to speak and advocate for their causes and their issues that are important to them. So that's what I'm going to do for a couple of minutes and talk about some of the things that were in my budget request and actually take a look at the mayor's budget a little bit more. I really appreciate the funding on the disability funding, MB16. Unfortunately, and I'm happy to consider this a second step. It's not a first step because what we did last year was a first step. This is the second step, but we really need to go further than the disability funding that we have. I know it calls for adding a staff person, but my question for staff, and maybe Lee, it's for you, is we really need someone to lead those efforts and not just have, not a staff person. We need to know who will be in charge of making sure that the work gets done.
So is the question, council member, who is that individual or what is that? So I think.
What's the org chart? Who's going to, you've got a staff person, what department are they in? Who will be managing them? Who will be overseeing that work?
And so as of right now, that person is going to be within the city manager's office. Typically with new services like this, or a new focus, they will reside in the city manager's office over a period of time while we kind of foster that, incubate it, and then put it into apartment. There's a very strong partnership, obviously with our Office of Administration Policy, Intergovernmental Relations, and Public Works. So Sarah Zarate and Matt Kano are going to be working on this, and then Kip Harkness, as our Deputy City Manager, will be spending a lot of time on this.
Okay, great, thank you. We've been very involved in disability affairs and bringing this forward, so we'd love to be involved going forward as well. Through my budget request, I asked for several items that help fund various organizations that support members of our disability community, including one that you heard from a couple of callers regarding the Cambrian Park Little League, Challenger Division Little League, where they will be able to go to participate in Little League in this summer, which is really an exciting opportunity for them. And I think it's just awesome that people of all disabilities, kids of all disabilities, can participate in sports, and that we're able to help them with that. So Mayor, thank you for supporting that. The other thing that I requested funding for that's related to disabilities is a program called Bossy Rollers, which is a program that funds adaptive physical activities for girls and boys at 2 of the elementary schools in my district. They have, and these are girls and boys with either physical, cognitive, or hearing disabilities. So it's I'm very focused on helping seniors and helping those with disabilities, and so far I'm really thrilled to see those items being funded in the budget. But we need to do more, because while these are little things one at a time and are tremendously impactful on the children, we need to make sure that this city is accessible to all. And that starts with technology, it starts with accessibility on the streets, and to have one staff person, that's a good start, and we may come back for more next year after we've taken a look at the 1 year. I also want to thank the mayor for supporting waiving senior fees at the library. I am the commissioner, the city council person that is a liaison for the senior commission, and that came from the senior commission that we waive fines, penalties for late fees for the libraries, as we have done for our youngsters, and the mayor agreed to fund that. It's not a big ticket item, but it is tremendously impactful and important to our seniors. And also, I do appreciate that included in the motion was funding for the libraries. While I would like to see all libraries fully funded with hours restored, including Sundays, I understand that there is budget implications, and the motion on the floor is to allow the library, Jill and her team, to make decisions as to what libraries are best to open on Sundays or close those at 8 extra hours. So I wanted to give a shout out to those. Also, I wanted to mention, really appreciate my councilman members' efforts in traffic safety, public safety, all the other issues around increasing enforcement in keeping our streets safe is really important, and I am grateful to support all of that. Finally, I'd just like to say about Planned Parenthood, while I'm a little bit older and not able to benefit from Planned Parenthood today, there was a day that's where I went for my reproductive health care as well. They are very embracing. When I had no nickel to my name, they bring you in, they allow you to come in at no cost. They were kind, helpful, and I came here, my mother was in another state, so they were very helpful to me to navigate some issues that only Planned Parenthood can do. So I'm really happy to see those things in your budget as well, Mayor. Lastly, I would be remiss if I did not bring up mobile home parks. I filed a memo with Councilmember Jimenez, and I know that Councilmember Perales filed one as well, regarding fully funding the $381,000 and change to make sure that all of those 59 mobile home parks have the designation that they need, that will give all of those mobile home parks owners a peace of mind. A couple of years ago, we approved, in theory, the idea, the concept. Now we need to do the work, and we need to commit to do the work. I know it's not in the motion. I wonder if the maker of the motion would allow a friendly amendment to include the mobile home parks up to fund all 59 to a budget of, I think it is 381,000 for the funds to come. And I'm sure Jim, because he's very creative with finding funds, that you'll be able to find funds in the general fund. Is that, am I being too hopeful, Jim?
You may be. I'm sorry. What was the difference again?
I think it's 381,000. And it's mayor's budget calls for 30, so it's 350,000 is the difference.
Councilmember Foley, would you be receptive to hearing from either Chris Burton or Rosalind about the concerns around staffing capacity? Because I think those capacity concerns are actually much bigger obstacles than the money.
Sure.
Because I really don't think it's a question of simply spending the money to make it so. We have a huge choke point right now, given our staffing right now and planning. And I think, for example, we would love to see a lot of initiatives related to affordable housing, like the YIGBY efforts that, we've got a church ready to go to build 100% affordable housing. And we've got to have a significant change in planning policy in order to enable that to happen. There's a whole lot of things that are in line. And I'd just like to hear from Chris. And
sure, no, that'd be great. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Councilmember. Chris Burton, Director of Planning, Building Code Enforcement. Yeah, absolutely. We have a significant backlog around policy work for our citywide team right now, and that's certainly a consideration. I think the proposal that's included in the June message is something that's manageable within the existing work plan. Obviously, there's costs associated with the work required, certainly around outreach and around CEQA clearance. But we can see that sort of, especially given some of the major policy work around the state requirements on rezoning large areas of the city. As we look to the sort of complete body of work, that would require dedicated staffing resources to complete that project. Obviously, with a lot of the work that's going on right now relative to the housing element and some of the other policy pieces related to housing, it's a challenge to see that capacity within the department. So it would be net new capacity that we'd have to add within that context. And I think it's not just within PBCE, we'd also need support from the housing department as well. I think the 381,000 included and that's the 2018 estimate on that number, included a part-time development officer in the housing department as well to help facilitate a lot of that work.
I appreciate that, and I appreciate that there is a tremendous staffing issue in your department, Chris. Have you considered hiring a consultant to do the work?
Yeah, so if the council does allocate this money for us, our approach would be to hire what we call a peak staffer, which is a non-city employee that sits embedded with our staff to do the work. That's really the only way I think we could get it done. So we have considered that. That's probably the likely scenario that we would move towards.
Okay, so if the budget was included, I mean, what dollar amount do you mean? The 381 came from a report at, I think, CED, that's how many staff people you needed to hire to get it done. So is the 381 to hire a consultant still the correct number, or is it less than that?
Yeah, so I would say generally the 381, the cost of a consultant staff person shouldn't be significantly different than a cost of a planner. So I'd say there might be a slight variation, but I would say generally it's in the ballpark.
Councilmember, if I can just jump in too, as much I do think it is a staffing issue, it is a budgetary issue as well. In that, one of the more important things in this hearing thus far is Jim reading the source and use into public comment, because what you're passing this afternoon is a balanced budget. The proposed budget was balanced. Jim and his team worked very closely with the mayor on a proposed June budget message that's balanced. So if you're finding general fund revenues at this point in time, there needs to be an offset or a cut to meet that as well.
Okay, thank you. And I know this is a long shot getting this any further, but I just need to pursue it a little bit more if I could. And that is, we committed to the mobile home owners 2 years ago. We haven't done anything to protect their mobile home parks. The mayor's budget calls for 5. We don't know which, the 5 that are at risk, we don't know which 5 those could be. So could you commit, or how could I accomplish this, that you bring back a plan on how you're going to accomplish this within the next 2 years?
Councilor Foley, would you allow me to jump in? Because I think it's really important. There's an assumption made that there was a commitment we were going to go fund and staff a conversion of land use designations on 58 mobile home parks. I heard that from you. I've heard that from others as well. And I just want to check with staff, because I think that's a very, I know we've had a lot of discussion about this on council, and there's a lot of actions we've taken to protect mobile home parks. As I recall, we've had this discussion several times, and we decided, hey, we need to do all these other things that are really going to protect mobile home parks. And this work is going to back everything else up to a point that it's not feasible. At least that's what I recall from prior discussions. And I don't know if anybody from planning staff or city manager's office wants to offer their perspective, but you know, I went back to the 2018 memo that was written, and staff did not make any commitments of that sort. They were very clear about the fact that we should be focused on mobile home parks that are vulnerable to conversion. And I think through a combination of actions, whether it's the revising the zoning code in 2016 and 17, the adopting the council policy that requires the relocation and purchase assistance, the compensation to residents, the purchase price for existing mobile homes, the relocation impact reports, relocation benefits. Many of these things have made the redevelopment of mobile home parks very undesirable economically, just to put it bluntly. And those are the kinds of protections we pushed very hard on, and we did commit to. And then, of course, we revised general plan language too. But maybe if I could just hear from staff, did we make a commitment of converting the land use designations on these 58?
Thank you, Mayor, Council, Rosalind Huey, Deputy City Manager, and as the former Director of Planning, Building, and Code Enforcement, I do recall lots of discussions around the mobile home park land use designation for the parks. And Mayor, you're correct. Staff, I guess it was now 2-3 years ago, staff's recommendation was that we would focus on the 2 mobile home parks that were at great risk at the time. And those 2 had land use designations with a very high residential density. And that was staff recommendation. We did bring that work forward. Council did approve that. So those land use designations have been made. As it relates to the remaining mobile home parks, none of them are at high risk because any future development would require a land use designation change. In addition, Mayor, as you mentioned, the City Council has put in numerous protections in for mobile home park residents, including the mobile home park conversion policy, changes to our zoning ordinance, and changes to general plan in terms of text amendments. So a number of measures have been put in place to protect mobile home park residents. And you're right, at the time, we focused on those 2 most at risk.
Okay. So I guess where I was going with this, Councilmember Foley, was they're going to need a land use designation change anyway, and that requires a vote of the council. And that is ultimately the protection here, which is the council. And even with an MHP land use designation on all 58, they're still going to need to go through the same step if they want to redevelop a park, that is, if a developer wanted to do so. So the question was, are we really adding much more protection by spending an enormous amount of staff energy to do this? And really a question I asked after I read your memo was, I went to, I think it was Michael, it might've been Chris, I can't remember. I just asked, look, is there any pressure? Are you guys hearing any interest out there in redeveloping any of these sites? I'll just ask the question again. Have you guys heard any?
Yeah, we're not aware of any conversations that are coming through planning right now around closure of any mobile home parks.
And we are coordinating with the Housing Department on that issue as well, Mayor, to make sure that we're not missing anything. And there have been no inquiries to convert any mobile home parks.
Thank you, Rosa. So anyway, thank you for allowing me to jump in. I just wanted to let you know what we were trying to figure out.
I appreciate that, and I'll let it go for now. And I appreciate all of the comments. I know it's a staffing issue, but I'm thinking of the peace of mind of the mobile home owners. And if they have the protections, and Rosalind, I hear your comments too and understand they have to come back if there's a zoning change anyway to city council. And that's a protection, but the owners are not getting that message. So what can we do to make sure that they're able to sleep at night, that they're more comfortable knowing that no one can go out and change the zoning without our approval?
Yeah, that's a great question, Councilmember Foley. I think what we can do as staff, and I'll work with Planning, Building, and Code Enforcement and the Housing Department in terms of putting information together. It might be information that we can post on our website. We might take the opportunity, honestly, to convene with our mobile home park residents to make sure they have the accurate information, because I know a lot of times it's misinformation that's outspread in the community. So we can definitely take a look at doing that. Absolutely.
Thank you. I think that would be really helpful and that would go far with them. With that, I conclude my comments. I think I've way exceeded my 10-minute time. So thank you for indulging me.
Well, I know I jumped in, so it's my fault. Councilmember Esparza.
Thank you. And just a reminder, Councilmember Foley, in person, we don't have the 10 minutes anymore, right? Yeah, so we're good.
Is that right? Is that what our rule was?
Yeah. Anyway, I actually wanted to follow up on that, but first
we'll revisit that.
First, I wanted to say thank you to all the folks who've been working so hard, particularly the mayor and his team, who've been, oh, she left. I saw Mackenzie there, who've been really great, especially Jim Shannon and his whole team, answering lots of questions at weird times of day and days of the week. Also, I'd really like to thank city staff at having a lot of patience for the whirlwind of cost estimates and budget documents that have come through. And we all have great ideas that then it takes a lot of work, really, frankly, to give them shape and form. And so I wanted to speak first to the memo that I submitted, which seeks to essentially align our budget planning with some of the priorities of the Santa Clara County Hate Prevention and Inclusion Task Force, which I co-chair with Supervisor Chavez, but that task force was formed by members of this council in the aftermath of the horrific Gilroy Garlic Festival shooting in 2019 that claimed the lives of 3 community members, 2 of them children. And I, along with council members Carrasco, Arenas, and Foley, former school board members, also brought forward the recommendation to create a countywide task force to address hate crimes. And that was unanimously approved by the council. There's been a lot of discussion around gun legislation, but at that time, frankly, there was almost no conversation about the hate speech and the hate incidents that go much deeper than someone with a gun. There were a lot of stakeholder group meetings and listening sessions that went into the final list of recommendations, and the full report is attached to my memo for folks that would like to read it. The consistent top priority of not just the task force, but of the listening sessions of the subgroups was to create a non-law enforcement, non-government really, warm line to report incidents and connect callers with resources. Frankly, we really don't understand. We don't have a grasp of the extent of hate incidents in our community, and this is an attempt to do that. And this line would be staffed by trained professionals who would be able to provide the necessary connections. And it would serve as a critical tool to allow our residents to get information and help they need from a source they can trust and be more open with. And while the county will lead this work, We need to pool our collective resources to make this happen. And many of our residents will benefit directly from this undertaking. And that's why I'm requesting up to $100,000 in funding from the city to help get this warm line up and running as soon as possible, understanding that the county is taking the lead and frankly is probably going to put a lot more money into this than we will. But I'm seeking to align that work. The task force has also recommended that the SJPD hire a new crime and intelligence analyst to provide real-time data relating to hate crimes, including monitoring open source social media hate groups, which we learn have a direct connotation, a direct link to hate crimes. And so this work would coordinate with the intelligence unit and the Crime Data Intelligence Center on specific threats. And staff has indicated that this position can be prioritized as part of the adoption of MBA 41, rebuilding the San Jose Police Department. And that's why I recommended taking that approach. And so we all understand what a critical point we're at, not just as a city or a county, but as a nation, in terms of the steady rise in white supremacist extremism. Thank you to Councilmember Carrasco, who started the meeting with the adjournment that I wish we didn't have to make. And so we're seeing this rise in our country, and we as a city need to be prepared. So I'm changing gears a little bit. I wanted to touch upon library hours, the extension of library hours for library branches, particularly for those serving our lower resource communities. I submitted a budget document to restore Sunday hours to Tully and Seven Trees in my district, for example, and Councilmember Davis submitted a request for Bascom and 3 other branches in high need areas. And I really would like to thank the mayor for providing a thoughtful approach and to restore Sunday hours to the 13 library branches serving lower resource communities. And I wanted to talk a little bit about why that's so important and the communities that are really impacted. Tully Library is, I believe, separate from MLK, the busiest branch library in the city, and in a large part because of the community it serves. It's a very, very under-resourced community. Kids and families come from as far as Santee to use this library, and it's one of the only community amenities, frankly, they have. Similarly, the Seven Trees Library and Community Center is the primary amenity for that community, and that's why it's heavily used. Many of the families, many of the neighborhoods around these centers are some of the most overcrowded census tracts in the city. Multiple families under one roof, and having gone door to door in September with the census, I know very well that many of the homes in Seven Trees, for example, have 15 to 20 people in one home because that's what it takes to make ends meet in Silicon Valley. So when some of us come up here and say a park is the backyard that they don't have, and the library is the living room that these families don't have, it's literal. So I just wanted to address that because as I understand it, staff and the mayor have applied an equity lens. I don't think the mayor actually even said, do this library and not that library. I think there's an equity lens for the department to figure out. And so I wanted to point out to something before I asked a question. And Jill, if you could come up while I ask it. So as has come up many times before, is equity may not be equality. Equity is going where something is needed the most. But I acknowledge that we have branches in parts of the city that are more geographically isolated than others. And so how we define need is, it varies. Obviously it's usage, but we also look at other issues. And so Jill, I wanted to ask you if you could talk about the things that you go into equity, and then I have a follow-up question, please.
Yes, thank you. Jill Bourne, a city librarian. As you mentioned, Councilmember, the equity index that the library employed was developed last year while we were still in a COVID pandemic response. And it included a number of indicators that were heavily aligned with equity around socioeconomics and need, right? So it included, as you know, we also had the Digital Inclusion Priority Index, so we used a lot of the same measures. It included computer usage, Wi-Fi usage, hotspot circulation, also housing and homelessness data, access to basic knowledge and information technology, and inclusiveness, as well as transportation routes and census data related to population age and poverty or income levels. So that we mostly use that in library world, best practices, we definitely heavily weight the equity data. The only pieces that we didn't utilize last year when we were creating this index, and in retrospect, I was, sort of asking myself, why didn't we? But it was mostly because our data around usage, around the collections, which is a heavy indicator for libraries, was not the same during COVID. We were closed for many months, and then we had a pickup service, but really the data around usage was not there. And our focus was really around restoring services that had been cut to the neighborhoods who might need them most.
Thank you. So having said all that, need is such an interesting thing. You grapple with it like you just described. Pretty much the community I represent pings everything on every level at the top. But it doesn't need to be something at the expense of something else. And so what would it take to open 2 more Sundays, right? Because that's just 2 branches. What would it take to go all Sundays?
2 more branches. I think our estimate in the MBA was 328,000. Is that right? Look at me. 328,000 for 2 branches.
Well, she's not head librarian for nothing, right? Mayor, can I ask you a question about, what was it about the number 13? Could we get to 15, and what would that take?
Yeah, usually not an ideal lucky number, but it happened to be the number in the MBA that was identified as the number of low resource libraries, obviously. I'm sorry, libraries serving low resource communities. Now, obviously, we know that many of those other libraries are also serving communities that, while we might call them high resource, have low resource families within them. So it's far from an exact science, but there was a differentiation that was used in terms of restoring the pre-pandemic hours. I'll get the number of hours wrong. I'm sure Joe will correct me. And that distinction seemed to be a sensible one. So I adopted the number 13 since that's what they used.
Okay, thank you. And Jim, is there a way that we could provide the budget, a little bit of extra budget to go along with the flexibility that my colleagues are essentially asking for?
Councilmember, yeah, unfortunately, I mean, the budget for the general fund is pretty balanced with the items that are with what's in the proposed budget plus what's in the June budget message there. So, at this moment, at this day, we would need to offset something else to be able to accommodate that level of expansion.
And Jill, what level of flexibility could you offer maybe in terms of just hours? How could we provide you more of that flexibility so that Alviso or I don't know, I'm just throwing that out there, gets what it needs?
Yeah, thank you for that question. I've been thinking about this a lot because I think, originally knowing the stressors on the budget, I had thought maybe we could get, a handful of Sunday hours to pilot. But an investment of this size, I think that it would give us some flexibility to work with branches to figure out, is there a better hours scenario or hours structure that could provide coverage across communities, specifically, especially where where there's a community that has more than one branch library that serves it. So we do have cases where there are branches that are very close together. And so perhaps there's a way to adjust, modify hours so that you get coverage across the whole week, and really just make the most of this investment in hours, and try to do what you're suggesting, which is we don't want to take away from a library to give to another, but we do want to try to get that coverage for the city in a way that honors equity, but also honors things like geographic isolation for children and seniors and that sort of thing.
Thank you. And does the direction that we give now provide that flexibility? I'd also be interested in seeing this come back to us, maybe mid-year, to just kind of get or NSE to get a report back on how that usage is going forward.
We could certainly, Councilmember, take that as a referral to come back as one of our mid-year referrals to give a report on how the opening has conducted and the costs that have been applied.
Okay, that would be great. I don't think, do we need an amendment for that? Do we?
I don't
Okay.
think so. I think they've got enough flexibility. I did omit one thing that I should have mentioned in response to your question, Councilmember Sparta, was, how do we get to the 13? The MBA that was released previously by staff described a cost of about $2.1 million for those 13 libraries. When Jim found some more money under the couch cushion from the revisions to, I guess, the state released new sales tax data, I think that's what it came from, the number was a little north of 1.9 million. At the time, I thought I was brilliant by cutting some things out of Jill's budget to get from 2.1 to 1.9, and then later realized I wasn't that brilliant because it didn't work. But the thought was we had enough ongoing money to be able to actually sustain those Sunday openings, because I think, as you know, we really whipsawed the community around library hours. Mm-hmm. The idea of having steady hours that people can rely on, parents can rely on, and children was really important to me. So I wanted to right-size this for the ongoing money that we actually had, rather than using one-time money and pulling it back next year.
I appreciate that. I know that we've been bouncing this around for a long time, and I'm not in the budget BA with you, and so I was afraid we would have a lower number. So anyway, I'd like for this to come back so that we could revisit. I just think for the bang for the buck as a city, it would be great to have 2 more, 15. Make it a good number. Lastly, I just wanted to offer some comments around mobile home park land use. So in March 2020, I remember this because there was another item, Valley Palms, that came up that same night, and that and the mobile home parks, and it was a week before the COVID announcement. So I, along with council members Jimenez, Perales, and Foley, put forward the memo to direct staff to begin work, including environmental review, to convert the general plan land use designations for the remaining 56 mobile home parks, and with the direction to bring those resolutions back no later than March 21. I actually pulled the text of the motion from that meeting, March 10th, 2020. And that was the resolution. That was the motion. And so that was supposed to come back to council on March 21st. The vote was unanimous. But as I mentioned, 1 week after this council meeting, we're in lockdown, the world is upside down, and our priorities changed to focus on survival. And we literally focused on keeping people alive. And so that didn't happen. I think the mayor brings up an important point, that not all parks are equal when it comes to the risk of being redeveloped, and that yes, they would need to be rezoned, and that would have to come to the council. But I'm concerned that depending on the economic feasibility analysis, we might find that there are more than 5 parcels that need to be prioritized. So I was happy to see the work move forward, but a little concerned in that I didn't see a timeline for staff to return to council. And so I wanted to ask, when will staff return to council with that analysis? Is that a Rosalind or a Chris or Michael? I'm not sure. I see
I
meaningful
think
looks.
that Chris and Michael are
Yeah.
conferring. Here comes
They're
Chris
tossing
now.
a coin. It's really what's going on. Thank you, Jill.
So, yeah, let me explain. So how that would work. So I think there's sort of two factors we would use to sort of assess potential risk of conversion of existing mobile home parks. So one, we would only look at mobile home parks that have a residential land use designation, which is about 80 or 85% of the mobile home parks or so have a residential neighborhood or single family land use designation. All of the ones that had a higher density designation have already been changed by council. So we would look at that sort of universe of those 85% of those mobile home parks. And then the designation in the general plan only allows single family homes at 8 dwelling units to acre unless the prevailing density is higher, up to 16 dwelling units to acre. So in other words, if you have higher density development around mobile home parks, you could potentially build townhomes. Townhomes are the big money maker for developers. So we would look at the existing parks to understand which ones have a prevailing density that a developer could build townhomes without a general plan amendment. Then we would also look at the fiscal feasibility analysis that was done for opportunity housing that looked at the feasibility of building townhomes to understand where in the city the townhomes would be feasible. So we layer those two on top of each other to then understand which may have a greater risk of conversion and use that analysis to determine which 5 we would do. So I think what Chris and I just talked about is, when we have bring the housing crisis back, we would present the findings of our analysis and present that to council.
And when is that?
It's the fall of this year. I can't tell you the exact date. Jared may text me, Ferguson, but I think it's October, but I'm not sure the exact date. It's this fall.
And so that would come to council in October?
Yes.
So
I'm not sure it is October. I think it's October, but it's the fall of this year.
October-ish.
Yeah.
Okay. So what I was going to ask was, then could this, for example, Councilmember Foley chairs CDE, that this could come to CDE in September with what we have, because I think it's really important for us to know how many more than 5. I don't want to know here just are 5. I'd like to know how many are really at risk.
Yeah, Councilmember. So currently, the housing crisis work plan does come through CED as a cross-reference, and then it's cross-referenced to council. But we can add this through rules as a separate work item.
I think that would be much cleaner to have it as a separate work item, and then have that come forward to CDE.
Yeah. We're actually approving work plans right now, Rosalind, so we can go ahead and add it in.
We will certainly do that, Assistant City Manager.
See how that works. And that was
You do
very
that right
convenient.
now, so you don't have to write a memo.
So we can issue that direction now. Do we have to include that with the motion, or do we have enough to go there? Okay. And so that could come to CDE in September as a separate item on that work plan. And also I asked that come, I would like to know, and I'm sure my colleagues would like to know, whether it's 5, 6, 7, 8 or more, we need to know what the level of risk is. And we need to really be transparent with our mobile home residents, because I hear it out in the community. I have quite a lot of mobile home parks in my district, And for those that have them in their districts, many of the folks that live there are retired, they're on fixed incomes. This is one of the things that they worry about. And so I think that would be helpful information for us to know. All right, that's it for me. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Davis?
Thank you, Mayor. First, I also want to add my appreciation to Jim and his team, the whole budget team. I want to thank you for the good news now and also for your prudent budgets in all times, good times and bad. I very much appreciate that. I also want to thank the housing staff for their MBA that I requested, but 36, as well as PD for MBA 33 that I also requested. I do want to talk a little bit about the mayor's budget message and the support for Planned Parenthood. I do have to say, this is maybe going to sound incongruous, but I want to explain. I don't support city fund dollars for Planned Parenthood. I do support Planned Parenthood and their healthcare activities, and I very much want safe healthcare to be accessible for all. That being said, I think it's really important for us to focus our spending of city funds on city services. And it's very important for us to use our limited funds where residents expect and deserve in the areas of police, fire, roads, parks and recreation, libraries, as well as our basic infrastructure. Frankly, I was and I am upset to see that the funds are being used for Planned Parenthood when budget requests for parks and trails staffing went unfunded. With that said, there is a lot to like in this budget, and I want to thank you, Mayor, for your largely prudent budget message, as you have always done, and especially for the foot patrols that I think will help with our community policing and to deter crime in important business districts in our, all the business districts in our city. I also want to thank you for supporting many of my budget requests. I am especially excited. I know Councilmember Esparza talked a lot about this Sunday library hours. This has been something I have talked about, I think, in every single time that we've discussed the budget. Those Sunday hours were very important to me when I was finishing up one class that I needed before I could apply to grad school. My kids were very young at that time. And Alum Rock Library, which was the closest library to where we lived at the time when we were on the east side, was open on Sundays, and I was able to use that, frankly, to get away from the toddlers and be able to have a quiet place to study. And I know that it is an important resource for many families, and Councilmember Esparza, you did a great job explaining why libraries and parks are so important, especially in homes that are overcrowded. I also want to thank you, Mayor, for the hardscape solutions to prevent encampments and to keep trails accessible to all our residents, and as well as for the funding for citywide fireworks. It helps deter fire risk, and I think it tamps down on the illegal private fireworks that we unfortunately have every year. I'm excited about the prospect of the police lateral transfer bonus pilot program. I had a very productive and fruitful meeting with the police department and on all of their staffing, and chatting with them, we came up with that. We kind of brainstormed that idea for a bonus pilot program for lateral transfer. So I'm hoping that will be a good way for us to, frankly, avoid the need for a fourth academy every year and help us keep our staffing numbers up. And then finally, I want to keep within the 10 minutes. I want to, again, thank PD for their MBA number 33 about the traffic enforcement unit staffing. I am extremely glad to see that there is a plan for full staffing by the end of the next budget year, which will be fiscal year 23-24. and that they've already added 2 additional hires since I first raised this issue with great concern in March, as well as their plan to add additional 4 slots to be filled this year. Again, kind of on those same veins, I want to thank you, Mayor, for adding the request for the funding, my request for funding for red light cameras in the budget. I'm glad that we're finally taking very seriously the number of traffic fatalities and doing everything we can. We absolutely need to continue to do that so that we can improve traffic safety in our city and reduce future fatalities on our roadways. That's it for me. Thanks, Mayor.
Thank you, Councilmember Davis, and thank you also for the good ideas around the lateral transfer bonus, particularly as I'm hearing a lot of concern. I was just talking to some folks in San Francisco. There may be some real opportunities for hiring, as I know we're continuing to aggressively fill vacancies here in our own police department. I think that's a great idea. And the red light running camera idea was one that we ended up doing a pretty deep dive on after you raised it in the budget document. And I think after talking to staff, they had convinced me it's worth giving it a shot. So we certainly need to try new things because I think we're all struggling mightily for safety out there on the streets. Councilmember Perales.
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate the work on the budget as well. I wanted to just clarify on the motion that was made from the memo that I had submitted. I wanted to see if recommendation 2 was included in that. And this was from the joint memo from myself, Councilmember Carrasco, Davis, and Nadas.
Yes, on number 2, the idea is that staff would make recommendations and return to council with a recommendation on how to set aside that, or how to use that funding in that manner, but not necessarily be more prescriptive in that. But yes, that general framework is in the motion. Okay, yeah, I didn't catch if that was included or not, and I'm fine with that. That's why the direction was what it was, but in sort of the hopes of where the direction goes, so giving staff an indication of where we would like to see it go. That's where the in the narrative portion there, or the discussion portion, it was more detailed. But I understand and recognize that we can't make that call today, and that this would require coming back, and so the actual recommendation itself, would allow staff that opportunity to bring that discussion back. That the idea, though, in the discussion, is certainly for my purposes, that we end up having more resources on a regular basis moving forward for our arts and cultural opportunities through TOT, and especially recognizing how minimal that fund has been. I think now is the time for that conversation. The impact would be, I think, would be rather small. So we're not talking about a huge impact to the general fund, and I would like to see if we could make that decision now, and that would put us in a better situation moving forward, and in our support for arts and culture here in the city. In regards to recommendation 1B, the request that I had put in and got back from the budget document detailed about $115,000, just over $100,000 or so in improvements that came back from staff's estimates for the 4 corners there to be improved. The mayor's budget included $9,000 of that, so it falls well short of actually getting the full improvements on those 4 corners. And the opportunity that we have is to get the state to partner in as well, because a lot of this property, especially on 2 of the corners, is shared with the state. And so if we don't have sufficient resources, it may be difficult to get the state to pitch in as well. And so I do believe there could be some
some funds in D3 CNC, and so I wanted to see if there is capacity, and this would be a question then for Jim, where we might be able to add to that. And I would like to get to the full funding, so about 106 or so remaining to include on top of the 9,000 that the mayor has included in the budget. But it doesn't have to go completely there. I think any additional funding would be great. That the different corners were broken up. The different corners were broken up to include what it would cost to fund improvements there, the DG or decomposed granite, and then the city side where we had talked about trees, which I know the mayor was including majority of the funding for that. But I'm happy to hear from Jim and his team on is there some additional funds we could add, and then and I'm also happy to leave it up to staff to decide how best to allocate any additional CNC resources there, and what corners to prioritize. I certainly would like to see the corners again connected to 101 because we have an opportunity of a partnership there with the state.
Yeah, Councilmember, this is Jim Shannon, Budget Office. So there is, I think, within, just to clarify the terminology a little bit, there's the allocation within the traffic capital program for sort of traffic safety is kind of allocated per council district, combination of building and structure construction funds and construction excise tax funds. So in talking with Transportation Department, I think there is the current capacity, I think, within the allocation for District 3. So I think what could be considered as part of the motion today is, we could reallocate that $110,000 from that appropriation to this project to sort of fully fund, I think, the decomposed granite. So that would be something that the council could give direction on today.
Okay, so then just asking the maker of the motion, could you include that into your motion?
My question about that, it's an important intersection to improve. My question is, and maybe I don't know who's in the room from DOT on this, but that entire interchange is slated for modernization and completely to be redone with the 101 Berryessa interchange improvement. So if we invest in those changes now, would that end up just being removed in 3 or 4 years when construction starts on the new interchange?
We are talking about over a decade away, though, of potential improvements there.
I mean, okay, yeah, maybe. I mean, I'm okay with that if it's a long term. I guess the question is when.
Councilmember John Risto, Director of Transportation, and yes, that project that you're referring to is the complex of interchanges at 101 Berryessa, Mayberry, and potentially Old Oaken Road. And yes, it's probably going to be a long time before we're able to actually get that into construction. So this pretty minor improvement, I don't really think of that as much of a throwaway. If it's a policy and a desire of the council to actually act on that now, we don't see that as being a big deal. So
okay, I mean, I support it. I mean, I like the idea of fixing up that intersection. It's important to our community. So I'm happy to accept that motion if it's not a short term throwaway.
And Councilmember Perales, I appreciate hearing from you. If I could just jump in, the reason why, as you can imagine, we're looking for how to make all the numbers fit, and what we asked, the DOT staff, and we looked at the intersection ourselves was, hey, what does it take to really deter a lot of RVs from parking next to all the homes and creating what we knew was becoming a tense issue around. There was actually a public safety issue, and so we got the cost estimate for the trees, the signs, the striping, and so forth, and that's what that number reflects. It reflects all the stuff except for the DG, just so you understand how we got to that number.
Okay, I appreciate that, and I went out there with the Beautify team as well, and we tried to have the same conversation on what would it take. The one partnership with Caltrans to then see if we could do something on either side, because it doesn't. The reason I think for us was important that we didn't just do something on our side of the fence there, connected to 101, would be because simply we'd have an issue on the other side of the fence, and so we wanted to see, well, what could we do that would then allow Caltrans to potentially invest as well. And they've done this in some other areas along the freeway, where they've invested in some larger boulders to try to keep people from encamping on those corners. And so our understanding was that this would be part of the requirement to do on our part. If it's not the case though, I'm fine if it turns out that, you know, we make some investments and we you know, now that we have maybe say the money allocated, but yet we determine we don't need it all as we go in and make the investment, and we say, hey, you know, we don't think we need the complete DG for, you know, $100,000 in all this area. I'm fine then at that point. Then we have some savings that, you know, can be reallocated, and that we work with staff from now until, you know, next year to determine the full investment that's needed. Because look, if I had heard the same thing that you did, hey, we think we can do this for $9,000 and that'll help, I would. And so I think there's just somewhere where the wires are getting crossed, and where potentially, you know, you got a slightly different answer than I did. If we can at least include it the way that staff has just stated, that John has just stated, then in my mind, at least the full allocation is there. If we don't need it all, we'll determine that over the next several months, and happy to have that money be reallocated.
That's great. So that amendment is accepted, is that right, Councilmember?
Yes.
Okay. And
And
that's
then,
right.
then
Councilmember
oh,
Jimenez
sorry, go
as
ahead.
well. Seconder, Councilmember Jimenez. Okay, we'll check in. He may be.
Yes, that's
Okay.
fine. Sorry.
Great, thank you. Councilmember Frost?
Yeah, and then lastly on NBA 29, I appreciate Nora. I was able to speak to her ahead of time as well on what opportunities we had today, and appreciate that being included, at least the NBA being included in the motion today. It's a minimal dollar amount, but at least the budget can be approved, and then we can make a decision on the actual full repeal of that Muni code, you know, at a future date. I just wanted to check from staff, is that something we could agendize, say, for next week or within the next 2 weeks, and we can make that decision now? So then that way, advocates that we sort of said, hey, you don't need to show up today, we could then redirect them and say, hey, you know, it's going to be agendized. That discussion will be agendized in a week or two.
Thank you, Councilmember Frost, for that question. And we can agendize it. It's up to the council for next week or the following week. It's a simple ordinance repeal, so it wouldn't take that much time from my office to prepare it, and we would just have to get it posted. So 2 weeks might be better than one, but that's really up to the council. And then the council will have to decide if they want to move forward with the repeal at that time.
Okay, if you're saying 1 week is fine, I'd prefer to go with that. But if you think 2 weeks is better based on the last comment you said, I'm fine with that as well. I would just like to land on the date now to include that in the recommendation, so then that way we can go out and tell people what date they should actually show up.
I think, Councilmember, this is Lee Wilcox. We'll recommend to the Rules Committee tomorrow that is on the June 28th agenda. 21st, just from a literal capacity standpoint, is pretty full. So we'll recommend that to the Rules Committee tomorrow.
Sounds good. I appreciate that, and look forward to that discussion when we can have it on the 28th. Okay, thank you. That's my comments.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Arenas?
Thank you, Mayor. I want to start off by thanking a lot of the folks who called in and voiced their priorities for our budget, especially the ones, of course, that had to do with the memos that I had written. But certainly there was a lot of folks with some wonderful priorities, and even though I didn't write that some of those memos, or didn't come from my office, I'm very supportive of generally what my colleagues have focused on this year. I'm really proud that as a city we're moving together, and that this budget memo is what our city needs, and we're being responsive to it. One of the things that I wanted to acknowledge was some of the system changes that are going on with this budget. I had requested for MBA 31 so that PRNS could move away from a cost recovery model. And as we all know, that's the model we defaulted to last recession, where a lot of the community centers that we operate as a city are in areas where people can't afford to pay for those services. And those community centers that couldn't have fee cost recovery model upheld in their area, well, those went under what we used to call a reuse program. Now it's a neighborhood center program. And those are nonprofits or other agencies that run our community centers for slightly different reasons. Slightly different purposes. For example, in my district, we had a community center, Welch Community Center, that was closed and had been closed for many years, and an agency had been using it very sparingly. And then we have Meadow Fair Community Center, and Cadango provides childcare out of that site. And both of those community centers were areas where people tended to go and looked for support, looked for classes for their children, and really connection with the rest of their community. And unfortunately, those community centers are not available in that way, or at least one of them wasn't. We've now reinstated one of those, which is the Welch Community Center. I'm really happy and proud that our community has taken that back and really has owned it. We've had a distance learning happening from there, and the ROC program, and other systems look to us for those learning pods, and relied on our framework to refer children and families there. And so that was only possible with the support that I received from you, Mayor, and as well as my colleagues, to make sure that community center was given back to that particular community. And now we are moving into away from fee cost recovery, which I think in my estimation is a huge systems change. And I just want to thank you, Mayor, for doing that, for supporting that. I think that this is part of when we talk about equity, that this is part of one of those systems that we need to make sure that we changed, and that we didn't that our services aren't being rendered where people can pay for them, but where people and families and children actually need them. So I think this is a huge, huge deal. And I want to make sure that I say it, and I say it a couple of times. I know that we're talking a lot about just different aspects of our budget, but this to me is transformational, and it'll be transformational for communities that have been underserved, that are some of them are in my district, but certainly they're in District 7 and District 3, and we all have one, at least maybe a couple of neighborhoods where there's been some underserving historically, or there's been some difficulties there. So anyways, I wanted to make sure that I focused on that, and that this huge systems change is celebrated and acknowledged, because it will continue to move in that direction and be responsive for our families. So thank you. The other piece is I know our PRNS staff is receiving some real investments in some positions on an ongoing basis, and this is another way of making sure that we have some systems change as well, because when we can't retain staff, or we can't rely on certain staff to deliver programming for us, simply because we have them at a one-time basis every year. It's shaky ground, and so I want to acknowledge as well that those real investments, Mayor, as well as the work that probably had to take place with Jim Shannon, with Jennifer, with Lee certainly, and of course our leaders in the audience, Angel and John. And so I'm sure that there was a lot of work that needed to take place to make sure that we had those ongoing positions. And now our city will be able to rely on some of the wonderful services and events and creativity that is going to come from the staff that is now going to be permanent. And now we really can say that we're going to have Viva Cayas and Viva Parks on an ongoing basis. We did get to see this year. A lot of our district offices didn't necessarily incorporate those into their budget asks, and that's also another move. And I think that that kind of delivery is what is going to create that kind of equity in delivery of services. The other area I think we've already talked about quite a bit, and that's libraries. And obviously, I'm really supportive of our libraries. I do want us to make sure that we straddle the need and the usage just so that we are consistently responsive to our neighborhoods of need. The other piece, I think, I don't know that we've really talked about this, but I do want to acknowledge those huge investments in the base budget for homelessness and crime and blight. I know that there's a number of my colleagues, as well as the mayor, who has very much focused on making sure that we keep our city clean and our unhoused community supported. And so I just want to thank you for that leadership and making sure that we have that as part of our base budget. Lastly, no, actually not lastly. The other thing is I wanted to say thank you to our vice mayor for continuing to have family-friendly improvements, especially here at City Hall. So we'll be seeing more of those breast pumping and feeding spots. So thank you. And new parents should thank Vice Mayor when they see them in the hallways. And of course, our mayor. So thank you so much for making sure that continues to get worked on in City Hall. And then lastly, of course, thank you for including those last items on my request, on my memo with Councilmember Carrasco. You were right about I think it was, item 3, where it's referring to the general fund balance. And I understand that you wanted to make sure that it included the FFMs, right? FFEs.
Yeah.
FFEs.
Furniture, fixtures, and equipment.
Yeah, I wasn't sure what the E was, so I was taking a stab at it.
It's usually all the computer equipment that drives up the cost, so yeah.
Right, okay. And then lastly, those advocates are from YWCA typically. We heard Lindsay earlier today from YWCA, and so you heard that it was, I think, 567%. I mean, this is just a ridiculous number in terms of percentages for our survivors, either for sexual assault or intimate partner violence. And we've seen the result of some of those scenarios playing out in real life, and we saw that in District 4. But I know the family was from District 7, and that is that the murder-suicide of the couple with their 6 children, witnessing that incident. And so those are, obviously very high-profile examples, but this is ultimately what we want to avoid for survivors and for our children. And so having our advocates out there ensuring some of that connection between the moment that our police officers respond and when they can get connected, to make that as short period as possible so that they can have a successful transition if they wanted to leave that situation, as we know that when survivors leave a dangerous situation, that's when they are more likely to have a high risk incident with their partner. And so thank you for making sure that there's an investment there. Mayor, I really appreciate that. We need to make sure that we see what the trends are, what the patterns are, so that we can stay on top of what is going on with our city and the repeat offenders. And this will only facilitate the work for our detectives and for all of our units that are established to support our survivors. And so thank you so much for that. I have to say that I'm disappointed in the transforming school cultures and not having that funded. I know from our high schools, our high schools, obviously, our kiddos are hurting. And I think you heard Lorena Chavez earlier say that it's not just focusing on our youth and figuring out what is going on with them and the culture that we need to make sure that we transform or at least facilitate in transformation, but that we need to also facilitate that culture and that environment for the adults. And I think the adults are the ones that are having just as a difficult time as our youth. One of the high schools in my district had 4 suicides this academic year. I know that there's a lot of other schools that have multiple attempts or other suicides. These are not things that we typically are talking about at the kitchen table. It's not comfortable. Or fights that leave our youth in critical care. And that is just the symptoms of what is bubbling underneath. And we need folks. We are not necessarily the folks who are going to resolve it, but we need other agencies that are already doing some of this work. And Californians for Justice have been doing some of this transforming the culture within our Overfelt High School. We've seen how successful it is. I've actually, one of our newer members, and I say newer within the last 2 years, is from Californians for Justice, and I've seen how I'm just a believer in the program. I'm a believer in being able to listen to our youth and have them come up with what they want to address versus having us decide what kinds of programs and projects we like for them to work on. And I think it is something that is probably needed at every site. We don't always have the funding for it, but it would be something that I would like to continue to have considered under our future programming. I know that we always have to offer another program in terms of replacement. And I don't know that there is something that I can offer to say. Usually we can look for something extra, but there isn't anything. And I don't dare to touch any of my colleagues' projects and or any of the things that's already established. But this is something that I hope that you can consider as our youth are desperately needing us now, and not when they are in critical care or when we have to visit the parents who just lost their child. So I think it's time for us to make sure that we invest in our youth in a way that makes sense to them, regardless of whether we think it makes sense to us. So those are my comments. I think I answered the questions that you had, Mayor, regarding my memo.
Thank you. And I appreciate the concerns you raised, Councilmember Reines, and I certainly don't discount the intensity of the need at all of our high schools for what you described. I think obviously we're trying to juggle a lot of competing budget documents for the same pot of money. And as I looked at this one, the concern for me, obviously, we're trying to manage a change in culture right now at the city, which is a heavy task and requires a lot of resources. Paying for a consultant to do that in another organization where we don't actually manage any of the outcomes, we can't actually ensure that they'll necessarily follow through on whatever the consultant recommends. And I think, I don't know how the superintendent or the principal feel about us doing that. And so, I know that Jill and her team has always been very deferential to the needs that the educators themselves articulate within, and so I reached out to her and just said, are we hearing this from superintendents right now? I hadn't heard a principal or superintendent there tell me this is something they needed. We hadn't heard that from the city. And so I just think when we're working across agencies, it's just much harder to try to get to that change. And I think obviously we're investing a lot in here in the city. We're going to learn a lot through our own transformation, I suspect. And I didn't want to be presumptuous by believing the city could somehow or another manage that transformation in another agency or another school.
Right. No, there was already a conversation with the East Side superintendent, and they were absolutely, excited about this possibility. Like I said, they have this program in other high schools, so they know the results that they produce. And I think you've heard from our City Schools Collaborative in the past. You've heard them say maybe it's not articulated in this very specific manner, but I think it's articulated in a way that they are looking to us for some of those enrichment activities, for some of those engaging activities that they may not have the time or resources to do. And I know our teachers are, exhausted. Everybody's exhausted, and so to ask our teachers to do just one more thing is difficult. And so the opportunity here is for an agency to come in, and they work really closely with the school districts. That is actually one of the requirements, is to have this very close relationship. If the school is not invested in it, it's not going to work. But I see where the disconnect might be, that this is just something out there floating on its own, and it's not part of a greater plan. And maybe this is something that I can just take back to our youth and master plan. Although I wanted it to be very specific to my district and what I heard and what I knew was happening in the high schools in our backyard. And so this is what the essential services are. It's not meant for, citywide. It was just very specific for our high schools.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Cohen, you had your hand up. Did you want to modify the motion in some way before I go to Councilmember Carrasco? I know she's been very patient.
Yeah, actually, the only reason I raised my hand was because after Councilmember Foley talked about her bifurcation, it occurred to me that there's a small item on page 23 promoting business and entertainment districts. My brother was recently hired as creative director at Create TV, so I should probably separate that item out as well, so we can vote on that separately, so I can recuse myself from that item.
Okay, one more thing to vote on.
So that's just changing my motion there.
So we'll bifurcate those two items. So then we'll take up the mass of the budget document first, and then we'll go to those two smaller items, so everybody can vote. Councilmember Crosco.
Thank you, Mayor. I won't take up much of the council's time so that we can get to the vote. I just wanted to thank the entire team, of course, Jim and his team, and city manager's team as well, and all your folks, Mayor. And it's been said already, a lot of great stuff in this budget. Of course, not all of the stuff that I wanted in there is in there, but I understand. There's not an endless fountain of funds, and but I do want to point out a couple of things. On the east side of San Jose, there are facilities that are dilapidated and that need a lot of TLC. And some of the documents that came back when I was asking for an assessment from our city staff came back in the millions, and actually really quite surprised us in terms of what it would take to just bring them back to a more acceptable terms. Emma Prush being one of them, Pal Stadium being another. We wanted to see what some of our buildings that are being used quite a bit. And as we know, especially during the pandemic, and I believe Councilmember Esparza really, I think, painted a beautiful picture. Some of these buildings are the living rooms to our families, and the backyards to our families. And I think that for a lot of us who serve these families, we might sound like a broken record to the rest of the city, to staff, and maybe to our council colleagues, and maybe to the audience that's listening to us. But these are our neighbors, and these are the residents of the city of San Jose, and it is a story, a city of two tales. And so we simply are up here repeating ourselves because it's worth repeating and it's worth reminding everybody. And when we're fighting for the budget, we're simply trying to get those services and resources out to individuals who just simply don't have enough for their children in order to compete in a very competitive market. And for our families, as they're trying to recover from the pandemic, I mean, pre-COVID was tough enough. During COVID has been brutal, and post-COVID, I guess. I don't know if it's post-COVID or not, as our numbers are starting to go up again. But it's really posing a challenge for a lot of these families, and so we just keep repeating ourselves. And just as we feel that we're starting to gain some momentum, there's just something else that it gets thrown into the mix. And so as we were doing an inventory of the district, one thing that we found pretty remarkable is that the facilities are really being put to use, and that's a beautiful thing. Emma Prush Park on any given day is it's filled with laughter and children and farm animals and lots of chickens. Some of them are our chickens, some of them are the neighborhood's chickens, some of them are just dropped off. I don't know where they come from. But you go over Highway 101 and 680, and that iconic barn is really a beautiful sight to see. And to think of it being lit up during the holidays or late in the evening, and seeing it as you're crossing over those bridges, we just want to be able to have something that says you've arrived to the beautiful east side of San Jose. And maybe some folks who have some other beautiful landmarks in their district might not think that barn is really beautiful, but for those of us who live on the east side, we love seeing that barn as we're driving over the highway. It's really a sense of pride. And our residents are really feeling that sense of pride, that sense of placemaking, if you will. And so, so to see what it's going to cost us to upgrade or to improve, it's startling. And I think what it is it's just been, there's been a lot of deferred maintenance. And so we have to come up with a plan. And I don't anticipate that that if I make a friendly amendment that it's going to be accepted and that we're going to suddenly shift $20 million over to Emma Prish Park. So I'm not gonna put us through that painful decline if I do a friendly amendment. So I won't put the maker of the motion through that. But I just want to be able to state that at some point we have to really come up with a strategic plan to save our very limited assets that serve half of the city on the east side. And when I say the east side, I don't mean District 5. I mean, that's District 7. That's a good portion of District 8. That's a good portion of District 3. And for Emma Prish Park and for even Alum Rock Park, those are regional parks, and Cunningham Park as well. I've gotten to know Cunningham Park very well because I run through there. But we have to come up with a plan because our folks are using it, and Cunningham Park doesn't smell great, by the way. Emma Prish Park needs a great deal of investment. Powell is not just a regional park, but you have folks that are just coming in from everywhere, and so these are our assets that need a lot of TLC. But I am going to ask staff to help me out with something real fast in my last few minutes. I put forward a document that did not get funded, and that was a strategic plan for our senior services. And as we were coming out of COVID lockdown, what I found was quite alarming, and that was that we were not providing the same quality and care for our seniors on the east side as what I saw happening throughout the rest of the city. And what I was hoping was to be able to have a strategic plan for the entire city, not just the east side, but an entire city that would be uniformed and that would provide services that would bring our seniors out of isolation and that would give them the kind of dignity and respect that our seniors deserve in their golden years. And so the document came back as $394,000 for an administrator and 2 FTEs, which also included $100,000 for a strategic plan. And so if I could get an understanding maybe from John Ciccarelli or someone else that might be able to answer this, with all of the different positions that we have right now currently open, why are we allocating additional funding when I think that we can move employees around, and actually bring that cost down? I think really the only cost of that 394 would be that $100,000 for the strategic plan.
So just really quickly, John Ciccarelli can answer the questions around that budget document and the costs associated with it. However, even with the existing FTEs in a department, council member, if those are to be shifted and spent on new services, you still need to offset that. And that is a vote of the council to go ahead and move those services out of something and into something new.
But even though they're within the same department as PR&S, and supposedly we're providing senior services anyway, aren't we? What I'm looking for is a strategic plan, because there is no uniform strategic plan currently. And as a result, we have a lot of seniors that are being left out.
I'll jump in. John Ciccarelli, Director of Parks, Recreation, Neighborhood Services. Thank you, Councilmember, for the questions and wanting to advance this work. I never want to say no to new resources. Every program we have, whether it's senior, youth, or anything, needs more resources. That's for sure. I think certainly on the idea of taking existing vacancies and shifting them into this work, that means taking away from other senior services, even though those positions might be vacant now. Just like our other programs, we're not fully staffed in any of them, so everything's stretched very thin. So I'm not sure that that's the best strategy moving forward, because that means we give up something else down the road, some other service that we're already obligated to provide. I will say, though, that we do have an age-friendly report that we do every year in the fall to NSE. That's connected to the World Health Organization, and they have their 8 domains of livability, which include many of the things I think you're concerned about, whether that's being active or involved, whether that's transportation, whether that's language access. All of those things are earmarks that we are focused on and trying to improve on. Clearly, as we all know, the pandemic really sideswiped us when it came to senior services. The senior services have been the hardest services to bring back because they are a vulnerable population. Next month we were trying to get to all in-person dining, but as we reviewed it last week and talked to the senior commission, we decided the group is just not ready for this just yet. So we're still going to be in a hybrid food model where you can elect to come in person, but you can also take a box, and that varies widely depending on the community. Some community centers have a lot of people dining in person now as seniors, and some have almost none. And so part of the problem, I think, is that coming out of the pandemic, we've not yet rebuilt to even where we were before. So we don't really know the full breadth of what we're able to do yet. And I think this work would align well if we had a little more time to not only just staff up, but get the seniors back in. There's a lot of programming we aren't doing across the board that we've done in the past. And we have some seniors that say, hey, we want to do more of this stuff. We want to have dances, we want to do movie nights. And there's some seniors like, I'm still just going to pick up a box lunch and I'm not even going to walk into the community center. We're trying to walk that tightrope with them to figure out when can we get them all in together, because that meal, that senior nutrition meal, is sort of that spark for us that we program around a lot. Because now we have you in person, so we want to make sure you're socializing too, or maybe you're getting exercise or doing a craft or art or something that you're interested in. And so our intent is to, with our current staffing model, to make sure that we're engaging each of those senior communities at each of our community centers and talking to them about how best to rebuild our senior programming for them through their eyes and for the needs that they have and they want from us within our budget and our limits. So it's really meant to be a much more inclusive process moving forward. We're sort of taking the opportunity of the fact that we haven't been able to do much of that programming. Now we're starting to begin doing that programming again. So let's do that together with them. And I think we could then report out on our age-friendly, right? We're an age-friendly city. So in the fall, when we report out to NSC, we report out about, well, how far have we come? And then I think that's a good time to have that discussion about, is a strategic plan needed for seniors, or do we feel like we're moving in the right direction and we're increasingly providing the services that they need? So that would sort of be my alternate suggestion to this, is give it a little more time, because we just haven't been able to rebuild it yet.
And when is that report coming to NSC?
It comes in the fall, typically I think like October, give or take. I'd have to look at the NSC work plan. I don't remember exactly where it landed, which month, but it would be this fall.
Yeah, I agree with you that that this is they're not children, so this is a program that should be rebuilt with them. I will tell you that I haven't been to Almaden Valley except to observe, so I haven't spoken to them. I haven't spoken to the seniors at Evergreen. I've spoken to the seniors on the east side of San Jose. And the seniors on the east side of San Jose are asking for specific things, and they don't feel that they're being heard, and they don't feel that they're being taken into account. And that's the issue that I'm trying to bring to your attention repeatedly. And so I hosted an event for them where there was over 80 seniors ready to dance. And that's what they're asking for. And as I look at the calendar and the lineup of events, there's not one single Zumba, aerobics, line dance, or evening dance for them. Not one, even though they've been asking for it repeatedly and for months, by the way, for months since February. And yet still nothing. And yet I look at the other centers and there's line dancing level 1, 2, and 3 in the other centers. So when you say that they should be taken into account, I agree with you 100%. but yet they still aren't being heard. So how do we rectify that? Because the schedule's out, and yet again, spring's come and gone. Now the summer schedule's come and gone, and yet 2 cycles now of schedules, and still they are not being heard. And so I agree with your philosophy. I'm with you 100%, and still their voices aren't reflected in that. And so the reason why I bring up the strategic plan, John, is because of this, because they keep voicing it and it's still not reflected.
I appreciate the comments, and I think maybe we just need to do a better job at talking with the seniors, because we are doing that kind of programming. We are doing that at all our community centers.
Not at Mayfair.
I know the one you're most concerned about is Mayfair, but I can tell you there's 17 different programs for Mayfair during the month
I'm
of
looking
June.
at it right now. There's not one single dance element.
Well, again, we're in a transition going from nothing to something, so not everything all comes back at once. There's no community center in this city that is doing every single program it was doing before the pandemic, not a one. And most
I
of them we
understand
don't.
that. I understand that. But I will tell you, the one thing that they've asked for repeatedly is a dance element. And now 2 cycles have gone by, both spring and summer, and still not one dance element. Not one.
But we do have some dances planned. We have a way to do it with, we're going to try to engage the local high school to bring, we have a lot of seniors that are women that are single, sadly their partners have passed on, but they still like to dance and they want someone to dance with. And so our new deputy there had done a program in South County, bringing in those young teenagers to come in and just have fun and dance. So that's one of the programs that's going to come to Mayfair for those seniors who want to dance. So I think, I know we've been meeting with them as recently as just last week to talk through the programming and the events coming up for the summer. I feel like we're getting to a good place with the folks at Mayfair. So I think probably we just need to be a bit better coordinated about what we're talking about and what we're planning. And I'm happy to get that information to you.
That would be great. I'll go ahead and table again the strategic plan and look forward to seeing the report to NSC. But I will say the following: this is maybe the 4th or 5th time that I bring this up publicly. At NSC, at CED, several times at council, now at the budget meeting. And it's getting better for sure. But I keep reporting back what my staff and I are hearing from our seniors. We're having to host different events in order to fill the gaps. And I'm hoping that staff is listening to what we're hearing as well, and providing those opportunities, because I'm right there with you in terms of listening to them and providing what they want, not what we want, but what they want. And still, like I said, two schedules later, I still don't see it. And so come fall scheduling, I hope that this doesn't repeat itself. It would be kind of crazy making if yet a 3rd schedule comes out without the things that they want. And so I'll leave it at that. And I think that having Marco Hernandez there is going to be great. I've had a great relationship with him over the 7.5 years that I've been on council. Thank you.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Jones?
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Councilmember Esparza, for letting us know that I don't have a time limit, so I'm gonna go long. That's right.
Actually, I don't think that's been verified. I know Henry is looking up the rules as we speak, and he and his crack team of attorneys will be getting back right to it shortly.
Okay, I won't go long then. How's that? I want to first of all acknowledge and recognize Jim and your whole team for the outstanding job that you do putting the budget together. This is my 8th and final year of being involved with this process, and I'm not going to tell you I'm going to miss it, but I do have an appreciation for all you that you do and all the hard work. I also want to thank the mayor. I feel that the budget that you presented was balanced. It hit all the right notes, and it was spot on in terms of the things that are most important to the city. So I want to acknowledge you on that. I also want to thank you for including several of the items that I proposed. I didn't get everything I wanted. I kind of got greedy, but I did get a lot and a lot of important things around public safety, and particularly around supporting small businesses and minority businesses. So I want to also acknowledge Jennifer McGuire and Sarah Zarate for the
You just got what? Oh,
for the
Can we ask everybody to mute, please, online? Thank you.
for all the hard work that they did on moving forward with getting our disparity study moved through to the county, and actually getting a signed agreement with the consultant that the county had hired to do the disparity study, and also provide the funding for that study. But particularly, I want to recognize and acknowledge Jennifer Chang, Deputy Director in Finance, who moved mountains to get it done. So it's just a testament to our staff and what they're able to do. Because as we all know, sometimes it can be challenging to work with the county and make things happen, but they were able to do it. And I just want to, again, acknowledge them and thank them for all the hard work and moving this forward, because it's another step towards creating opportunities, particularly for small and minority businesses, with the ultimate objective of creating wealth in the community. So I just want to thank everyone, and that's it, Mayor.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. And I appreciate very much your praise for the budget team, as many others have echoed. Bonnie and Jim and everybody do incredible work, and very grateful for that. I just as a closing statement, I know that there have been some concerns raised in just the last couple of days, and saw an op-ed in the Mercury News today by several people I respect greatly, concerned about a lack of investment in prevention, investment in at-risk youth from the city. And for those who might be watching, who are concerned about that in particular, I think I can say with some confidence we've never invested more money in youth and prevention programs serving our most vulnerable children and youth and young adults. And I say that in part because we had the benefit of some of the federal money that I know that Councilmember Reyes and other colleagues were very strongly pushing for, the $10.5 million that we're spending on childcare, on tutoring, on mental physical health screenings and family support grants, and particularly the childcare piece I know is so essential for so many families. After school programs, we're expanding San Jose Learns, summer and after school. Appreciate all the great work that Jill and their team do on that effort. We're investing almost $20 million in over the last 2 years, last year and this year, on Resilience Corps and employing young adults, overwhelmingly who are coming from zip codes. They're below median income, and those young people are doing incredible work in supporting our city in so many ways against all the challenges of wildfires and droughts and pandemics, and helping kids with learning loss, and they're doing amazing work, but that's a very big investment. We're continuing to push on San Jose Works and employing thousands of young adults and teens, particularly in summer jobs. We've fundraised nearly $10 million now for San Jose Aspires. We'll be expanding that program, micro scholarships for first generation high school students to get to college and beyond. Of course, we've got now $6.7 million for all the best agencies in the city programs, the Mayor's Gang Prevention Task Force. $1.5 million ongoing now is committed for Project Hope efforts in 9 different neighborhoods. Thank you, Vice Mayor, for launching and pushing for that program to be created, I guess, what, 7 or 8 years ago. And we're restoring library services on Sundays for 13 libraries serving our highest need neighborhoods. In addition to the $800,000 now coming to support recommendations out of the RIPS task force. So I don't want folks to think that by looking at a narrow category and a narrow line item of the budget, in this case, I think they were looking at best funding, that was specifically allocated for those nonprofits. That's all we're spending. And I just named a few of the items. I didn't exhaustively name all of them. I think it's clear that we are investing significantly. At the same time, we're not investing nearly enough because we all know the needs are far greater than the dollars we can invest. And so and it's important for us to recognize we're making some progress, at least in getting programs that are having real impact out there on the streets in our neighborhoods. But we're going to have to keep doing this. And that work's never going to be done because we know our kids need more. I just don't want people walking away thinking somehow or another we're making choices and choosing cops over youth programs. I think that's a false choice. I think our residents want both. They want more officers, walking patrols, et cetera, and they want investments in our children. And I appreciate this council really being cognizant that we need to do both, and that's what we're trying to do here. All right, I think we've said it all. I'll just check the Zoom screen to make sure I didn't leave anyone out. Let's vote first on the budget message from the motion from Councilmember Cohen, seconded from Councilmember Jimenez, on everything except for the items mentioned by Councilmembers Foley and Cohen, for which they're going to need to recuse themselves. So that'll be the first motion we vote on.
Jimenez,
Yes.
Perales,
Yes.
Cohen,
Aye.
Carrasco,
Aye.
Davis,
Yes.
Esparza,
Yes.
Arenas,
Yes.
Foley,
Aye.
Mahan,
Aye.
Jones,
Aye.
Liccardo.
Aye.
Motion passes.
Okay. Now, Councilmember Foley is stepping out right now as we speak. So we're going to now vote on the portion of the budget relating to, I'm sorry, can somebody remind me? It's an arts nonprofit.
It was MBA 23, I think, was
Thank you.
separate, and there was an item for, I think, the Small Business Advisory Committee. Those are the two items, I think.
Okay.
Is that right?
MBA number 23, does everybody agree that's what we're voting on?
Yes.
Okay. And that's part of Councilmember Cohen's motion, of course. So let's vote on that now.
Jimenez,
Yes.
Perales,
Yes.
Cohen,
Aye.
Carrasco,
Aye.
Davis,
Yes.
Esparza,
Yes.
Arenas,
Yes.
Mahan,
Aye.
Jones,
Aye.
Liccardo.
Aye.
Motion passes.
Okay, now Councilmember Cohen's going to turn off his screen now. And we're going to need a motion as to the Create TV allocation.
So
Jim?
move. Second.
Second.
Okay, and Jim, maybe could you just describe that, since I probably would get it wrong, if you happen to know. Yeah, if someone else has it, page 23?
Promoting our business and entertainment district.
Okay.
It's
Go
the
ahead, Lee.
$21,000 allocation to Create TV on page 23 of the budget message.
Okay, so that is Vice Mayor Jones's motion, is that right, Vice Mayor? All right, let's vote on that now.
Is Councilmember Foley also recused from this one?
Oh, no, I should probably go get her. I'll fetch her. I can't get in back there.
Jimenez,
Yes.
Perales,
Yes.
Carrasco,
Aye.
Davis,
Yes.
Esparza, Esparza, Arenas,
Yes.
Foley,
Aye.
Mahan,
Aye.
Jones,
Aye.
Ricardo.
Aye.
Motion passes.
Okay. We're now on to item 3.4, which is approval of the operating capital budgets for the city of San Jose and schedule of fees and charges, which of course are modified by the June message that we just approved. Let's go first to the public. Mr. Beekman?
Hi, thank you. Blair Beekman here. Thanks for all the work from everyone on the last item. I could have mentioned to better say from the last item to this item, I think that can be applicable as well. And to really thank yourselves for the words of Councilperson Carrasco in the last item, who's really looking for a citywide inclusive way to talk about senior issues in this era of COVID. Thank you for that. I thought, with this ideas of fees and terms like that, to better clarify the idea of the future of, there needs to be, I think, a baseline of equity services that we all need to agree on as a whole city process. I think we're working on that. And, the senior item brought up in the last item, is indicative of that. Good luck how you can work on that. I think it's a way to bring around a whole community effort and really discuss the ideas of equity together and create the ideas of cooperation and long-lasting items of cooperation. So good luck how you work on this sort of baseline of racial equity services that can really organize ourselves at this time, and we can all have a good understanding together of what can be good equity and racial equity ideas. Racial equity doesn't have to be divisive, and I think we're at the time to figure that out and how it can be cooperative, inclusive for all of us. Thank you.
Catherine?
I'm sorry, I raised my hand at the wrong time. I'm not sure what the current issue is.
Back to council.
Okay. We'll consider a motion on this at this. This is again 3.4.
So moved.
Second.
Motion from Councilmember Mahan. Looking online to see if there are any comments or questions from my colleagues. I don't see any. So let's vote.
Jimenez,
Yes.
Peralez,
Yes.
Cohen,
Aye.
Roscoe,
Aye.
Davis,
Yes.
Esparza, Arenas,
Yes.
Foley,
Aye.
Mahan,
Aye.
Jones,
Aye.
Ricardo.
Aye.
Motion passes.
That was impressive. In about 60 seconds, we approved $5.3 billion of spending. It's pretty efficient. Okay, I'd like to take a break at this time. I'm told this is the designated moment, and we'll return at 6 o'clock. Is that looking around here to see if, all right. I guess that's what we're doing. We'll be back at 6 o'clock to resume the remainder of our agenda. Thank you, everybody, for your patience. still here.
Jimenez, Perales,
Here.
Cohen, Carrasco,
Here.
Davis,
Here.
Esparza, Arenas, Foley,
Here.
Mahan,
Here.
Jones,
Present.
Ricardo.
Present.
Okay, we have quorum.
Okay. Thank you, Grace. We'll start,
And I'm here. I'm so sorry.
and Councilmember Reyes is also present. Okay. Item 3.5 is the amendment to the agreement with Pacific Secured Equities for comprehensive workers' comp services. There's no presentation. Is there? Well, first, let's go to the public. Is there anyone from the public who'd like to speak on this?
There's no hands from the public.
All right, thank you. Sorry, my computer just went out, so I'm going to have to get back on the Zoom.
Move approval.
Second.
Motion from Councilmember Foley, second from the Vice Mayor. I don't see any. Grace, do you see any hands online from the
No,
council? Okay,
no
thank you.
council
We're going to get it pulled up in just a moment. Let's vote.
Jimenez,
Yes.
Perales,
Yes.
Cohen, Carrasco,
Yes.
Davis,
Yes.
Esparza, Arenas,
Yes.
Foley,
Aye.
Mahan,
Aye.
Jones,
Aye.
Ricardo.
Aye.
Motion passes.
Okay, thank you. We're going to take the next three items together because they're all very much interrelated. Item 6.1 is a Climate Smart San Jose existing building electrification framework. We're going to take that along with item 6.2, the Climate Smart American Cities Climate Challenge, Climate Smart Carbon Neutral San Jose by 2030 Acceleration Strategy. And then next will be, we're also taking at the same time item 10.3, which is the Parking Transportation Demand Management Ordinance. And we're going to see a combined presentation for all three items. There's going to be one public comment for all three of these items because we think they are very closely linked. Everyone will have 2 minutes to comment, and then we will have council deliberation after that. So welcome, Carrie and team.
Mayor, before you begin, I just want to let you know that Councilmember Esparza has a family emergency and she won't be back.
Yes, thank you for that, Councilmember.
Thank you, Carrie Romano, Director, Environmental Services. We're going to start with our Climate Smart San Jose pathway to carbon neutrality by 2030, then go into the building electrification framework, and then go into the transportation item. As the mayor indicated at the start, staff really think these three items go well together, and that it's a more robust, complete conversation having them together so that we can answer everyone's questions in the right context. So a little bit of background, Climate Smart San Jose was actually adopted in 2018, and it aligns with the Paris Agreement focused on energy, water, and mobility. And I think we talked at length in our November study session about how important acting on climate change mitigation is at this point, given the temperature changes globally and fires, et cetera. And that our city decided, thank you all for your unanimous vote, to return with a plan on how we might get to carbon neutrality, not in 2050 as originally envisioned in Climate Smart, but in 2030, much faster, much more accelerated. You can see from the graph up there that we've certainly already made some progress and significant progress, but without adjustment won't meet a 2030 guideline. So when we embarked on crafting this plan, we spent a bit of time with our community on all of the climate smart aspects. And one thing we heard from our community was they want more engagement and they want to be included in the discussion around these because they're really the folks that are going to need to make the needed adjustments. And so with that, we've established a vision to help guide our work in carbon neutrality. And the vision was amended by the Transportation and Environment Committee, But our mission, our vision is very important to us, and our vision of moving towards climate neutrality by 2030 is that San Jose will become a better, stronger, and more resilient community by accelerating climate action and achieving carbon neutrality by 2030. And the reason that vision is important to us is it signals to our community that we're not doing this without them, and we're not doing this to them, but we are doing it with them, and that we would like all components of our community to see themselves, their family, and their neighbors in our plan as it evolves. The focus areas are not unexpected. They are the same focused areas that we see in Climate Smart San Jose as the original plan was, but we need to do fewer moves much more quickly, and that will help us impact the 85% of our greenhouse gas emissions that come from transportation, buildings, and our power source. We've already made great progress with San Jose Clean Energy. We've made great progress banning natural gas in new buildings, and the Transportation Department has already led significant mobility change and expansion of electric vehicles, but certainly more work to do. But as we look at how we're going to do this work, we think this framework is important to acknowledge that we need to get outside money to get this done. We need significant influx of funds to help our residents make these changes, but we want to make the changes when they make financial sense, when they make environmental sense, not do them just to do them. We don't pretend to have all the answers today, but what we're bringing forward is a plan that, with your approval, allows us to go have more in-depth conversations with our community and allows us to refine some of the details so that it meets the needs and desires of our community and assures them that by taking climate action, we will live up to our goal of achieving the Good Life 2.0, where for our actions we are all better off, as is the environment, and that they are not just going to be getting a bill from the city for work that they don't feel that needs to be done. So lots more outreach and partnership to do in that work, but the city departments have all worked together to create a roadmap that we think makes real sense and we think is achievable, assuming we get outside money. Without outside money, it's not likely we will make a 2030 goal, but we will still make progress, but we do know we need to get that outside money. And with that, I'll turn it over to Julie.
Thank you, Carrie. So from the 3 focus areas that Carrie mentioned, we have identified the 4 acceleration strategies that will put us on the pathway to carbon neutrality. Those are within transportation, to move to zero emission vehicles, reducing the miles we travel in our vehicles by at least 20%, and in buildings, switching our appliances from fossil fuel to electric. On the power source side, powering our community with 100% carbon neutral electricity. And as Carrie mentioned, these strategies are already within Climate Smart. We were asked to come back with the acceleration and focus on what are the most important aspects, and these certainly are the ones that we should be focusing on if we want to make significant progress.
Evening, Mayor and Council. Ramses Madhu, Division Manager of Planning Policy and Sustainability for Department of Transportation. Talk about the first 2 strategies here in transportation. First is moving to an electric vehicle fleet. A significant portion of emissions that are coming out of the city and are from transportation, are from vehicles. And to get us towards the goal of zero emissions by 2030, we need to move our fleet to a 90% electric fleet. That's in total. This is a very big lift, and we are looking at all the different avenues to take this on. Our research shows that we need to be focusing this on passenger vehicles as well as trucks and commercial vehicles. They account for the largest percentage by far of those emissions and have the most avenues of change for us to take on. Some of the pieces that we want to take on are increases in EV charging citywide. We currently have about 1,800 charge spots within the city. There is funding out there for already allocated funding for about 10,000 more as of last year. So that's a pretty big number that we're excited to see, but we need 7,500 per year to catch up with what we think we need to get this done. And yeah, and then we need to do a lot of awareness and other projects to kind of get this going. Thank you. Next one, well, electrifying the fleet is going to be the most significant impact over the shorter term of from now to 2030. We cannot forget a larger goal of reducing VMT. Vehicles are vehicles, they take up a lot of space, and we will not be able to convert the entire fleet over to electric. So we do need to continue to reduce the vehicle miles traveled that we're doing. That we need to, strategies that work on that. And what's very interesting about VMT reduction is that it happens kind of later in the process, right? We need to take really big moves, and those take effect over time. And so we need to kind of calculate that time element. So we are proposing to continue on the same VMT reduction goals that have been proposed in the past. And as many of you have heard us talk many times, the kinds of supporting actions we need to take are the transportation mode shift projects like bike plan, like pedestrianization of more places, like improvements to transit, and like we'll be hearing right after this item, dealing with our parking issues. With that, I'll pass it back to Julie.
For the electrification of existing building strategy, the data shows us that our primary focus should be on electrifying the space and water heating equipment in residential buildings. These two appliances make up about 90% of the residential emissions from natural gas. There are a lot of existing programs and incentives that can support building energy efficiency and electrification, but we'll need further assistance for our low-income communities. We should also keep in mind that rooftop solar and the replacement of appliances at the end of life can significantly improve the economics of home electrification. So this strategy within the pathway has the data informed us of the initial supporting actions around this, which were around streamlining building electrification implementation and ensuring equitable support for our community. The fourth acceleration strategy is a move to 100% carbon neutral electricity. San Jose Clean Energy already offers a very low carbon-based power product and continues to significantly grow its renewable content. Maintaining San Jose Clean Energy's current customer base and seeking to bring more direct access or industrial customers to their service can support San Jose's carbon neutral by 2030 goal. It'll also be important to monitor customer enrollment and green value to evaluate its impact on carbon neutrality goals, as it provides a lower cost option, also with lower carbon neutral power content. Reaching this goal requires deployment of both utility scale and rooftop solar paired with energy storage. And of course, it's really important that we are leading by example in our own operations. While municipal operations are only a minor contributor to the community-wide greenhouse gas emissions, they're under the city's direct control. Our municipal greenhouse gas inventories tell us that we should focus on employee commutes and building emissions. Within the building sector, the airport is a significant portion of emissions, and of that portion, nearly all of the airport's natural gas emissions come from its central utility plant usage. The city's buildings are able to move to 100% renewable electricity quickly as well through San Jose's service option, which offers 100% renewable powered. Supporting actions around the city's municipal operations missions includes further work towards all electric existing buildings, addressing our employee commutes and that city fleet, and also moving to carbon neutral electricity. The scale of the effort is quite large, and we have to acknowledge this as we want to progress towards our goals. It's going to require an unprecedented effort from the city and many other participants in our community. Moving from the current 5% to 90% EVs is equal to an increase of 83,000 passenger EVs per year and approximately 7,500 public and EV chargers per year to support those vehicles. On the VMT side, the VMT reduction by 20% means 2% reduction per year, which Ramsey's mentioned is in line with some of our current goals and some of the pre-COVID VMT reductions we've seen, but it's still a big lift as we know that VMT reductions in particular take time and funding to do the related infrastructure upgrades that are needed. Achieving 100% carbon neutral power means approximately 650 megawatts of renewables, 300 megawatts of accompanying storage, and 200 megawatts of hybrid or green gas. If we were to achieve 100% of existing building electrification, that would mean upgrading 13% or 43,000 of our existing buildings per year and 9.7 million square feet of commercial space. As we mentioned, these are strategies within Climate Smart, and we need to focus on these to accelerate our efforts. But we do have quite a few supporting resources here. There's quite a few programs that are already out there and incentives that we can take advantage of. We can build more public and private partnerships. There's also significant federal and state funding to initiate and scale our programs. And San Jose Clean Energy anticipates funding programs starting in fiscal year 24-25.
So as we look towards our next step, I mean, obviously we need to ensure we continue to address cost and grid reliability. That's a topic staff have been engaged on for some time. Continue and expand our public engagement and technical analysis. We next year intend to update Climate Smart San Jose, and it's important that the carbon neutral pathway is not the only thing we'll be doing. We still have work on natural working lands that we'll continue to expand and invest in partnership with OSA and others. So we're not doing anything else. We mentioned that these initial 3 target areas get us 85% of the way there. We still have that extra 15% that we need to continue to refine. But frankly, we needed more conversation before we could outline what those might be. But our intent is to acknowledge natural working lands have great value. We need to continue our interest in investment. And then we'll continue to track and report, and as I think we've all mentioned several times, secure funding so that this is something that is achievable, both funding for job development and investment, as well as contractor training, and again, some incentives to help our community take on these needed transitions when it makes sense. And so with that, we'll go to the next topic. Yep. This is electrification. So we'll skim over the background as it pertains to Climate Smart San Jose. So we did adopt all electric requirements for new buildings. We adopted our aspirational goal of carbon neutrality, and we started our community framework. And then we had some input from the community that they'd like a little bit more. So we did additional community meetings. We also really changed how we're positioning this particular topic. It's not a plan, it's a framework about how we're going to create a plan and how we're going to get this done. We don't have all the answers right now. We also believe there'll be significant technology changes over the years, and that the economics will make a lot more sense as the market changes. We also know that external agencies are requiring more all electric infrastructure and vehicles as well. And so this is a framework again that requires more discussion around how it gets implemented and when and by who. But we know what needs to be done. It's a matter of what makes sense when, and while that may not sound like an important component, those are the tricky details that help us actually do it. And so I want to make sure our community doesn't think that we're just going down a path without them. Our intent is to do so in partnership and make sure that the financial components make sense for everyone in the community, not just for some.
So just in terms of what is building electrification, it's replacing natural gas appliances in our homes and businesses with electric options, such as heat pumps for heating, ventilation, and air conditioning, or HVAC systems, as well as heat pumps for water heaters. Some of the benefits of building electrification, or the co-benefits of building electrification, include improved indoor air quality through the elimination of harmful pollutants emitted from natural gas appliances, as well as decreased operating costs due to the increased energy efficiency of electric appliances and heat pumps in particular. as well as ability to increase home energy control and reliability through smart controls and ability to use on-site solar and battery backup. There's quite a bit of momentum already happening around building electrification, and these are just some of the things that we wanted to point out in terms of regional, state, and federal planning and action that makes it clear we are rapidly accelerating to transition towards all electric new and existing buildings across California and even across the United States. The Bay Area Air Quality Management District's draft regulations to phase out the sale of natural gas, space, and water heaters starting in 2027. That's proposed regulations that they have out right now. The 2022 California Building Code strongly incentivizes all electric new construction, and each cycle becomes increasingly so. There's significant state and federal funding allocation supporting building decarbonization. By supporting building electrification, the city can help to prepare our residents and businesses for this electrification future. As Carrie mentioned, we did have quite a bit of community input, both from the broader community as well as historically marginalized communities, in order to minimize the potential negative impacts and maximize the benefits of this important transition for all of our San Jose residents. That engagement included over 10 meetings with community-based organization partners, the International Children's Assistance Network, or ICANN, and Vegilution, to ensure that the city included the perspectives of Spanish and Vietnamese-speaking residents and communities that are most vulnerable to poor air quality and other climate impacts. We held 3 community forums with more than 40 community-based organizations, labor organizations, environmental organizations, nonprofits, and housing organizations, as well as 5 public information center sessions promoted to more than 450 stakeholders, including neighborhood associations, to share the draft with the broader community and gather input to refine the framework that we're presenting to you today. The city's framework for existing building electrification does not propose any mandates to switch out existing natural gas for electric equipment. What it does is it provides the city with guidance on how to support the community's transition away from natural gas usage in existing homes and businesses. It includes co-created solutions with community-based organizations and the broader community as well, in order to reach our goal of making electrification accessible and beneficial for all. Based on community input, the framework is centered around 4 community priorities. Those are minimizing any increases to housing and energy costs, promoting better health and air quality, supporting high-quality job opportunities, and providing clean and reliable energy. The framework recommends supportive actions intended to increase the positive health, economic, and resiliency benefits that building electrification can bring to San Jose. So on the housing and energy cost-focused area, actions include expanding rebate awareness and launching a retrofit accelerator program. Within the health and air quality focus areas, actions included raising awareness around the health impacts of using gas and supporting community-led outreach. Within the high quality jobs opportunities focus area, actions included supporting contractor training opportunities and improving permit compliance. Within the clean and reliable energy focused areas, actions included creating community resiliency hubs and expanding access to renewable energy. We did receive input from the community, and some of the frequently asked questions centered around cost and grid reliability. They were a significant interest both to our community and I know also to our council members. In terms of the cost of building electrification, by focusing on the biggest gas uses in a single family home, the space and water heating that I mentioned earlier, the cost is estimated to between $2,500 to $22,000 to fully electrify a home. That's not including any incentives or operational cost savings. And that's depending on the extent of the upgrade. Choosing electric appliances instead of gas alternatives, however, is an estimated cost between 14 to 17% less than if you chose the gas version of those. A panel upgrade, if needed, would cost approximately $4,300. Electric appliances also typically do reduce total home energy costs, the operational costs. In terms of grid reliability, state agencies and PG&E are planning for future electricity needs and upgrading the grid to accommodate those needs. It's important to point out that modern gas appliances typically aren't operational in power outages, while electric appliances can safely use a backup power source like generators, solar, and our batteries. Electric appliances can benefit from current and emerging technologies that allow residents to control the time of usage of the energy in their home, as well as to use those backup power sources.
You want me in the camera?
If approved, the framework for existing building electrification can help to guide the city's building electrification support in a way that addresses community priorities and benefits all residents. The city will continue to engage the community on specific programs and policies under consideration, secure funding and resources to support our community, and promote existing programs, incentives, and tools through its collaboration with external partners, such as the Switches On campaign, BayREN, and the state's tech program. And with that, we'll move to the third topic today.
Okay, great. So tonight before you, we're gonna be talking about parking and transportation to management in San Jose. Over the last 3 years, we've been relooking at how we address parking in San Jose. This is the first time that we comprehensively have done this since the modern code was enacted on parking in 1965. This is a joint effort between planning and DOT. So in addition to myself, my co-presenter will be Wilson Tam from the Department of Transportation, Ramses Madu also from Transportation, and then recently promoted division manager Martina Davis from Planning is also joining us this evening. What you're going to be hearing about tonight is not something for your approval. What we're seeking is your direction on our proposed approach, policy direction on parking and transportation demand management, and then we would bring, based on council direction, we'll bring an actual ordinance back to council in the fall for its consideration. So why are we doing this? So as you're well aware, and as part of the package today, we have a goal of becoming climate neutral by 2030. We also are the desire is to further implement our general plan, and this is actually an action item in the general plan to explore eliminating parking in San Jose, parking requirements, excuse me, not parking. And then again, we have the Climate Smart San Jose plan, which we're also trying to aggressively drive that to our climate goals. In addition, I should note that this work was funded by the Climate Cities Climate Challenge, which is the goal of which is to focus on how cities can contribute to lessening impacts to climate change, focused on building and transportation. So I should also mention that the work tonight is part of a larger effort that DOT is leading to look at transportation and how it furthers our environmental, economic, and equity goals. And that includes the Move San Jose plan. All of these will be coming to you this fall. The Move San Jose plan, a transit first policy, an update to the VMT policy or a transportation analysis policy. They're also working on the downtown transportation plan as well as the West San Jose multimodal transportation improvement plans. There's a lot of stuff going on in the transportation realm to get us to our goals. So a little bit on the timeline. So we started this work back in January 2020. There was a planning commission study session as well as a city council study session. And the council's already enacted some policies, ordinances and policies in this regard to parking and TDM, most noticeably in the Diridon Station area, as well as the Berryessa BART Urban Village Plan, which is approved in June of 2021. So we're here before you tonight. We've already gone to Planning Commission, got some feedback for you, and we're seeking direction tonight. And again, as I said, we'd be coming back in the fall with the actual ordinance for your consideration. So I just want to note we've done extensive community outreach from a variety of stakeholders. And in total, we have 318 discrete San Joseans who have weighed in on the issue of parking. Parking is often a very hot topic, so we're not surprised we got a lot of interest. We did 2 study sessions, 17 focus groups, 9 webinars and workshops, and 3 developer roundtables. The outreach started initially in person, but quickly moved to online given the pandemic. So I think as the council is well aware, the code that we have today, going back to 1965, requires that a given use provide a specified level of parking. And it's really planning for parking at these really peak moments in time that such as the Black Friday after Thanksgiving, when the spaces are going to be very, very utilized. But for most of the year and for many uses, all of the year, the parking is not fully utilized. So what's resulted is a lot of oversupply of parking in San Jose. So I think you're all aware of when you plan a city around driving, and you require lots and lots of parking. One, you're assuming that everybody's driving from point A to get to point B. And the result of all of these policy decisions made since the end of the Second World War is that we've created cities that are built around cars rather than people. And I think this picture sums up how much of this portion of San Jose is built for the car. So why is this a problem? There's 4 sort of areas I'll cover. I'll start with climate, choice, and traffic. So studies show that abundance or oversupply of parking encourages people to drive, even when there are options to walking, riding transit, and biking. So the easier you make it to drive by providing parking, people are going to drive. They often do it unconsciously, even when they have other viable choices. What's really important about that, or what that really leads to, is the impact upon our climate and our contribution to greenhouse gases. So I think, as noted before, 51% of the city's GHG emissions come from transportation. So this is a really critical puzzle to tackle. The other issue with parking is that it can create business inflexibility. So the world we live in has really been changing even before the pandemic, and the pandemic has accelerated that. People are using ride hailing, shopping online, working from home. People are prioritizing experiences over things. So one of the challenges that businesses can find in San Jose is that they can't move into an existing space that works for them because the space does not have enough parking for their use per the zoning code. And so that's even if the amount of parking that they need to meet the needs of their customers and their employees is adequate. So again, the idea behind this is really to provide more flexibility for businesses so they can occupy spaces that have the parking that meets their needs without having to not be able to occupy a space or provide parking that they don't need. So the other sort of issue with oversupply of parking is related to land use and ecology. So I think parking is clearly not an appealing place. They're not really the places that most people would want to be. They're very great for parking cars. As a professor of mine in UC Berkeley, when I was in grad school, said, places with an abundance of parking are typically not the places that I would really like to be. They're not great, vibrant places. So when we plan for a lot of parking, we require a lot of parking, we create an abundance of parking. Again, it creates environments that furthers the cycle of driving and discourages walking and biking. You can see an example right here what an environment looks like where you put a lot of parking in, where the buildings are set back, the parking's in front, and even if you could walk or bike because you live close by, or you could take transit, does not look like an appealing environment to do those things. So another thing to really to note is that parking takes up a lot of space. So for every square foot, for example, of a restaurant, you need 8.3 square feet of dining area. And you can see along this graph here that that other than apartments, the amount of space for parking exceeds the actual primary use. And I should just note that space that we could use for other things, more housing, for amenities, more employment, open space, whatever. So the other issue is that oversupply or requiring an oversupply of parking can affect housing affordability. So parking is really expensive to build. It varies from $34,000 for a surface space to upwards of $75,000 for an underground space. That's a lot of money. And parking is actually not free. So the cost, even though they seem free, someone has to pay for them, and they show up. It does show up in our lives. So it results in higher rents, both for retail, housing, and office space. It can result in higher purchase prices for homes or other types of real estate products, and can contribute to more expensive goods and services. So at the end of the day, regulations tell a lot about our values and priorities. And today, with the code that we have that dates back to '65, empty housing for cars often takes precedence over housing for people. So I just want to note that removing mandatory parking requirements does not directly remove parking and does not mean parking will not build. We actually anticipate that developers will continue to build parking to meet the demand of their tenants and customers. Instead, it allows developers and businesses and residents to right-size their parking needs to meet their needs on that given site. So we have the proposal tonight that we want your direction on. The staff recommendation is to move forward with eliminating parking requirements citywide. This is really the simplest approach. It provides the most business flexibility, and we believe it will further our environmental goals than some of the alternatives. But we do have some alternatives for the council to consider. One is to eliminate parking minimums everywhere except the single-family neighborhoods or single-family zoning districts. And an alternative two is to eliminate parking minimums only in the general plans, planned growth areas, places like downtown, urban villages, North San Jose, and specific plans. I should note that the city does have contractual obligations for parking in the Diridon area, so there are some minimum requirements that we're proposing to retain for commercial development around the Diridon station. This really, I understand, sounds like a bold move for many, but I just want to make it very clear that we are not on the cutting edge here. Actually, there's a number of communities throughout the United States, actually throughout North America, that either have completely eliminated parking requirements or have eliminated them in certain portions of the city, such as in their urban villages or main streets or transit-oriented areas or their downtowns. With that, I'm going to turn it over to Wilson, who's going to continue.
Thank you, Michael. Good evening, Council and the public members. This is Wilson Tam, Transportation Planning Manager at the Department of Transportation. What is presented in front of you right now is the second half of the staff recommendation on the parking and TDM ordinance update, and that is the TDM strategies. As Michael presented, ample parking spaces and ample free parking definitely encourage people to drive. But right-sizing parking alone is not enough to encourage people to consider other transportation options to get to their destinations. As Michael presented, we have reached out to more than 1,300 public members to talk about this policy. And one of the major feedback that we have gotten is that people found it very hard to not consider to drive. And the primary factor of that is because there's no viable way to get around, especially to destinations that are within walking and biking distances, destinations that are near transit routes, and destinations such as major transportation or major destinations such as universities, shopping centers, and other major destinations that people can consider to carpool together to. So that's where the TDM come into play. TDM stands for Transportation Demand Management, and this is actually a set of strategies that could incentivize people to consider other ways to get around. Examples of TDM measures include bus stop improvements, safe crossings, pedestrian lighting, wayfinding, subsidized transit passes, affordable housing near jobs through mixed-use development, things of that nature. And so TDM and parking, as you can see, go hand in hand together. So, so we wonder, like, we do have TDM requirements in the city today. And so we ask ourselves, why would people think that there's no viable way to get around when we already have TDM policies in place today? So we take a step back and look at our existing processes, wondering what is our existing TDM process looking like. So this is the three-step process just to summarize how TDM works today according to today's policy. So today, TDM requirements are triggered by various policy requirements. You know, one of which is actually that like TDM is tied to the parking minimum. So whenever a development decides to reduce the parking below the minimum, they would be required to provide additional TDM requirements to offset that parking reduction. Other requirements include the CEQA reviews. We have transportation impacts under CEQA, as well as the air quality impacts under CEQA that would also trigger the need to provide TDM requirements. And normally what it works today is that whenever an impacts are identified during the development reviews, the city staff would provide some guidance as to how to address those impacts. However, the metrics today for these policy requirements are pretty vague. It's not very clear, and it's very complicated. And so one of the feedback that we have gotten from the development roundtables is that like there's so many different requirements, whether it's for CEQA transportation or CEQA air quality or parking minimum, and there's no guidance as to how to define how to mitigate these impacts. And therefore, it requires a lengthy process, some of which may require a transportation consultant to be on the table just to explain how it works according to the city's policy. And it adds time, it adds budget, and it adds cost to the developer, to the development. And therefore, you know, at the end of the day, it may require some negotiation with city staff, which eventually may not result in the TDM measures being implemented effectively to the future tenants of the new buildings. And therefore, you know, people don't feel that they have viable options to travel around. And unfortunately, traffic and parking demands go up, and it creates the chicken and the egg problem that people don't feel enjoyable and safe doing the other transportation options. And so, so there's a lot of opportunity for us to think about how we can modify this TDM policy. So how would the proposed TDM work? So after going through the lengthy community engagement and engaging with the development roundtables, we come up with three major ways of modifying the TDM requirements. First is to decouple the TDM requirements from parking reduction and require TDM for all larger projects, as well as consolidating the requirements with CEQA. So basically, we have all various policy triggers. We bring them all together and consolidate the ways to address these impacts. We would create a clear approach to standardizing TDM plans so that developers may not need to hire a transportation consultant to really like go through that lengthy analysis and figuring out what are the appropriate TDM requirements. And last but not least is to streamline the process with a standard manual of TDM options and a preset TDM point target that can create predictable outcomes. This is very something that other peer cities have done, such as San Francisco, Sunnyvale, and also other cities in the country have started moving towards these kind of like point-based system to providing more predictable outcomes for development. And this is a good synopsis of like what would be our standardized menu of options look like. And there are 4 categories. Based on research, we found that there are 30 measures under these 4 categories would be very effective in reducing greenhouse gas emissions, VMT, and improving the transportation options for the new tenants of the new buildings. And not trying to go through all the measures here, but you can see that like land use is actually one of the very important categories here. We include a measure about how to incentivize more affordable housing above and beyond the inclusionary housing ordinance requirement in order to address these TDM requirements. We have street infrastructure, parking, and programmatic related measures as well. So this is the process of how the new TDM process looks like. First, the city staff would provide this standardized menu of TDM options to the development to choose. And each of these measures have a varying amount of points, if you will. And what that does is that a development, once receiving the menu of options, they would go through the check the box, the type of exercise. They would select the number of TDM measures on the menu that could help them fulfill the point target. And so it's going to be very transparent and clear. And whatever the measures selected by the development, we will ensure that these measures will be provided to the future tenants of the new buildings once they occupy the new buildings. And so there will be also ongoing monitoring and compliance program created by the city to ensure that these measures will be provided on an ongoing basis. Some of the measures are a one-time construction, such as like building bus stop improvements. So this type of infrastructure improvement may not require this ongoing monitoring process, but things such as like providing subsidized transit passes is an ongoing process, and we may need a monitoring program to monitor the progress of that. So what does that mean in terms of the development? So we have 2 scenarios presented to you right now. So first, what if a development chooses to build less parking? Then that means there would be more space to build other things, and the developers would receive more TDM points because parking is one of the TDM measures in the menu to choose. And so that would result in fewer remaining point requirements for the TDM. On the other hand, if a development chooses to build more parking, they are allowed to do so per this policy update, and they would have more, sorry, I forgot to move on to the next slide. They would meet the TDM target via other options in the menu to compensate for the increase in traffic generated by the parking. With that, I'm going to turn it over to Michael to go through some of the common questions that we have received from the study session that happened last August, as well as the other community engagement that we have done so far.
Yeah, so I think I kind of covered this already, but one of the questions we heard is how would it affect housing affordability? So as I said before, parking is a significant cost in construction of a housing project, and as you know, construction costs have gone through the roof. So we do see this as an opportunity in some situations to actually lower the cost, making projects feasible to move forward, and we anticipate that some of those costs would be passed on, that savings would be passed on to renters and home buyers in terms of a lower rent or purchase price. So how will these changes affect small business? So again, I covered this already, but it would give businesses more options to move into different types of existing buildings. We've seen cases with
Can you please speak more into the mic?
Sure, sorry. So we've seen cases where businesses, industrial uses, restaurants, and things like that cannot move into existing buildings because the site does not have enough existing parking. So provide more flexibility also for developing on a smaller lot. And I should note that the small projects we're proposing to be exempt from the TDM requirement, so that this would not apply to smaller businesses or projects. And how would these changes affect existing neighborhoods? If so, how? So what we're anticipating is that again, so just a reminder that developers are financed and there's the money that finances the project are going to have, what we find is that requires that they build enough parking to meet the demand of the intended user. So we're not anticipating that developers are not going to build parking. I think it's really about right sizing the parking for a given location. We've heard a lot about the overcrowding. A lot of the overcrowding that we've seen is in buildings that were built, apartments built in the 50s and 60s. And this really is an existing condition. In some extent, it has to do with the housing crisis and unaffordability for people finding places to live. So there are, I think this is something we do need to continue to dig into. I think there are approaches that we can use moving forward. I think just to note the RPP, the residential permit parking could be a tool. I know that's in one of the memos that came out today under Councilmember Mahan. I think the other thing we want to note is that the TDMs that are proposed to be included would provide new options for people in these neighborhoods and new enhancements, so they could potentially get around better on other modes besides driving. And that these measures would incentivize people in some of these neighborhoods to get around in that way. So I just want to acknowledge that we did hear a lot about overcrowding in some of these older apartment communities. Has equity been considered as part of the process? So as part of this, the outreach and engagement process over the last 2 years, we partnered with Veggolution to engage with underserved neighborhoods. We held focus groups, and we heard from them and got a recommendation. We also partnered with Luna, Latinos United for a New America, to meet with communities to identify TDM measures that would provide their community from their perspective on the most benefit. And those are measures that we plan to carry forward. And with council direction, we would propose to include in the menu of options for developers. We also plan to incentivize adoption of these TDM measures, so it wouldn't just be that they're there, that we're planning to come up with incentives so the developers would be more inclined to pick them as well. So what is the implications of new TDM requirements on the cost to develop a project? So overall, TDM measures we have found are about 10% of the cost of building parking. That being said, we understand that cost of development is a significant issue for all types of development. Our intent is not to make projects infeasible. So working with the cost of development survey that the Office of Economic Development is doing, we intend to right-size the TDM requirements relative to the project to ensure that the benefits that we seek to meet our climate and other goals are met while still ensuring that that they do not impact the feasibility of the project and do not add significantly to the cost. So that's work that's forthcoming. So we did hold a planning commission where the planning commission gave us feedback, or gave the council feedback on its perspective on our staff proposal. So I would say overall, the planning commission was generally supportive of what we're proposing. Some of the things we did here, however, was recommended additional outreach to lower income communities prior to coming back to council in the fall. Just a note that we need to continue to make improvements for bike, ped, and related to transit. That's a real issue. I know that the city's working on that, or DOT on Vision Zero. There was really concerns expressed about impacts to those that have no choice but to drive. There was strong support for a citywide adoption, but there was also some voices that recommended a more incremental approach. There was a few commissioners that really preferred or expressed a desire not to eliminate parking in single-family neighborhoods. So I guess, should I close it out? I'll close it out. So again, staff recommendation is to move forward with an ordinance in the fall to eliminate a mandatory parking minimum citywide, and develop a TDM program and TDM requirements citywide as well as an ongoing monitoring and compliance program. So I just want to kind of wrap up all of these things. And the city has made a strong commitment to combat climate change. We have a goal of becoming carbon neutral by 2030. This parking and TDM is a significant piece of that. It's not the only piece, but it is. We see it as a significant piece of reaching that goal. And we really just want to note, we can't continue the status quo in the transportation sector like we have been over the last 70, 80 years. We really need to move the needle here. And eliminating mandatory minimum parking requirements and requiring TDM measures is a bold step that we need to further our environmental goals. And that's it. So we'll open it up for questions and public comment.
Thank you, Michael, and thank you, everyone. Let's go to public comment first, and then we'll come back to the council. Thank you.
We have 4 in-person speakers. I'm going to call your name. Just make your way down to the microphone. Whoever comes first can speak. Just introduce yourself. I have Glenn Garfunkel, Susan Butler, Linda Hutchins Knowles, and Rabbi Obanor.
Hi, Mayor Liccardo, council members, thank you for your time. My name is Rabia Benor, and I'm a transportation strategist with the Natural Resources Defense Council. I'm here to speak in strong support of these 3 items, which will speed up the city's action on climate and tackle the 2 biggest causes of climate change inducing pollution, buildings and transportation. San Jose has declared a climate emergency and set the ambitious and laudable goal of carbon neutrality by 2030. Now is the time to act, and the Carbon Neutral Acceleration Framework is the next step to meet that goal. With just 8 years to go, there's no time to waste to pass, fund, and implement it. Item 10.3 presents a proven way to reduce traffic and pollution. As your staff highlighted, cities across America have adopted similar policies to cut emissions and make new homes more affordable. We urge you to adopt the staff recommendation and make the policy as strong and as effective as possible. Finally, the Electrify San Jose framework will help people move to clean electricity in a way that is thoughtful and supportive for residents, especially folks in historically underserved neighborhoods. Today, amid a drought, a hot summer, and an early fire season, you have the opportunity to tackle climate change with proven solutions. Please support the staff recommendations and approve these items. Thank you.
Hi, my name's Susan Butler Graham. I'm with Mothers Out Front, Silicon Valley. I'm speaking as a San Jose resident, a mother, and a grandmother. Mothers Out Front is a national movement of mothers and allies who are mobilizing to preserve a livable climate for all children. We have over 35,000 supporters nationwide, more than 2,000 of whom live in Santa Clara County. We are extremely concerned about what our children's future will look like. This year, our team has been collecting these postcards, signed by local residents, most from San Jose, who are also concerned about our climate future and who support the existing building electrification framework. The postcard reads, "Dear council member or mayor, please prioritize healthy homes in a stable climate by electrifying buildings and transportation. Approve the existing buildings electrification plan. Sunset the exemption for gas-powered fuel cells. Upgrade the EV charging reach code for multifamily housing to 95% EV ready, 5% EVSE. Most people have signed the physical postcard, and others have signed an online petition. Here they are. At last count, there were 200 postcards. 10 of them haven't been handed in yet, so there's 190 in this pile. Your residents want you to vote for this framework. We also want you to approve the pathway to carbon neutrality by 2030, which looks really awesome. Thank you very much.
Good evening. My name is Glenn Garfunkel. I'm with San Jose Community Energy Advocates. Concerning electrification, even without mandates, there's a great deal the city can and should do to facilitate a shift away from fossil fuels and toward electrification. Workforce development and contractor training for heat pump installations is urgently needed, as is reliable home and energy retrofit guidance and informational resources for the community. Several percent of existing heating and hot water systems are replaced every year due to aging. This is low-hanging fruit that can be harvested without mandates. By coordinating the needed services, the framework can greatly facilitate electrification of this and other portions of existing buildings. Climate change is real. The consequences are very serious. Local government and individuals need to do the right thing. The issue is unlike any other that local government faces. Responsible officials and citizens cannot ignore this, and we cannot wait for federal policy to catch up. The proposed framework is a modest effort to get the ball rolling in the right direction. Though the cost can vary case to case, to quibble in those cases that have only small budgetary impact in the near term is to miss the significance of the threat we face and the much higher cost, long-term cost of inaction. With relatively small sacrifice, the city can make significant inroads to reducing its carbon footprint. Yes, some of your constituents may object, but we must lead by example. We must do the right thing in the short term to benefit long term. Please support the existing building electrification framework.
Hello, council members, Mayor Liccardo. My name is Linda Hutchins Knowles, and I am a resident of San Jose. I serve as a senior manager for Actera's Carl Knapp GoEV program. I'm also the mother of 2 teens and the co-founder of Mothers Out Front Silicon Valley. With all of these hats, I'm here today to urge you to please approve items 6.1, 6.2, and 10.3. Each is very important for achieving San Jose's climate smart goals. With my Actera hat on, I want to speak to the importance of electrifying buildings and transportation. Since these 2 sectors together are responsible for more than half of our GHG emissions, it's vital that the city take a proactive role in educating and supporting residents and businesses to replace their old gas appliances with clean electric alternatives. In order to accelerate the adoption of electric vehicles and make them accessible to all residents, it will be essential for San Jose to update our REACH code ordinance to ensure that EV-ready charging is available for every new resident of an apartment or condo, or every resident of a new apartment or condo. In the meantime, moving to reduce or eliminate parking minimums will encourage residents to mode shift from reliance on old cars and gas-powered cars to other modes of clean transportation. With my Mothers Out Front hat, I want to direct your attention to the audience where all these posters are. We had a lot of folks here earlier today. We didn't know how long this item would last. My daughter drew this one, and we just want to show you that a lot of kids and a lot of parents are very energized and encouraged with what staff has proposed today. We hope you will support it. We really want you to seize the opportunity to actually achieve carbon neutrality by 2030. And this means prioritizing greenhouse gas emission reductions in every policy and program. Since gas-powered fuel cells generate enormous amounts of climate-destabilizing emissions, particularly methane, it's time for the city to soon sunset the misguided exemption that allows facilities to install gas-powered fuel cells, which are hooked up to the natural gas pipeline. Instead, the city should require these facilities to use other forms of secure backup power, such as solar with battery storage or diesel generators. If only used during power shutoffs, the emissions, oh wow. Okay, so please sunset that exemption and support these policies. Our children are counting on you. Thank you.
We'll go online. First speaker is Crystal.
Hello. Greetings, council members. My name is Crystal Hernandez. Excuse me. I'm a San Mateo County resident, a mom of 2, an environmental studies major, and a volunteer for Actera. I support your efforts to create a comprehensive plan to tackle climate change. As part of that plan, I urge you to include all electric, existing buildings, and EV infrastructure REACH codes. I grew up in a low-income community in Daly City and later in San Francisco with gas appliances and low health standards, so I understand firsthand the health and well-being impacts of inequitable living situations. The council should move toward adopting a single all-electric standard for all building types because all-electric buildings are cheaper to build and operate, better for public health, and critical to protect us from a climate crisis. Electrifying new multifamily homes also provides equity for low-income individuals. Therefore, creating an exemption for affordable housing units could have unintended negative impacts. Forcing people to live in gas power units exposes them to higher levels of indoor air pollution during emergencies. It takes longer to get power back on to gas homes as opposed to electric homes. And most importantly, as the price of renewable energy continues to drop, fossil fuels will become more expensive. So it's so important to make sure all homes are covered under this plan. Providing equal access to EV charging is key to ensuring EV adoption. Currently, the vast majority of EV drivers live in single-family housing and enjoy access to convenient, reliable, and cheap charging at home. So with 40% of residents in the city being renters, the lack of access to charging becomes a major barrier to accessing the EV market, even as the upfront cost of EVs are now getting on par with gasoline cars. So lastly, as our state suffers from wildfires, which undeniably impact health.
Erica Pinto.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and council members. My name is Erica Pinto, San Jose Planning Policy Manager with SPUR. I'm joining my other coalition members in speaking on the parking and TDM agenda item. We truly appreciate the work done by city staff to engage the community, evaluate options, and propose strong actions to address the impacts of mandatory parking in San Jose. The item before you today has the potential to address longstanding policy issues related to parking minimum requirements that curtail San Jose's goal to make housing more affordable, build density, and support public transit, and advance the city as an environmental leader. The fact is that parking mandates force builders to construct costly garages before putting up apartments. This requirement is especially burdensome in dense neighborhoods where underground garages can cost over $75,000 a space. Almost everywhere, however, it results in fewer and more expensive housing, compounding our affordability crisis. Parking requirements also push destinations apart, creating neighborhoods built around driving, which increases congestion, emissions, and air pollution. These same neighborhoods discourage walking and transit use. Parking requirements explain why we have so many strip malls and service lots, so few walkable streets, and so little transit ridership despite our massive transit investments. We believe that the recommendations put forth by city staff today take a much needed step to ensure that parking policy aligns with what most people want, which is more and cheaper housing, less driving and traffic congestion, and walkable neighborhoods with good mass transit. And importantly, revisions of transportation demand management requirements and enforcement, like unbundling parking, will go far to equitably and sustainably meet the mobility needs of San Jose residents. Thank you for your time as you consider this critical next step.
Teresa?
Hello, Mayor and Council. Thank you for discussing this issue. I work as an intern at Actera, a Bay Area nonprofit, and I hope your council will pass both the existing buildings electrification framework and the acceleration strategy so we can put San Jose firmly on a path to achieve the carbon neutrality by 2030 goal and ensure a sustainable future. Climate change has harmed all aspects of life, including health, poverty, demography, inequity, and even global conflict, and I really don't want to see this crisis get worse than it already has. California's terrifying wildfires and yearly droughts are not sustainable, not for myself or my family or my community. I want to be able to focus on my goals without these constant safety threats. My friends and I are worried more and more each day about the climate crisis. So we need to do everything we can to adapt our living situations and ensure ourselves a safe future. There's no time to wait. And the Electrify San Jose framework and 2030 roadmap will help us reduce these greenhouse gas emissions. I'd love to see more of San Jose becoming electrified and decarbonized, and you can encourage that through this framework. I'd feel safer knowing that electric appliances don't emit carbon monoxide in buildings I go into. And I'm glad you're addressing electric vehicles because our fossil fuel powered vehicles majorly contribute to the climate crisis. I'm glad San Jose already has such ambitious goals. And I encourage the council to keep considering ways to increase the use of clean energy. So I hope you will vote to accept the existing buildings electrification framework and the climate smart carbon neutral by 2030 strategy. Thank you for your time.
Roma? Roma, I can see that you've unmuted, but we don't hear anything.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Oh, great. Thank you. Apologies. I'm Roma Dawson. I live in District 1 on a very busy street. I'm adjacent to a large number of apartments, most of which are rent controlled. I live next to Anderson School, which has students in the something like over 80% that qualify for free lunches. Parking is a challenge I face literally every day of my life. My husband and I plan trips around when off-street parking is going to become available. It may surprise you that I'm here to tell you that I don't think staff is moving aggressively enough. I'm asking you to direct staff to draft a very aggressive new parking ordinance that removes mandatory parking minimums and updates our antiquated TDM requirements, because I believe that's the only way to solve situations like mine. It wasn't an easy decision I reached, but quite frankly, I don't know how I could live with myself if I did otherwise. We all have to do everything we can to save the planet, and I thank this mayor and council and city staff. You make me proud to live in San Jose for the work you're doing to save the planet. And of course, the data on affordable housing is irrefutable. We simply cannot build what we need if we keep these ridiculous parking requirements in place. So again, I urge you, be aggressive, be forward thinking, think about the children in our future. And again, congratulations on surviving a budget year, and you all did a great job today. Thank you.
Karen?
Hello, can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Hello, my name is Karen Rosenberg from Greenbelt Alliance. San Jose has ambitious climate and housing goals that cannot be met without addressing parking minimums. I would like to urge you to support the staff recommendation to prepare a parking reform ordinance that removes mandatory minimum parking limits, updates the city's TDM requirements, and develops a program for ongoing monitoring and compliance. In Pillar 2 of Climate Smart San Jose, which you approved, are policies and actions to reduce 1,319,000 tons of carbon per year and VMT per capita per day reduced by 57% by 2050. This cannot happen without significant changes to parking minimums. Additionally, staff has identified approximately 80 general plan policies that removal of mandatory parking minimums and expansion of the TDM program would advance. I know many of you are concerned about overcrowding. I want to emphasize that this policy does not advocate to get rid of existing parking. Furthermore, let's face it, San Jose's minimum parking regulations haven't succeeded in preventing overcrowded curb parking in many San Jose neighborhoods like in East San Jose. This policy has a chance to build more affordable housing to address both the climate and housing crises, and I urge you to adopt staff recommendations, not an alternative. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Maya?
Hi, I'm Maya, and I'm a Bay Area high school student, and I wanted to take a moment to express my support for the Climate Action Plan and its push for electrification, which is a crucial step to reducing emissions. I first became aware of electrification this past year as I joined youth-led groups to advocate for swift and effective action, and I've learned just how important that is, particularly in the Bay Area where we act as trailblazers and set the precedent for the rest of the state and the country as a whole. Growing up with asthma, I became accustomed to wearing a mask to school long before COVID even existed due to the thick smoke we've seen nearly every year in the dry season from nearby forest fires. I've heard constant talk on the radios and TV about how much things need to change, and I felt an overwhelming desire from my community and my peers to do better. Thus, I think the effort to decrease gas emissions from houses, currently around 20% of emissions in San Jose, through more incentives and awareness as the framework supports, is much needed. Not only are these efforts better for 1, the environment, 2, public health, and 3, cost saving, but they tap into a community of people who want ways to improve these 3 things, given the access. And these impacts are not insignificant because, like was said, electrification can reduce emissions in homes by up to 90% in coming years. And similarly, electrification solves for the long-term problems of high gas prices because while the cost of electric appliances is projected to continue declining, the cost of maintaining current US aging gas infrastructure is increasing each year. For cleaner air, more affordable home costs, and better future for our area and the globe, I urge this council to move forward to this better future by voting yes today on the electrification framework. Thank you for your time.
Emily?
Good evening, Mayor Liccardo and council members. My name is Emily Schwing. I'm the Public Affairs Director for Veggielution and part of the Si Se Puede Collective. I would like to share some thoughts about the electrification acceleration proposal, which, as others have mentioned, is just one part of a larger long-term community climate resilience strategy. By now, we are all or should be familiar with the term redlining. Those of us living and working in East San Jose certainly are. I would like to share the term greenlining as well as a recommendation from a powerful community organization founded in 1993 and based in Oakland that shares the same name. Organizations including Greenlining have studied the challenges and opportunities that build electrification presents for low-income communities, 70% of whom are renters caught up in a housing and emergent energy affordable crisis. And to set some context, greenlining efforts began in the 1980s, and I quote from their website. This framework is not new, and now it finds that electrification can be a transformative force for low-income residents, and it explains the steps that we must take to ensure that electrification helps close the clean energy gap in California, to provide relief to our residents facing energy insecurity in the current system. Meanwhile, the cost of safely maintaining California's gas system is set to escalate dramatically in coming years as increasing infrastructure costs and safety upgrades combine with the decline in demand as the state transitions away from fossil fuels to hit its climate targets. Veggielution and the Si Se Puede Collective are committed to supporting electrification initiatives and the community outreach that is required to support this shift to clean energy and reducing barriers to adoption, whether in a home, a small business, or a restaurant setting. Thank you for your time.
Adina?
Yes, good evening, Mayor and council members and staff. Adina Levin, Executive Director with Friends of Caltrain. I wanted to really commend the city of San Jose for bringing forward this proposal to right-size parking, and along with that to strengthen transportation demand management to really rebalance the incentives for people and the opportunities for people to use sustainable transportation and more shift towards a sustainable transportation and less toward the driving where people have opportunities. This really addresses the city's climate goals as well as the city's goals for housing affordability and economic development. I think it's good to see that the transportation demand management policy is slated to continue to evolve over time, given that there are transportation improvements like bringing BART to San Jose, as well as policy improvements such as an all-agency transit pass, so that which is getting piloted starting this summer. And if that has a broader rollout, we'll have the opportunity to give people much greater public transportation mobility. So we'll really encourage the city to move forward with the ending the parking minimums and strengthening the transportation demand management. Thank you.
Okay, we have an in-person speaker, so we'll move to Paul next.
Okay. Just wanted to say quickly that the reduction of parking does not necessarily translate into pollution reduction if parking is allocated for electric vehicles. So I'm not sure that these proposals are taking into consideration the future mandates we have of electrification of all personal vehicles. And if that's the future, I think buildings should be designed for those vehicles and not be eliminating potential parking for them.
Thank you. We'll go back online. Mikhail.
Yes, hi. My name is Mikhail Khaurilov. I am a long-time San Jose resident, and I am a volunteer with the Silicon Valley Bike Coalition. And I'm calling to voice my strong support for the Climate Smart San Jose initiatives, and particularly the removal of a minimum parking requirement. So when I moved to San Jose first back in 2007, I was renting a little cute apartment in around Japantown area, but I was taken aback by the high cost which I had to pay for my rent. Now, little did I realize that a big chunk of that rent was going to the quote-unquote free parking spot which I was getting, even though I didn't necessarily need to use the car because I'm a bulk commuter. Not only that, I was also sponsoring my neighbors who had more than one car. And the same thing, I was sponsoring all these extra parking lots and the high number of homeless people as well, who often cannot afford housing because of this consideration. And a couple of years later, I bought a house and that parking stopped being free. I spent more than $20,000 on building a garage and driveway to it. But my neighbors did not do the same thing, and they continued using the free parking on the street. So instead of my rent, now I ended up sponsoring them from my taxpayer money. And it was basically, instead of my taxpayer money going to the parking to the bike lanes, they were going to sponsoring my neighbors, driving more and effectively contributing to the pollution. So in conclusion, I would like to support elimination of a minimum parking requirement. And thank you for your attention.
Marissa. Marissa Gasca. Okay, moving on. Blair.
Hi, Blair Beekman here. There's a lot of public speakers tonight on this item. It's nice. Thank you. I hope that we're knowing that we want to, these sort of issues, bicycle and pedestrian planning and long-term social planning with these sort of ideas. We've been doing all this stuff for a number of years, and we have not had to be considering natural disaster preparedness. We haven't been having to consider, man-made preparedness disaster issues like COVID or 9/11. We've been just trucking along, just doing really important good work, and I hope that can be a hopeful reminder in what this work is about. We don't need to create shock doctrine practices with this work. I mean, this is really fun, enjoyable, sustainable good work, and it's nice we're all doing our efforts right now. I think we have some really difficult questions about the future. What exactly is our carbon-free and carbon-neutral society? Does that mean nuclear, or does that mean, we work with ideas of renewables that will take on the ideas of some use of fossil fuel? I mean, those are difficult questions we have to really ask. I hope we can be open to the future of that debate at this time. It's important I think we make these things aware to each other. And to conclude that the idea of, for all the electric grid needs we're going to have, there's a lot of mineral use involved. And for as important as working towards our carbon-free future, we have to really be considering the worker rights issues of the people who mine these minerals that will be feeding our electric storage future. These things need to work hand in hand. As we build this electric future, we have to think of the worker rights issues involved just as much and work just as hard towards these good things. There's a lot of things I want to talk about on this item. Thanks for having this item.
Thank you. I want to thank all the members of our community for taking the time to advocate. I know we've got several more to go, and it appears the list isn't shortening any. I'm a little concerned about our ability to hang on to a quorum because we've lost a couple of council members already because of various issues. So I'm going to ask at 7:30, we're going to go to 1 minute just to ensure that we can hang on to our council so we can get to a vote. Thank you for everyone for your patience.
Brian?
I'm going to give my 1 minute. Thank you, Mayor, everybody. When I first saw this, I was so angry, and I went into my typical Brian rant. So I drove around, which is sort of I got a hybrid car now, and I'm actually sort of ashamed of myself now because I was totally against this until after the report. And you all make a lot of sense. So I encourage you to step forward with it. Thank you. I yield all my time back.
Ryan?
Good evening. I'll keep it quick. Please remove parking minimums citywide. This is an urgent climate issue as well as a transportation issue. And I'll just echo the great presentation that staff did that apparently is already changing minds, as well as some previous speakers. Thank you.
Gwen?
Yes, hello. Good evening, House members and the mayor, and thank you to the staff for the awesome presentations. I'm Gwen Azar. I just graduated from Cupertino High School. I'm also here representing Silicon Valley Youth Climate Action. As a young person who has no choice but to think of the future as very current and pressing, I just want to join the abundance of others in this call in my strong support for these frameworks. Action that really our area and the world needs if we want to even hope to prevent the most catastrophic consequences of climate change. What will be far more expensive in the long run is inaction. So I commend the city for taking leadership on climate action in this area. Action like this really gives me hope, though there's always need for more robust and aggressive change. So thank you for your time.
And we'll switch over to the 1 minute timer.
Okay, we'll proceed with 1 minute. Thank you.
Tim, you will be next.
Honorable Mayor and Council members, my name is Tim Wee. I run ZeroW.org. We have a climate emergency and we're moving far too slowly to avoid climate disasters. Thank you for holding a hybrid meeting so we can speak at this meeting in a climate-friendly as well as COVID-safe way. Please approve staff's recommendation for items 6.1, 6.2, and 10.3. My household achieved carbon neutrality 3 years ago. My residence is fully electric and fully solar, generating more electricity than it uses. My regular transportation is by bicycle and EV. My water use is greatly reduced. My solid waste trash is down just to a quart a week. Bicycling is super efficient, saves money, increases health. And since you need to get exercise anyway, that is free energy for you getting wherever you need to go. Every time you push a fossil fueled gas pedal, you are essentially crushing the skull of some poor kid under your foot. Let's all work together to make our world the Garden of Eden it needs to be for our kids to survive and thrive. Thank you for making San Jose a climate leader. Thank you.
Michael?
Hi, my name is Michael Hazelton. I live in downtown San Jose, and I'm here to just kind of urge you to support the staff recommendations to, reform the mandatory minimum parking limits, to remove those, and to update the transportation demand requirements as they kind of outlined. One of the things I just wanted to mention real fast is I really like the area of downtown where First Street is. It's got the historic buildings and the jacaranda trees and the light rail and everything. And I think a lot of people like areas like this. And under the current policies, developing such a place is pretty much illegal. And so, if we kind of implement these updates, we'll allow small developers to come in and kind of replicate the areas of San Jose that are sort of the nicest, in my opinion. So anyways, yeah, just please make the right call. Thanks.
Wandering? I see that you... Go ahead.
Hello, public comment time. Okay. Hi, my name is Pragya Natarajan, and I'm a rising senior at Cupertino High School, who is also a resident of San Jose, and I'm here with the San Jose Youth Climate Action Team. We all know what climate change is and why it's bad. However, it takes personal experience to truly understand the impact of climate change. I had breathing problems when I was younger and needed an inhaler, but for a while I eventually grew out of it. However, as the years have gotten hotter, it's gotten harder and harder to breathe outside. I can no longer run in temperatures higher than 80 degrees without needing an inhaler now, and California reaches 80 degrees really easily. The heat has impacted my breathing a lot, and I struggle to play tennis, run.
Chloe?
Hello, my name is Chloe Kwan. I'm 18 years old and I'm a part of Silicon Valley Youth Climate Action. I'm here today to express my strong support for items 6.1, 6.2, and 10.3. Last year, you, the City Council, passed a radical and necessary resolution to be carbon neutral by 2030. These items are critical to following through with that promise and creating concrete, actionable plans to achieve our goals. As a young student, I want to remind you that we are becoming increasingly disillusioned with those in power who are failing to enforce strong climate action. I urge you to follow through where many larger scale leaders are stopping short. San Jose has the resources, the influence, and responsibility to meet its climate goals and lead the charge in our Bay Area community. I live in Santa Clara, where the proposed carbon neutrality goal is 2045. I want San Jose to show that we can do better and we need to do better. Thank you.
Ruth?
The Coozerwood Neighborhood Association is asking the City Council to oppose any changes to the city's minimum parking standards. On December 14th, 21, the council removed all objective standards for affordable housing in approved and unapproved urban villages and mixed-use commercial land as small as 1.5 acres. The objective now is to eliminate the standards in single-family neighborhoods to increase density, congestion, and discomfort for a lifestyle that no longer fits the agenda of the city administration and staff. The letters from the public were all from Catalyze SB, but there was one that was very interesting because it stood out and painted the alternative of what exists. Thank you for your time.
Ali?
Good evening, Mayor Liccardo and council members. My name is Ali Saferman, and I'm here on behalf of the Housing Action Coalition and as a San Jose resident to speak in strong support of the staff recommendation to prepare a parking reform ordinance that removes mandatory minimum parking limits, updates the city's TDM requirements, and develops a program for ongoing monitoring and compliance. Across our state, more than 97% of cities and counties have been unable to produce affordable housing. If we are going to take our state's housing crisis seriously, we need to use every possible tool to build more housing. Thank you to the council and city staff for your tireless efforts to ensure positive and sustainable climate and housing outcomes for our communities. Please support the staff's preferred recommendation to eliminate parking minimums citywide. Thank you so much.
Giovanni?
Hi, thank you, Mayor and Council. The name Electrify San Jose doesn't sound safe. The electrification plan makes the electrical grid hotter and more vulnerable to blackouts. It makes the electricity bill higher, making it harder to pay the bills and save money for the middle to low income people, including my Black and brown communities. It takes work away from our local piping trade workers, including union workers that would normally be involved with new construction. This plan prevents them from this work. When 5 or more people have to live together to afford the rent, it makes them more vulnerable to a blackout when they all use the electricity after a long day at work. The carbon neutral San Jose by 2030 acceleration strategy, I think this plan is unfair to the middle to lower income people. All of the damage done to the planet. Oh my gosh, I'm just gonna skip ahead to, it makes it harder for disabled people and handicapped people to park. That's all I got. Thank you.
Lalo?
Good evening, council members. Mayor, my name is Lalo Mendez, and I'm the development project specialist for Catalyze SD. However, I'm speaking tonight on my own personal behalf. I am here to urge you to support the staff's recommendation to update San Jose's parking policies and TDM measures. We heard a lot about parking tonight, and what's really important to me are the TDM measures, because I grew up as the son of an immigrant mom. And when we were in the United States, when we first arrived, we couldn't afford a car. But you know what was a lifeline for our economic development as a family? Paying a quarter to be able to access the bus every weekend so I could get to my job, so I could get to community college. So I urge you tonight to consider the staff's recommendation. Thank you.
Jenny?
My name is Jenny Green. I'm a San Jose resident, a mother of 2 daughters, and a member of Mothers Out Front, Silicon Valley.
Please vote yes on the climate saving measures you're considering tonight. Some council members have expressed reservations about how much this might cost. I'm asking you as a mother, please do what it takes to win this fight. For our children's sakes, we have to stop greenhouse gas emissions. If you're concerned about cost, I'm hoping to hear you say you'll find solutions because that is what leaders do when their community is facing an existential threat. We are counting on you. Thank you.
Zachary?
Hello and good evening. My name is Zachary Meyer. I'm a college student, a summer intern at Menlo Spark, and to steal a phrase from Sarah Ray, I am also a member of the climate generation. The generation of young people who have grown up knowing nothing but a world with the existential threat of climate change. I've grown up passionate with a desire to make an impact. However, I know I cannot do much on my own to save my generation, but a collective effort combined with smart and progressive policy change will. That's why I'm here today to ask the City of San Jose to approve items 6.1, 6.2, and 10.3. Thank you.
Bruce? Bruce? Okay, moving on. Alexander?
Hello, Mayor and City staff and City Council. My name is Alex Melendrez. I am the South Bay Organizing Manager for YIMBY Action. I'm not really sure if there's much more to say given the outpouring of support for the staff recommendations for changes to parking minimums. It's clear that there is a wide coalition that really see this as an equity, climate, and from my perspective, a housing concern. I urge you to go forward with what the city staff is recommending. I also think it's a very forward-thinking policy that will also help the city in addressing its housing element needs later down the line. At the end of the day, we're really looking to house human beings rather than a car. And this policy really helps put roofs over heads. So thank you very much.
Saman?
Hi, Council. My name is Saman De Silva. I am a high school student from Palo Alto and the leader of youth environmental groups across the South Bay. I would like to express my support for items 6.1, 6.2, and 10.3. As a young environmentalist, the existing building electrification framework speaks straight to my priorities: environmental justice, emissions reductions, and community-approved movement. Seeing a city of such scale as San Jose engaging in equitable electrification sets great precedent for other cities across the Bay and otherwise to follow an equity-based approach to electrification. In the framework, several cities are cited in their use of BPSs, MESSers, etc. I see the possibility for San Jose's name to appear on the dockets of other cities' frameworks as they aspire to take such strong consideration for equity in their climate plans. Understand that a vote in the interest of aggressive climate policy, a vote in the interest of increasing living standards for historically disenfranchised communities, and a vote in the interest of building a
Wyan? Wyan?
I am Wyan Trung with Mothers Out Front. Please vote yes on items 6.1, 6.2, and 10.3. It's expensive for a restaurant owner to replace a gas stove with an electric one, but it's even more expensive to replace a restaurant that is burned to the ground, like the over 5,600 businesses and residents in Santa Rosa where I used to live. The cost of fossil gas will only rise as fracked gas, offshore, and Arctic drilling rise in expense. The cost will also rise due to aging gas infrastructure that must be replaced. These exorbitant costs will be passed to a shrinking pool of customers who rely on gas appliances. Vote yes and protect our young people from the outrageous prices they will have to pay if we fail to respond quickly and decisively to the climate crisis. Electrification can be affordable and lower utility bills. Both my inexpensive induction cooktop and air fryer.
Tammy? Tammy
Hello,
S.
hello. Yes, hello.
Here
I
you-
am a resident and voter in San Jose. Please vote no on this electrification and carbon neutral strategy, as 2030 is only 7.5 years away. It's too ambitious and too expensive. Where will this secure funding come from? The homeowners who are already getting squeezed with the terrible cost of living and inflation right now? I am glad to hear that Santa Clara has used some more common sense and have their goal for 2045. That makes much more sense because just today, PG&E sent an email saying that they set their goal to be carbon neutral by 2040 and removing more greenhouse gases than they emit by 2050. So why should San Jose have earlier goals than PG&E? I live in an area where PG&E is very unreliable. We have extended power outages almost 1 to 2 times a month or public safety shutdowns. And it's ridiculous. They don't have the infrastructure. The grid isn't available.
Laura?
Hello, this is Laura Feinstein. I'm with SPUR. Good evening to the council members and Mayor Liccardo. I'm here in support of items 6.1 and 6.2. I'd like to keep this really short. I think that all the other speakers have really covered everything that's essential. These measures are important for climate change. They're key to addressing air pollution in the Bay Area, and they address many of the real problems that need to be understood and overcome around equity. So with that, SPUR urges you to advance these plans to both clean the air and fight climate change by voting yes on 6.1 and 6.2.
Matthew?
Yes, good evening, Mayor, Council, and staff. Matthew Reed, Director of Policy at Silicon Valley at Home. We are here to support staff's recommendation to eliminate parking minimums and adopt traffic demand management policies. We see this as a common sense response to a whole range of challenges that we're facing. Obviously, the costs of constructing housing are tremendous challenges for the city. Parking is a tremendous part of that challenge, and allowing this flexibility will be super important going forward. We also believe that this policy will create the flexibility that will allow developers and communities to be responsive to changes, to adopt more sustainable and resilient options for the future. And we appreciate your time. Thank you.
Eugene?
Good evening, everyone. Good evening, Mr. Mayor and council members. Eugene Bradley, Silicon Valley Transit users. I speak as someone that was unfortunately priced out of San Jose and Silicon Valley back in 2004 because of a lack of affordable housing. And even worse, an area, I'm originally raised in New Jersey, from an area that was built for and around the private automobile. With all the obvious climate and emissions issues that have occurred, it is past time for San Jose to listen to what staff had to present and approve all 3 of these action items. The phrase I learned in New Jersey years ago is that you get what you build for. And when you build for private automobiles, that's what you get with all the emissions and stuff. Space that could have easily been used for housing, especially for older people, Black and brown people, seniors, and the disabled. So let's make it happen. Thank you.
Isabella?
Hi, my name is Isabella. I live in D6 and I'm from ICANN, one of the co-creation partners for building electrification. I know community members have questions about the feasibility, so I just want to share that similar initiatives have been adopted across the country. For example, Denver City Council passed last November a building decarbonization policy, making it the 8th US jurisdiction to do so. So many San Joseans might find building electrification overwhelming, but Denver just shows that these efforts are not unprecedented. And again, this framework is just a starting point. We know that further steps are needed to ensure smooth electrification, but the community should know that the framework will seek more input and will provide more support. So overall, I urge the city of San Jose to adopt the framework as a critical approach to eliminating greenhouse gas emissions. Thank you.
Diane?
Good evening, Mayor Liccardo and council members. My name is Diane Bailey. I'm with a community climate action group called Menlo Spark, as well as the Campaign for Fossil-Free Buildings in Silicon Valley. We appreciate all of the hard work and stakeholder outreach that has gone into these climate policies. Our coalition enthusiastically supports the proposed existing building electrification framework, the roadmap to carbon neutral by 2030, and the parking and transportation policies. Please approve agenda items 6.1, 6.2, and 10.3. We need bold actions to help transition off of polluting fossil fuels if we want to have any hope of achieving a stable climate in the future and averting the worst impacts. Climate change is not a distant problem. We're already feeling the impacts, and we need to consider the extreme cost of inaction on climate, millions and millions of dollars, and I'm out of time, so I thank you for this opportunity. I hope you'll approve all 3 items.
Stephanie?
Yes, hi, thank you. My name is Stephanie Morris. I am a lifelong resident of Silicon Valley and San Jose, and I wanted to also voice my support for item 6.1, item 6.2, and item 10.3. I appreciate the effort that's gone into the community-based organizations coordination with the existing building electrification framework. I think that climate is the driving force behind this plan, but equity is really front and center, and that's super important for our community. This plan includes the creation of jobs that pay a fair wage and offer career advancement and offer educational support for homeowners. These items also are something that today's children don't have the opportunity to vote for, but they will inherit the consequences of these decisions. So they are incredibly important, and I appreciate the time and energy that's gone into making these important decisions. Please vote yes on all these measures. Thank you so much.
Enrique? Enrique, go ahead.
Hello, can you hear me? Okay, hi. Good evening, Mayor and City Council. My name is Enrique Navarro with the Santa Clara County Association of Realtors. We took special interest in item 6.1 for the existing building electrification issue, and we just wanted to share the concern that a lot of our membership had, and some of the electricians that we consulted with. We did a study similar. We're working on a study right now, but we did one in San Mateo County regarding the full cost of mandating home electrification. And it's not simply the cost of switching out an appliance, it's also services and structural changes you need to make to a house in order to accommodate electrified appliances. So from low end to high end, it can go anywhere between $130,000 to upwards of $300,000 to make all these changes to a home to meet these the framework. So please consider this as you.
Jared?
My name is Jared Johnson, area resident and senior manager of policy and external relations at Actera. I urge the council to pass the existing buildings electrification framework and adopt the climate smart carbon neutrality goal by 2030. Last summer, Louisiana had the strongest hurricane to ever hit in the state's history. Middle Tennessee homes were flooded overnight by a deluge of water, only to be described as catastrophic. There were so many heat waves in the Pacific Northwest, sending temperatures into triple digits, killing folks unnecessarily. And lastly, the town of Greenville burnt to the ground. Thousands of Californians were forced to evacuate, including some of my closest friends. So what is it going to take this summer? How bad do the catastrophes have to get for us to commit to stop emitting greenhouse gases? So I urge this council to take the strong and bold step to pass this electrification framework for existing buildings.
Gary?
Hi, my name is Gary, and I am a rising senior in high school at the Harker School in San Jose. Today, I'm here on behalf of the Harker Green Team, as well as San Jose Youth Climate Action Team, in support of items 6.1, 6.2, and 10.3. Existing buildings account for 1/3 of San Jose's emissions. Considering our city's population of over 1 million people, these emissions are a big deal. Switching to electricity will shift our dependence from the fossil fuel industry to alternative renewable energy sources, making a systematic, sustainable, and long-term difference. I urge council members and the mayor to support the framework for existing building electrification and carbon neutrality by 2030. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Dashiell?
Hello, my name is Dashiell Leeds. I'm the conservation organizer for the Sierra Club Loma Prieta chapter. We applaud San Jose for establishing greenhouse gas reduction strategies that reflect the urgency of the climate crisis. The decarbonization of San Jose must be done equitably, and we believe that the plans as written provide the framework for achieving this. We hope that the city invests heavily in community outreach, education, ongoing support programs, streamlining and rebates, and we're really happy to see that all of these are already included in the existing building framework and other plans. We fully support the city's equity goals, and we call on San Jose to explore and establish the anti-displacement and tenant protection ordinances that it's outlined. A crisis of this severity requires leadership wherever it can be found, and right now cities are leading the way on climate change. We're glad that San Jose, one of the largest in the nation, is stepping up as a leader. This is no small undertaking, and success will rely on the Council's full commitment to the existing building framework, carbon neutral strategy, and transportation strategy. These actions could become a model that could be followed around the world, and we look forward to supporting this action. Thank you.
David?
Hi, Honorable Mayor and City Council. I'm David Noel, President of Erickson Neighborhood Association in District 9. On behalf of neighborhoods throughout the city, I ask that the new TDM policy framework include provisions to prevent overflow parking into existing neighborhoods caused by new developments, with ongoing monitoring and commitments to fix issues as they develop. Consider including provisions that could legally and enforceably limit the actual number of cars and developments to match the parking provided. At a recent District 9 Leadership Group meeting, Senator Dave Cortese, co-author of SB 9, stated that cities should revisit their objective zoning standards within the context of SB 9, especially parking ratios. Please be careful about giving up land use authority that our city still has to address projects built under SB 9 and SB 35. Finally, our future depends on transit that gets people from their homes to their jobs in a time comparable to driving. Please.
Ria?
Hello, my name is Ria Narang. I'm a San Jose resident and a member of SBYCA Silicon Valley Youth Climate Energy and an upcoming senior in high school. As the climate crisis becomes increasingly worse and worse, I can only emphasize the importance of the approval of the 3 action items recently presented, 6.1, 6.2, and 10.3. These items will be in pursuit of more affordable and healthier housing, better indoor and outdoor air quality, more high-quality jobs, and the increased reliability of energy for critical facilities and services. Such efforts are necessary to create a healthier, safer, and more prosperous city for all residents. To keep it quick, San Jose will become a better and stronger and more resilient community by accelerating climate action and by moving to carbon neutrality by 2030. I deeply thank you for your time.
Patrick?
Good evening, council members. My name is Patrick Sigmund. I'm a transportation planner and economist, and I've led dozens of parking studies throughout California. I also want to encourage you to support the recommendation to remove minimum parking regulations citywide. And I'd like to respond to some of the concerns that have been raised about existing overcrowded street parking in some neighborhoods. You should rest assured that as planners, we know how to keep curb parking from getting overcrowded using residential parking permits and prices and other tools. We know how to do that in ways that let existing residents keep parking for free while making sure that new developments don't result in overcrowded street parking. So many cities have done this already, and San Jose can too. So in short, hundreds of cities have already removed their minimum parking laws, and I encourage San Jose to follow suit. Thank you much.
Daniela?
Hi, my name is Daniela Castañeda, and I work with Silicon Valley Bike Coalition. I am also a resident of San Jose. I'm here to show full support for 10.3 to eliminate the parking minimum. I think it is time that we set forward policies that will make it better for us and safer for us to live here. I struggle with asthma, and in the last 5 years, my asthma has gotten significantly worse every year because of the heat, because of our climate. I think it's also will be a great catalyst to find other modes of transportation and not be so car dependent, allowing for lower income to not have to depend on vehicles to get from one place to another. Thank you.
Alex?
Hey, Council, it's Alex Shore with Catalyze SV. Just want to thank you all so much, the council members who've put out memos in support of staff's recommendation on the citywide change. Council members Carrasco, Foley, Mahan, Peralez, Vice Mayor Jones, and Mayor Liccardo. Thank you so much for your leadership on this issue. This has been 50 years in the making, this change. The time has come. We have new ways of getting around that are emerging and already exist, and they will go a long way to help addressing a lot of really important issues, including global burning, including getting more affordable housing, including supporting folks who use public transit and equity issues. So thank you so much to the council for your.
Bruce? Bruce?
Hey, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Thanks for the opportunity to speak. I want to echo the most important thing, I think, is the young people that came up. They're the ones who are going to inherit the earth after we leave. And if we leave them a place that isn't hospitable, we've done not so good things for the planet and its people on it. I also want to keep encouraging to pass 6.1, 6.2, and 10.3. And also, one of the key things that was in the plan is the comment to monitor and manage things. There's a lot of ambitious things in this. It's going to take some work to put them into action. And so the monitor and manage part of it is a key thing. Thank you for the opportunity to speak.
Edward?
The city's climate smart goals and TDM measures are important and should be aggressively pursued. Combining these three items just cuts public comment by 2/3. Staff's presentation contains a number of errors. Upgrades for an electric heat pump is not just a $300 panel. That ignores a service upgrade, new meter, and upgraded wiring. The cost is typically between $3,000 and $5,000. For older single-family homes, the amount can exceed $10,000. The vast majority of cities that have reduced parking requirements have done so only in their downtowns or in specific districts. Staff's own graphic shows this, but Michael conveniently omitted that fact at both Planning Commission and City Council. Staff praises their own community outreach. When Commissioner Oliverio challenged staff, Michael insisted that they had met with neighborhood associations, including Willow Glen. Commissioner Oliverio is a board member of that association, so he knew that this wasn't true. Michael then insisted that, oh, well, we had met with a group of people while standing on Lincoln Avenue. Staff reached out to lobbyists and advocacy groups, not neighborhood associations and residents.
That was the last speaker. So back to the council.
All right, thank you. Thanks to all the members of the community who have advocated and worked with us in this very important endeavor. I have many questions and comments, but I'm going to defer those, but I do want to at least offer thanks. And forgive me if I don't get to everybody, but certainly want to thank everyone in our community who's been pushing so hard for many years to get us to this point. And I think we've accomplished a lot together, but we've got a lot more work to do, of course. And that includes Catalyze SV, Mothers Out Front, Spur, Greenbelt Alliance, Luna, ICANN, Vegelution, Forensic Caltrain, Transform, Save the Bay, SV at Home, Silicon Valley Bike Coalition, Urban Environmentalists, California YIMBY, Housing Action Coalition, a lot of other folks. So forgive me if I didn't get everyone in there, but there's been a lot of folks pushing, and we're very grateful that we've got such an engaged community. Really want to thank some catalysts who've been really instrumental in helping us here internally at City Hall. And those catalysts have been coming from the outside to give us resources, the most important resource being people who can help us work through these complex challenges. So I want to thank from Bloomberg Philanthropies and NRDC and Delivery Associates, Kimmy Narita, Elizabeth Stamp, Amanda Eakin, and Elena Olmedo, who's been embedded with us, and the city staff, and it's been really helpful. And of course, I really want to thank the leadership of our city team, particularly for the willingness to push through these important changes through this pandemic. So thank you, Carrie Romanow, and Rosalind Huey, and Kip Harkness, and John Risto, Chris Burton, Michael Brio, Jessica Zank, Julie Benavente, Ramses Madu, Martina Davis, Ed Schreiner, Wilson Tam, Jared Hart, Ken Davies, Emily Breslin. Boy, there's lots of folks here I already named. Anyway, I will stop there. I think Ken and Emily actually no longer work with the city. I know we've got other folks who are still working and are pushing, so I'm sorry if I've left anyone out. There's just some folks that we're aware of just at the mayor's office we've been working with frequently. And then within my own team, I want to thank Scott Green and Julian Lake and Kat Wilson for all their work as well. Why don't we take this in 2 bites? First, we'll start with 6.1 and 6.2 because I think we can talk about those in a fairly integrated way with one motion, and then we'll go on to the parking in 10.3. Unless anyone has any objection, we'll start that way, and we'll go to Councilmember Cohen.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. I want to start first by thanking all of the people who came out tonight to speak on this issue. The number of speakers reflects the importance of what it is that we're discussing tonight and the importance of this issue. In particular, the young people who came out to speak, they always inspire me and give me hope for the future. They are in particular the ones who know the existential crisis that we're facing and the gravity of doing something about it. I'm continue to be proud of the city of San Jose for sticking our necks out to be an example for other cities around the country of what's possible. The mayor already thanked all the staff, so I didn't have to run the risk of leaving somebody out trying to thank them myself, but they've been great leaders and partners in these conversations as we're working towards this plan, and I'm excited that they're helping set ambitious goals for the city that if we set our minds to it, I believe we can achieve. There were obviously some graphics in the presentation that show that there are challenges and there's a lot of work to do, but I think it's doable, and I think that with the right staff and the right support from council, we can get it done. Carrie, I was going to ask you to put up slide 23 just for a minute so I can just talk about it for a second, maybe ask a couple questions. What we're talking about here is not mandating a change that isn't going to happen, but facilitating a transition that is.
Councilmember Cohen, you're a little bit hard to hear.
Am I? I'm sorry.
Yeah, the volume's a bit low.
Let me see if I can.
That's
adjust
better.
it.
That's better.
Oh, okay. I don't know why. I don't think I did anything. Okay. You hear me better?
Yes.
Okay. We're talking about facilitating a transition that's underway. We're not talking about the city mandating something that isn't inevitably going to happen. Carrie, let me start with asking you a question. You mentioned, I think in the presentation already that there will be phasing out, for example, of electric appliances over the next 8 years, whether we take action or not. And so can you just, I think that might have been a different slide, don't worry about that, but what, I guess I don't really need to ask the question because I think on your slide you said the Bay Area Air Quality Management District is suggesting a phase out beginning in 2027. Yeah. I had heard in my discussions with some other folks that they believe that they'll actually try to go for 100% phase out by 2029. The state is likely to pass legislation to phase out the sale of new electric appliances by 2030. Now, none of that is to suggest that somebody would have to replace a working appliance. Just that they would have to, when they reach the end of life of their appliances, replace it with electric appliances. This is the slide that I wanted to talk about just a little bit, especially on the cost side, because we continue to hear from people about some exaggerated sense of what it would cost them to make these changes. So you mentioned, it says here 14 to 17% less than natural gas replacement. So can you just provide a little context to that? If you were to replace an appliance with a natural gas appliance versus electric, what is the cost now and what do you expect the cost to be in the future?
Thank you. I'll start and then Julie can add some additional numbers to it. So oftentimes when folks look at the cost, they're sort of forgetting that there's a cost to replace the same with the same. And so that has an inherent cost. And what we try and look at is what is that incremental difference? And some of the incremental difference is impacted by where and when you include the cost of the panel upgrade as it's needed. Sometimes we think a panel upgrade may not be needed if we can help you reduce energy consumption through other efficiency measures at the parcel. But we also think that when someone is buying an electric vehicle, that's the time to upgrade the panel to meet your long-term needs, not just the needs of the EV. And so some of it depends on how you bundle it, but some of it also depends on the age and the existing condition of the electrical system at that address. And so we have some general numbers, but I just want to relay that we know the same number is not true for every housing unit or every commercial unit. And so there's an exception to every rule, as I say. But when we look at the particular numbers as we run them, it is less because you also want to include the operating costs, as we kind of say down at the end. As San Jose Clean Energy continues to remind me, the cost of natural gas today is twice as much as it was this time last year. So certainly will be increased operating costs as well. And Julie, can you add a little bit of depth to the cost?
Yeah, so there's a full cost analysis in the building electrification framework and also in the frequently asked questions that we attach to the memo and have on our website. So that particular figure that you're mentioning, the 14 to 17%, is based on looking at both the HVAC and water heater, which we mentioned before are the primary focus for electrification since they represent most of the natural gas usage. And most of that cost savings is really directly from the HVAC portion of it, because if you're changing out a natural gas furnace and air conditioning and going to a heat pump can provide both of those in one unit. And so there's actually a cost savings from that. And actually, we also see a benefit in the sense of many homes, that's my home, only has a natural gas furnace and no AC. And so when you're changing to the heat pump version, you actually are addressing or achieving a second benefit in the sense of, we know there's more heat waves, there's a need for air conditioning, and that can provide both of those in one unit. Does that answer your question?
Yep, very good, thank you. And obviously, we're going to need more air conditioning in the future because of the effects of what we haven't dealt with in the past. Just wanted to point out the panel upgrade piece. I had a conversation with a state senator who's disappointed by the misinformation out there that everybody needs a new panel in order to upgrade their electrical appliances. There are becoming more and more plug-in options that don't need new panels. And he's talking about legislation to help the state incentivize people to make the switch and teach them that they don't need to change their panels. But I know that one of the things I've talked to the staff about before is having the city maybe do an inventory of the panels in the city and helping people find out if they need an upgrade or not, and helping them prepare for that time in which they'll need to make the shift to electrical appliances. You mentioned the cost of gas. One of the fears people have is that somehow in 2030, PG&E is just going to shut off all gas supplies and you'll just be forced to switch then. I don't anticipate that happening, but I think I've heard you say before that at some point, the cost of operating the natural gas system that's aging and will have fewer users will become so expensive that it is possible PG&E won't be able to continue to do it anymore. Is that true?
I don't want to speak on behalf of PG&E. They are a for-profit company, and businesses will need to look at kind of what makes sense. But I don't believe that PG&E would make an abrupt move that would leave our community stranded.
Right. I guess I didn't mean to imply that, but at some point this is phasing out, and the cost for the remaining users will grow proportionally as well. I don't know that I need to spend more time. Most of the commenters said most of the things that are important about this. This is a great action. I do want to say that technology is going to help us as well in the future. We know technology gets better very rapidly in this field, and it's one of the biggest areas of growth of new companies in Silicon Valley is energy, and I think we're going to have some new solutions. I also want us to be looking at sequestration strategies as well. Obviously planting more trees, restoring our wetlands on the coast, and other things are going to help us sequester carbon. And I expect there to be some also larger scale sequestration options out there at the national level that will hopefully help us in this regard. So I'm going to make a motion. Let me get out, try to get everything together. I'm going to recommend, I'm going to move the staff memo on carbon neutral by 2030 along with a supplemental memo that updates the language that was recommended by the great direction of Councilmember Foley at the T&E committee last week. And then the additional council memo on the building electrification framework, and add to that the memo written by myself, Councilmember Foley, and Vice Mayor Jones. I want to address a little bit about the memo, our memo. From what I've heard from other cities, it's been very helpful to some cities to create a climate commission that involves experts in the community in helping come up with other strategies. I know that our staff is very capable, but I think they'll be helped by having people who are also out there learning about new technologies, new ways of doing things, and bringing ideas forward. So the recommendation in this memo would require a little bit more than a typical commission appointment. It would require some qualifications, and so we would have to craft an application appropriately to help screen applicants. We're asking, the memo asks for that to come back by next spring so we can budget in the next budget year, 23-24, whatever's needed in order to implement the commission and merge that commission with the Clean Energy Advisory Commission. In addition, number 4 in the memo asks staff to continue working with the planning staff to update the city's roof space design standards, figure out how to maximize solar or maximize green spaces on roofs of new developments, and also look into how we mitigate carbon emissions from building materials. We know there's a lot of embodied carbon in older buildings. The less we tear down old structures and replace them with new, but instead incorporate old structures into the new ones, the less our carbon footprint will be. So we ought to be thinking about building standards that encourage that kind of reduction as well. So that's my motion.
Second.
Second.
Okay, that's a lot of emphatic seconds. Councilmember Foley?
Thank you, and thank you to staff who already have been named by the mayor.
I'm sorry?
Hello?
Okay.
I unmuted myself, sorry.
Okay, all good. Councilmember Foley?
Let me start all over. Thank you to the staff for your presentation on all of our goals and the directions. We'll talk about the TDM and parking later, but the first 2 items, 6.1 and 6.2, I completely support. I do want to go to the vision, and I appreciate all the work and comments that you made in your presentations. I think this is the 2nd or 3rd time that I've heard it, and it's really helpful and exciting that we're moving into this direction. I also want to thank members of the public for being here, particularly mothers out front, and the young people who are members of the Youth Climate Action Coalition, although I don't think I got the name of their organization right, but you get the point. At least I got the point. I want to start off by saying I completely support the 2 items, 6.1 and 6.2, and think it's a tremendous step in the right direction. A few months ago, we accepted the challenge of working to achieve carbon neutrality by 2030, but that's just an aspiration. We really need to create a framework in order to get there, and what's been presented today is a start in that direction. Moving in that, or as part of that, I want to talk about the vision statement. And Councilmember Cohen, I think you added this language, but I just wanted to be clear about it, that in the vision statement, which I appreciate you have that guiding language on page 3 of your presentation. In T&E, we changed it from moving to carbon neutrality to achieving carbon neutrality. In the presentation, I see that it's still moving to carbon neutrality. So I'm hoping that we really are working to achieve carbon neutrality and not just moving for it. Moving sounds not as aggressive and not as goal-oriented as we truly need to be. We're in 2022, 2030 will be here before you know it. And we need to be really aggressive We need to be bold and we need to be courageous in the decisions we make to preserve our environment and to move forward to electrification and achieve carbon neutrality. And that we'll talk about the parking later, but for now, those are the two things I want to focus on. So my notes are kind of all over the place, so bear with me while I go back and forth and try to figure out what questions I actually need to ask at this point. So one of the ways to achieve carbon neutrality addresses electric vehicles and charging stations. And we are dramatically underserved with charging stations in certain areas of the city. In some areas of the city, we have, I don't know if we have adequate, but they're very easy to access. Certain parts of the city, because they have more land, more single-family homes, just easier to find EV charging stations, which are really important. But if we're going to achieve the goals we need to expand the access to charging stations throughout the city. And I'm most concerned in our low-income areas where there's multi-family housing. And how will we accomplish that? What kind of goals or what's our way that we might be able to achieve more charging stations? Who's going to take?
Thank you,
Ramses.
Council Member
Okay.
Ramses Madhu, Department of Transportation. At the moment, what we're doing is researching where the most the charging deserts are. The term food desert, charging deserts are, right? And then lining that up with funding, right? We as the city ourselves, we don't have a lot of money directly to add funding, but there is a lot of money coming through both state, regional, and federal funding programs, and we're going to be deriving that money towards those directions. We're also supporting legislation at the state level that drives new building standards that would increase the amount of chargers in new developments, particularly in multifamily. There's particularly a law right now being crafted that's trying to create parity so that multifamily units are treated roughly the same as single-family homes, which actually require. So one, programs internally trying to drive that, supporting things like Cal EVP, which was the grant program that I just brought up in the presentation earlier, where 10,000 new spaces are being done in San Jose. Some of those are going into multifamily. Another thing is whether those the charging needs to go in the multifamily units or directly or in the neighborhood services around them. So we're looking at libraries, community centers, and we might want to look at things like gas stations. Should gas stations have some kind of parity rule around as many gas pumps as chargers? That's a really great way to distribute things, since gas stations are distributed already as well. So some of the things we're working on.
Councilmember Foley, I'd also ask, maybe Zach can add some context in terms of what community energy has been and continues to look at to ensure we're getting charging during the day, because that's equally important.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, simply stated, pricing really, will impact behavior. And we think that, although there are a number of serious private sector actors in the charging space, and, there's room for plenty of actors. If a bunch of charging gets built and the prices are such that everyone wants to just go home and have their own charger at home and charge at night, that's not a good outcome. So we, as a condition of having these chargers built or of the grants, I think some daytime charging incentives are probably important, and we have some pilots in mind that we've talked about at Transportation Environment Committee for later this fall and next year, and we think that'll be instructive for how to move forward.
So needless to say, we've probably got 10 angles we're working on now, all with money and grid stability in mind.
Great. I'll just throw one other out there, and that is lobbying our legislators, state or federal, to offer tax incentives for installing charging stations that are accessible during the daytime that would benefit the community. So maybe there's a way to do that in conjunction with affordable housing, that affordable housing developers get tax credits of some sort, but that is a legislative fix, and maybe that's a longer term term goal, but something that might incentivize people. The other thing is, so there's one thing, if you build it, they will come, right? So you put in the charging stations, but you still have to have people who have electric vehicles in order to charge. And what many people need to know or need to be educated is the actual cost of maintaining a electric vehicle is much lower, particularly now with the cost of gas, than having a combustion engine, right? So we need to work on educating our community to understand that when they change, when they're ready to get a new vehicle, that an electric vehicle is the way to go, because in the long run, they're going to save money on it. And that's in the maintenance of it. And it's not just the gas that they're saving cost. It's in the all the fluids you put in your vehicle you don't put into an electric vehicle. So that's one area. I'm so excited about this. I think the electrification piece is and you've taken a lot of heat actually on information that the community got a hold of a few months ago, thinking that we were mandating electrification in our residential properties. I've asked you this before, and you've stated this before publicly, and so I'm going to ask you again, Carrie, just to state again that we are not mandating that anyone swap out their appliances if we adopt the electrification policy today. We are not mandating anything.
Thank you, Councilmember. Yes, there's no mandate in item 6.1 or 6.2. Our job is to convince people why it makes sense, both emotionally and financially.
Right, and thank you. There was a lot of misinformation which we work to overturn, and I appreciate you going on record again. I think you've stated that many, many times, but I just wanted to do it again in the context of this conversation. And that is that people love their gas appliances, but the gas appliances may fail at some point. They get old. And so it's at that time that we want them to consider electrification. And right now, even to swap out all the gas appliances that someone may have, the market may not have the capability, nor may we have the electricians, the contractors who can do that work for them. So we're not mandating anything. We're encouraging people and potentially working towards incentives that might be a way to encourage people. I remember when there used to be incentives when you swapped out your refrigerator to a more more environmentally friendly refrigerator, you got a rebate from the manufacturer. And though I see those things coming along too to make the change. We heard from the realtors, and so I'm going to bring them up because in the context of new homes and selling properties where they may be having their clients upgrade, how can we reach out to the greater community to educate them that it's a good idea to consider electrification and electrifying their appliances? What techniques do you think you can use to reach out to the broader community?
Some of the efforts that have been underway include the ability at many of our libraries to check out an induction stovetop, which comes with pans that work so you can try it out. I think a lot of the hesitation to transition from a gas range to induction is just you're not familiar with it. And so I'm not a good cook, but I can tell you it does work really well. And it's much easier to clean and much healthier for your home. But so getting people more comfortable with what a new tool is that they've not yet experienced, and certainly as we've said throughout our conversation, we need more conversation with the community so that we can tailor our communications and engagement in a way that resonates with them. I think that was some of the confusion several months ago. Is we used some word choices that didn't hit quite the way we thought they would, and that created some confusion, which we doubled back to try and clarify. But we have a lot of work to do, but we don't think all the moves are going to take place in one day or 1 year. So certainly, as we've articulated, focusing on heating and cooling air and heating water are the biggest bang for our buck right now, and they're the ones that, frankly, people have less emotional attachment to.
Yeah.
So we'll work those first, and then the others will come along when it makes sense.
Yeah, I agree with that too, that people are really attached to their stoves. I don't happen to have a gas stove. I tried to get a gas stove when we moved in. It just didn't make sense 32 years ago. Too far to move that gas pipe into my kitchen, which was on the other side of the house. So I don't have it, but I know people who absolutely love it, and I get it because you can control the temperature a little bit more. I'm so excited that we are taking this step. In 2019, I brought forward a reducing parking requirements, and now it's finally here. It's really exciting to see that and have that discussion. But the electrification is so important and critical for us to be bold, be courageous, and to vote yes and move this forward. With that, I'm finished. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Councilmember Mahan?
Sorry, Mayor, I initially put my hand up for the
Oh, I'm
parking
sorry, forgive
issue.
me.
I'm gonna.
I was going
I'm
off
gonna
the
hold
old
back
list.
for now. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Rennes?
Thank you, Mayor. Also want to start off by also thanking our staff, with Carrie and Rosalind and John and Chris, Michael, Jessica. I mean, I think that there is a huge effort from all of the staff. I'm sure that I'm missing a lot of folks. I'm just really impressed with all the wonderful work that has been accomplished, and the level of engagement really shows with the number of speakers that we've heard today, and the quality of their statements and their input. And so I hope they take a little bit of time off during the summer to enjoy and gear up for the second part of all of this, which is putting everything into practice and the next steps. One of the things that before Councilmember Esparza left, on a personal matter, she asked me to include an item which I think makes sense, and I think is congruent with what is within the recommendations of a group memo. And so Councilmember Cohen, I'm wondering if you would be open. I didn't hear you include Councilmember Esparza's blue memo on parking and transportation.
Yeah, that's
And-
because that relates to the next item, and we were handling them as two separate motions.
Oh, I'm
so
so
I didn't include any of the parking in this motion.
Okay,
So
okay.
we would, I'm happy. Well, I'm not going to make the motion later, but yes, that's not the related. I did since I have the floor. I wanted to clarify to Councilmember Foley that my motion included the staff supplemental, which had the new language on the vision statement. Anyway, sorry.
Councilmember Cohen, just when you do speak, if you could just speak a little closer to the mic.
Oh, I don't. Okay. Well, I'm done. Thank you.
No worries. So Councilmember Rennes, we're just focused on 6.1 and 6.2 right now, but we'll come to 10.3 in a moment.
Great, thank you.
Okay. Okay, Councilmember Davis?
Thank you, Mayor. And I also want to add my thanks to all the staff for all their work on these issues. Regarding 6.1, I want to say again, I know I've said this before, I support the intent of building electrification, but I do have some concerns that I frankly think are being glossed over. Our energy consumption continues to rise even before we have fully electrified and before we have electrified the large appliances that are being discussed. And it will continue to rise as we try to build our way out of a housing crisis. According to the North American Electric Reliability Corporation's 2022 Summer Reliability Assessment, extreme weather events due to climate change will continue to threaten the reliability of our power grid. I think we all know about that. And I've heard from many residents in Almaden Valley that they experience power outages on a regular basis. We also know that the hottest 7 years on record have all occurred since 2015. Now, I know some of you are thinking, well, that's all the more reason for us to take these actions toward electrification to help with preventing climate change. But my point is that climate change is already here. And I think, unfortunately, we are faced with the choice now about doing something about climate change, which may be less in our control, and actually having a resiliency effort. And there's a trade-off there. So I have concerns about that, as well as concerns about the grid itself and its ability to handle the electrification acceleration that we're talking about in 6.1 and 6.2. I think back to slide 11 in the first presentation, and what it will take annually, the kinds of actions it will take annually to meet our goal by 2030. And I just, again, I haven't seen, I asked about this at T&E. We haven't even gone total green throughout the city because the city cannot afford to do so. And we don't have an estimate for what it will cost to accelerate our goal to 2030 and the cost to the public. So I just have real concerns about that. And I just say, I think that we should be focusing our efforts on developing our urban villages as a way to reduce our carbon footprint and our carbon output in the city. And I fully support all of our education to ensure that our residents understand there are other things that they can do to reduce their carbon footprint that doesn't cost them thousands of dollars. We know we don't have full conversion to LED lights, for example, from fluorescent and even incandescent bulbs. And there are other items that they can do, such as even just switching to Energy Star appliances for the electric appliances that they have as they're changing out those appliances. So I think building electrification in theory sounds good, and it of course would get us one step closer to carbon neutrality. And I do support encouraging folks to convert if they can afford it and as it makes sense. But I just want to make sure that we are truly considering the structural and economic realities in our community when we're pushing this policy forward. And I have the same concerns about 6.2. I just think that, again, we haven't talked about the trade-offs on climate resilience versus the acceleration to carbon neutrality. And I think that we should have that discussion when we're talking about costs, and that we need to have those discussions with costs. I appreciate the aspirations. I really do. I have an electric car. We charge it at home because it's cheaper to charge it at home. When we replaced our furnace a couple of years ago, we actually have a heat pump, but we also still have a furnace because it was cheaper to have both than it was to just replace the AC unit and to with a heat pump to not have a gas furnace anymore at all, because it was frankly cheaper to have two different to have the gas and the electric. It was cheaper to have two different sources of energy. So I think that everyone needs to be able to make these decisions, and I hope that we can help them by providing accurate information. But saying that we don't need to do things like upgrade our boxes, which I would have had to upgrade my box if my car couldn't plug in and sip from a regular electric outlet, which it can do because it has low range, because I bought a 2015 car in 2021. I have real concerns about what we're telling people versus what is actual reality right now for them. Thank you.
Anybody want to respond or no? Okay. All right. Other comments, Vice Mayor Jones?
Thank you, Mayor. First of all, I wanted to just reinforce what Councilmember Foley had you state, and that is that our residents don't have to worry about someone from our city staff kicking down their door and forcing them to give up their gas-powered appliances. So that is not going to happen. There's no expectations of that happening, and it's not something that's being proposed. So I want to make sure that members of the audience who previously misinterpret what staff was trying to do is just very clear on that. But I also want to make just having a specific example. And this kind of goes to some of the questions and statements that Councilmember Davis made. So I have a gas-powered furnace in my house. It's 10 years old. So based on this framework that you're proposing, that we're proposing, what does that mean to me financially in the near term and the long term?
Thank you. I mean, the direct answer is I don't know. But, what if we could make the numbers work such that you could get a brand new furnace that used less electricity or had a reduced total operating cost and kept your house healthier, and you got air conditioning as part of it? Then that might make you make your own choice to move to a new heat pump system, much like many people transition from a gasoline-powered car to an electric car because it makes financial sense for them given their commute, or it has other amenities that they prefer. So our focus will be making the numbers work and moving towards that tipping point where it makes sense, particularly for instrumentation and equipment that is still functional and still has 2 to 5 years left. But having said that, what we need to work on is preparing people and structures so that when that furnace or that natural gas furnace or water heater fails, we are able to do the transition to electric then. And right now that's not true without planning, because you may have other adjustments to make before you can swap out a natural gas water heater with an electric water heater. And so the conversations with the community will be around inventorying people's equipment so they're aware of what kind of, much like I guess when you replace your roof, you think about how you're going to do that and when it's due. And so pre-planning, pre-conversations, and certainly pulling out our calculators and talking about what makes sense.
Thank you for that. Kind of just want to go back to kind of my line of thought. So that being said, again, my furnace is 10 years old. Maybe it has another 5 years, 7 years.
Maybe 5.
Maybe 5. So we go through this process, and at the end of 5 years, if it goes out, then I'm forced to buy an electric furnace and incur whatever cost to do upgrades and upgrade my panel and all the other costs associated with that. I would be in a position where I wouldn't have a choice, or I'm just trying to, just for the public, I'm just trying to put it in real terms in terms of how it's going to impact them.
We are seeing signals from the state that there will be a mandatory swap out on burnout before 2028. So most likely around the time your furnace starts to falter, you will not be able to replace, because that will be some state or local air quality mandates. One of our goals is to ensure that when that big swath of work is ready, so when there are many houses, many structures in San Jose that want to install new equipment, that we have local workers that can do that equipment, and that we're able to support that needed transition, because when there's a shortage of workers, the price goes up. So we need to do that training now, and we need to prepare for it. So it's sort of a lot of pre-work, getting people comfortable, and then making that switch. I might sort of make it analogous to when you used to be able to go to get an incandescent light bulb, and it was an easy choice, frankly, and cheaper. And then all of a sudden, there were many different types of light bulbs you could get, and it was confusing and more expensive. So what we want to do is do that education so the transition is smoother.
But a lot of this is being dictated by the state. It's not necessarily.
That's
it's
the
not necessarily us driving this. We're trying to prepare for it.
We are not mandating anything, and we don't have a timeline that says when a mandate would make sense. But we also don't want our community kind of unprepared for it when it comes, because we do think there's prep work that needs to be done, and we do think it is less expensive, creates a healthier environment, and produces local jobs. So we do think there are lots of things that make it make sense, but we're not proposing a mandate at this time.
Great. Thank you, Carrie. Appreciate it.
Thank you. I neglected to mention some folks who are really important in all this, and my thanks. Of course, I know I forgot others, but really want to thank Lori Mitchell and her team, since San Jose Clean Energy is absolutely essential. None of this works unless we have GHG-free energy. And the good news is we've got a great team that has gotten us to 95% GHG-free on our grid, which is tremendous, though obviously we know we have more work ahead. I want to just ask a couple questions I know come up a lot, Gary. Well, let me just ask one that's totally self-serving. I'm a cheapskate, and I've had an electric car since 2012, and I was very intrigued by this notion of being able to charge a car in the daytime, so that way we're not paying those higher costs that we're going to be paying in the early evening. And it seemed like it would be really great if we had free charging here at City Hall, or maybe it was a little cheaper here at City Hall. And I'm just wondering, who do we go talk to about all that?
I think the guy to your left.
Oh, is that right? Okay. We'll talk after. All right. Cool. Hey, going to the issue about sequestration, I think Councilmember Cohen raised it. The report from Lawrence Livermore estimates 9% of our GHG emissions over the next 30 years or so, no, 20 years, I guess, could be eliminated through sequestration. And I assume we believe that. I don't know anything about, whether the science. I always assumed it was a relatively small amount that we could actually sequester. If we believe that's true, shouldn't that be one of the accelerators in our pathway?
Thank you.
If we're talking about natural working lands.
Yeah, so in the natural working lands document, we do talk about around a 15% sequestration-ish opportunity.
Okay.
We have a lot more work to do to understand that. It's also not likely something that that can happen in the next 2 to 3 years. And so as we work with OSA and others, we need to learn more about what moves make sense, the costs and the ROI on those moves. But it is an area that we feel strongly needs investment and needs exploration. And so we'll continue in that partnership, and that as we move through these steps, we'll start to engage again with OSA.
Thank you. I know you explained this to me once before, but I just want to make sure I've got it. We're trying to get to carbon neutral by 2030. We're pushing hard. We're going to get there. We're going to be the first city to do it. But we know even if gas appliances and gas vehicles were phased out tomorrow, we still have these things sitting around in 2030 emitting GHG. So explain to me how we get to carbon neutral by 2030 in that world.
How we get to carbon neutral in an absolute world?
No, but in 2030, knowing that we're still going to have these clunkers sitting around. People are still going to be using them.
So we're not looking at getting rid of, every classic car out there
Yeah.
and making any of those types of bans or mandates. I think when we look at the predominant sources of our emission profile, we think of it more in the same vein as zero waste, which doesn't mean that there's nothing that goes to a landfill in absolute sense, and nothing that doesn't get recycled. It's more, when you round up, and so in that 95-ish% range, and the more we can get people to drive the non-electric vehicles, the more reductions we have, and so it doesn't have to be an absolute, but we do think that moving in that direction will get us pretty darn close.
Okay, thank you. And I know we've got a lot of battles to get through to achieve this goal. And by the way, I think one that's coming at us pretty fast is net energy metering at the PUC. I'm hearing that they're now taking that up again. I thought they'd put that on the back burner, but it looks like it's coming at us again. And what the PUC could do to undermine solar and storage in our community and throughout the state, I think would be really devastating. So I hope we're going to be fighting hard on that. But the other, bluntly, is the issue of grid resilience. And I think Councilmember Davis is fundamentally right about the challenge. We're relying on a grid that's not reliable. We hope it's going to get reliable. I'm not confident PG&E is going to figure that out at the rate it takes to do any undergrounding, particularly since that's going to be a small amount of their total infrastructure anyway, and we know how costly it is and how long it takes. I suspect it's going to really happen through much more innovative approaches around distributed generation and storage. But I don't think that these objectives around sustainability and resilience are mutually exclusive. I think they're quite complementary. I do think, though, we have to be mindful of resilience. And I know there's a lot of dissent about what the city's doing or not doing, for example, around fuel cells. And I don't think we've had a single one permitted anytime in the last couple of years since we passed that exemption. But nonetheless, it becomes the all-consuming issue. And I think we just need to acknowledge the fact that we've got a real challenge with this grid. I don't think anyone's brushing that under the rug. But we've got to do both things, because we can't simply wait for the grid to get resilient before we do something about climate change. So I appreciate the concerns that Councilmember Davis has raised. They don't in any way inhibit me from saying let's push ahead, because we just got to do both things, and that's the bottom line. And I don't know if you have any views, Carrie, about how it is we reconcile those two issues for those who decide they want to pit them against one another. But
yeah, I mean, I don't think they're isolated efforts. I think, as you indicate, they're very complementary. I mean, we need to diet and work out, so we need to do both, and that's what we're going to do.
Boy, it doesn't sound that much fun when you put it that way. You just lost Vice Mayor, but hopefully we'll solve his vote. Okay. All right, Councilmember Cohen.
Just quickly on the resiliency question, I had a meeting with a third party, not PG&E. Cal ISO right now has an RFP out to put in redundancy in the grid, and what they're soliciting are bids from potentially private third party separate organizations of PG&E to bring additional lines, and two into this county. There'll be one coming up from South County into downtown San Jose, and one coming up down from Fremont or Newark into North San Jose to Santa Clara, and they're going to be a buried grid. And so they're across the state. Cal ISO is expecting the next 5 years to build this grid resiliency. So this work is happening, and I just want to make sure that we need, that we're not assuming that the grid is going to be what it is 8 years from now. It's going to be there is an effort and money being spent to upgrade the grid. So I am optimistic that we'll be able to have a grid that's more resilient by the time we get to some of our goals.
All right, thank you. It's a vote for walking and chewing gum collectively. All right, we are now at a point to take a vote on this first tranche, the motion on 6.1, 6.2. Let's vote on that.
Jimenez,
Yes.
Perales, Perales,
Yes.
Cohen,
Aye.
Carrasco,
Aye.
Davis,
No.
Esparza, Arenas, Foley,
Aye.
Mahan,
Aye.
Jones,
Aye.
Ricardo.
Aye.
Motion passes.
This is Arenas. I'm an aye as well.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. That passes. Let's go to item 10.3, which is the parking and transportation demand management. And I see Vice Mayor reaching for his button.
Thank you,
Okay.
Mayor. Before I make my motion, I just have a couple of questions. One is, in the presentation, you allude to the fact that we're not new to this to the game in terms of parking minimums or eliminating parking minimums. Do we have any case studies or examples that we can share with the community on other cities that have done this? And I swear, Ramses, I think I've asked you this question a couple of times before. Case studies and examples of other cities who have implemented this program, and what are some of the outcomes?
I'll give a small answer. Ramses Madhu, Department of Transportation. I'll give a small answer there, and then Wilson might have some more backup for me.
All right.
Yeah, we're seeing this across the country, both in citywide efforts as well as in particular areas, downtowns and things like that. One that comes to mind is San Diego, where it's eliminated downtown and denser area parking. And as I understand it there, they are seeing this to be well adopted and appreciated both by developers and the neighborhood. I'm looking at the map here, Wilson, showing you of all the different cities, but I'm drawing a blank on examples. Can you give any more, Wilson?
This is Wilson from DOT. Before, during the process of this policy development, we have reached out to various cities who have done this recently. We have reached out to the city of Santa Monica, the city of Honolulu in Hawaii. We've also reached out to our peer cities in the county, such as like San Francisco, so like in our Bay Area, like San Francisco and also Sunnyvale. And so the general feedback from these cities that we interviewed with is that there are, support for removing the parking minimums. These cities have done the parking minimum removal in their unique ways. Some cities found that it might be good to eliminate parking as a city. And some cities felt that like some parts of their cities are more ready than the other parts of the city. So in the case of San Diego, for example, they only removed the parking minimum in the downtown area, but not the rest of their city. Interestingly, their approach to those is driven by the fact that they have other policies in play that try to address transportation issues. For example, in the case of San Diego, even though they only remove parking minimum in certain areas of their city, but they have their other policy directions, such as they have updated their VMT policy to allow for high VMT development to contribute towards a bucket of fund that can be used to fund transportation improvements or projects in other areas of their city, such as the downtown area. So there's other policy efforts in play that allow them to consider to remove the parking minimum removal requirements in certain areas of the city.
I'll add just a little bit more. There was a study done in Seattle after the policy change there, and what was found was parking was generally still provided, but just less. Right? We saw buildings, sites still coming in, and doing what we think they would do here, right? Which is still build parking into to the level of need, and that can be less than the parking minimums that we're used to now.
Okay, so my understanding is that for a lot of these projects, in order just to get financing, they're required by the banks or whoever they're getting their financing from to have a certain minimum level of parking, regardless of what city policies are. Is that an accurate statement?
Yeah, that's correct. We've been in conversation with developers, and so developers, in large part because the people that finance their development, they try to minimize risk, right? So when they build a building, they don't want to be a pioneer in terms of reducing parking. They're really looking at, well, what is the market here? What do people want in terms of the availability of parking? And then they'll require the developer, if they're going to finance their project, to put that level of parking in. With the idea that if the project doesn't succeed because it doesn't have parking, then the people that finance it end up with a bankrupt project. So, so that's very much the case. We've seen in the Bay Area, including San Jose, projects that have proposed no parking and have been approved from no parking, and the word on the street is that they had trouble financing them. So I think, not that there couldn't be projects that get financed with no parking, but we anticipate that in most cases the parking will be provided to meet the need.
Thank you. So truly, the market would dictate the availability of parking. If we have a project, we have a TDM plan in place with specific requirements and measurements, and the project does not meet those requirements or measurements, would there be any recourse, or is just, it is what it is?
We're still, Ramses Medu DOT, still considering exactly how to manage that portion. The way that we have it current 5-1 policy and the way that we implement that is that there is monitoring of TDM measures, especially if someone uses a trip cap. And we do have measures built in there that do annual monitoring for a certain amount of time. And if continued success is found, monitoring then slows down. So first 3 years, say, we ask for a minor report. And then if those are all successful, then we ask for a report every 3 years, so many years. And then there's a compliance mechanism that gives development so much time. And I don't remember the exact period, but I believe it's 6 to 9 months to come back into compliance with that. And we do make sure that we allow them to be adjustable, right? The point of TDM is not that they do the TDM, it's actually to reduce trips, right? And so kind of what are you monitoring and how are you ensuring that the right things are happening? So we're, as we've been given a little more time here to write the ordinance by the end of the year, we're still figuring out exactly what the monitoring, maintenance, and compliance regime will be. But those are the thoughts that we've had already put into policy.
So if they're not in compliance, there's really no real recourse that we have. We're not going to fine them or.
In current policy, there is a fine for non-compliance equal to the VMT non-reduction. We haven't applied that here yet, and we're still thinking through exactly how to do that, Wilson.
Yeah, I mean, the TDM measures will be part of their permit. So if they've, in monitoring, if they're not achieving the TDM goals, I think what we're thinking about is they have flexibility. If, hey, these things aren't working, we want to change it, they'll be flexible to change them, but they have to hit their goal. So our intent is not to take away their permits. I mean, I suppose there's that threat looming, but really to sort of work with them to figure out what the best approach is to get them on track to meeting what they agreed to when the project was approved.
Okay. And another question is, particularly in Councilmember Esparza's memo and also Councilmember Mann's memo, they alluded to where there seems to be some type of disconnect with the outreach that you've done and the feedback that you've gotten from the community and feedback that they're getting from certain parts of the community about the concern about lack of available parking now and how the situation is going to get worse. So can you kind of help me work through where the disconnect is in terms of what you've done in terms of your outreach process and and what they're hearing from their constituents. And
Well, I'll let my colleagues jump in, but I'll say we have done because of the feedback we were hearing. We did engage Luna and Vegelution to do outreach specifically to those people that in those communities. So I just what they're experiencing really is an issue is result of the housing crisis and an existing condition. And so I think we're going to have to take a different look. I would say, a parallel or different process to understand some of the things that can be done to solve an existing problem. There are some, things that we definitely can explore. Some of them are suggested in the memos, actually. I think we're looking, so what we're talking about here really is newer development coming in or people occupying existing spaces for businesses. And our sense of it is if there isn't parking in a neighborhood, that when someone is building a new development or trying to occupy existing business or space, that they're going to ensure that they have the parking to meet the needs of their customers. And so what we're looking at the TDM approach is how can we build a more multimodal system and provide measures that will help people get around in other ways besides just driving. And so in our outreach, we did reach out through Luna and Vegelution, identify what would be the type of TDM measures that would help these communities with their daily transportation needs. And we're exploring including those on the list of options a developer could provide and exploring ways we could give those a heavier weight so there's more of an incentive for the developers to pick those in neighborhoods that have an existing parking issue shortage.
I'll just
add anything.
Yeah, thanks, Ramses DOT. I'll just add that the reason we're doing parking and TDM is exactly this issue. Taking away parking minimums, developers like this idea and neighborhoods might not, right? And so the reason we added TDM to this effort was specifically so that developers had to add in elements to actually live up to the promise that parking removal offers, right? So that we're saying you can reduce your parking here, but we need you to do something for the community as you're doing this. And so these investments into the transportation system that are not car focused, right? This is transit passes, this is more bike lanes, this is more infrastructure for pedestrians, this is more support for folks who are trying to get around by these other modes. That's why that TDM is there in the first place. And that's why when we went to NRDC to get funding for this effort, we insisted that TDM come along with it.
thank you for that. Obviously, I'm on the memo with the mayor and my colleagues, so I'm supporting eliminating the minimums. But there's a concern I know from my residents that I talk to, and I'm kind of picking it up from some of my council colleagues that there's some skepticism on changing behavior through TDM. We eliminate the minimums. We put in these TDM policies and guidelines, and it doesn't impact behavior. Can you speak to that concern and the strategy that we're pursuing to address that? And again, some examples of other cities that have changed behavior and had effective TDMs.
Yeah, great. Thanks, Councilmember Ramses Madhu, DOT again. So one, I'll say this is not being done in isolation. As Michael mentioned in the beginning of the presentation, this is being done along with a lot of other things. On the land use side, we're planning urban villages to get the density we need so people will change their behavior. On the transportation side, we're implementing, or we're bringing to council soon, a citywide transportation plan that specifically finds the kinds of strategies to help change our infrastructure to support people getting around by modes other than the car, and the car as well, but other than the car. We have a recently adopted bike plan that helps us draw a much more robust network of all ages and abilities bicycle infrastructure. We're building out, we're finishing off many area transportation plans that find all of the smaller things that need to be done within different neighborhoods to create the possibility for people to change their behavior. We're not going to change behavior by TDM alone. It is an incentive layer on top of many other things that need to get done for this to happen. Removing parking, adding incentives for people to do things, and then actually building out those other possibilities is the overall strategy that we're trying to implement here.
Thank you for that. I can tell you that I've recently visited DC and New York. I've been to London, used their public transportation system, walked and walked and walked. And then when I come home, I don't even want to walk from the couch to the refrigerator. So I understand based on how we build out, our cities, and that it can impact your behavior and change your mindset. So I'm an example of that. And so also you said that you're receptive to Councilmember Esparza's memo in terms of doing some more outreach and making those connections with the community and getting that kind of feedback to really, one, understand their concerns and allay their concerns and provide them with data and facts and more information to address their opposition or reservations.
We're always happy to do more outreach and education on what we're trying to do.
Right. Thank you. So I'll make a motion to accept our memo from the mayor, myself, Councilmember Peralez, Carrasco, and Foley, as well as adopt Councilmember Mann's memo and Councilmember Esparza's memo, and then also have an addition to include some ADA parking requirements, accommodations as well, because I think that's something that has not really been addressed, and we want to include that into the motion.
Yeah, I mean, so just some clarity. So there are requirements for ADA parking currently. We're not taking those away. Just to be clear, though, what that means, when you provide parking, there are rules about how many spaces would have to be ADA. So that we're not proposing to take those away. There could be situations like you'll see at old off corner markets or retail in around this neighborhood downtown where they don't have any parking at all. And if there were development like that, if you're not providing parking, you don't have to make spaces that you're not providing ADA. But since we're anticipating most development provides some level of parking, there would still be requirements for ADA, that some of the spaces would be accessible. We're not proposing to change that.
Okay, so that wouldn't change.
Yeah, that would not, we're not proposing to change that.
Okay, well, I won't include that as part of the motion, but the rest of the motion stays the same.
Second.
Okay, motion and second. Let's go to the Zoom screen. Councilmember Mahan.
Thanks, Mayor, and thank you, Vice Mayor Jones. I appreciate the questions you were just asking and you including my memo. And thanks to staff, by the way, for all of your work on all three of the items that we've heard together here this evening. I appreciate that. I think, at least what I heard in the staff presentations was an acknowledgement that these are ambitious, aspirational, forward-looking policies that are really meant to facilitate a transition that I think we all know we need to support and we need to help make happen. I also think it's important that we acknowledge that we're gonna have bumps in the road. There are going to be real challenges. I think Councilmember Davis was very right to raise some of those challenges. Doesn't mean we shouldn't move forward, but I think the dose of reality is, at least from my perspective, very welcome. And I think similarly on parking, I think maybe the most important point to my mind, at least, is that we know that not all neighborhoods are going to experience this policy change the same. I think the reason we are pursuing this change is because many, if not most parts of the city are overparked. And there's a chronic underutilization of parking, and we're right to recognize that there are all kinds of negative externalities for our community due to that. I also think the flip side is there are absolutely some neighborhoods, some of which I have personally walked through recently, where the opposite is true, where people are literally parking a few blocks from their home and walking every day and really frustrated, and it's just one more burden added on to their daily experience that's hard enough. And I do think we need to recognize that. To me, I think the key point here, which I tried to just briefly articulate in the memo, and I just want to re-articulate here for everyone, is I really hope that we see these policies as dynamic and that we're collecting data along the way and ready and willing to make adjustments and to try to implement mitigations. Because while, as I think Ramses said, or maybe it was actually Michael who said this, while that condition in some neighborhoods of not having enough parking for the population density is pre-existing, it's also one that this policy could really exacerbate with a couple of additional developments if the TDM strategies, as I personally suspect, don't meaningfully move the needle on how many people are taking a car or to get around. So I just think we all need to acknowledge that there's a lot of uncertainty here. There are going to be some neighborhoods, probably some of our most vulnerable neighborhoods, where the impacts may be disproportionate. So I just hope as we continue this conversation, come back with Move San Jose, that we're just being sensitive to that and willing to take another look at the residential permit parking program and the many other solutions that aren't maybe easy or fun to implement, but may be important for protecting quality of life for folks who, frankly, are kind of living on the edge in our city and don't need one more burden added to their daily experience. So anyway, I'll leave it at that. I appreciate the direction we're heading in. I think it is the right direction, but I also want us to be willing to acknowledge that the impacts may not be so great for some members of our community, and I'm hopeful that we can find ways to mitigate those. So look forward to continuing the conversation, and I'll obviously be supporting the motion. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Jimenez?
Mayor, thank you. I think Councilmember Cohen had his hand up first. I can wait my turn if you like.
Oh, go ahead. Go ahead.
Sure. Okay. Thank you. Thank you. Let's see. So, sorry about that, Michael. I do have some questions just about the process. So, tonight we're giving you all some feedback, thoughts, ideas, and such. You all are going to go back and draft an ordinance and then bring that back to us, correct?
Yes, that is correct.
And so the one of the questions I have, I guess, or just to throw something out there, and I suspect that you've maybe thought about this already, but curious as to how you think my example, how it would play out if and when we get the ordinance going, and also hoping you consider it as it relates to things that may come about because of what we're doing today. And so, as an example, there's, there are projects around the city that have massive surface parking lots. For example, there's some in my district, and so let's just say, we look out to 6 months into the future, we have this policy in place and ordinances, again, massive surface parking. And the owners of the property, they already have some commercial space there, but in their mind, they were overparked initially when they built that out many years ago. And so if they attempted to then move forward and maybe eliminate some of the parking, do you envision there being a process by which, I'm not sure if grandfathered in is the correct term, but by which they would be able to adjust their site to accommodate or to be sort of in line with the new policies that we're pushing and passing?
Yeah, so I mean, if they have an existing entitlement or approved permit, they would then have the option to come back and reapply and modify their permit to conform to our new code, but they aren't necessarily couldn't just get rid of the parking, right? So if they have a lot of excess parking, they very likely have a permit that said this is how much parking you need to have to provide. Correct. And they probably, I'm guessing they'd want to build something new on part of the parking lot. So they would need to come back through planning and get an entitlement or an approval to remove the parking and build something new in the parking lot.
Yeah, my assumption wasn't that they were going to be able to go out and just do it outright. But I guess what I'm curious about is in the ordinance that you all are going to draft, do you anticipate that as a possibility? And if so, do you intend to include a path for developments that seek to go down that route?
Yeah, I mean, so we are drafting a policy anticipating that property owners or developers could be interested in developing on portions of underutilized lot spaces on their site. Yes.
Okay. All right.
But it's not, I mean, again, if you're building something new and you're changing your landscape plan and et cetera and so forth, you can't just do it. You have to come back and unfortunately for them, you got to come talk to us and we got to go through or take you through a process. So,
Right.
yeah, it's not necessarily by right. I think where there is a big difference, if you have some older shopping centers that maybe couldn't have all the spaces occupied, for example, with restaurants, or you have an industrial building where certain industrial users couldn't occupy the space because they couldn't meet the parking requirements for their industrial use in that space.
Mm-hmm.
This would enable those existing tenant spaces to now be occupied, whereas before they couldn't, or they have to find other parking somewhere else to rent off-site. So this is going to provide a lot of flexibility out of the gate for existing buildings and people that want to occupy those spaces. But for new construction, yeah, you need to go through the planning permit process.
Yeah. Okay. And then obviously for what you just described, there'd be a process for that as well. Right? They would, yeah. I guess my point is just simply that, however, any of these projects, whether they want to, whether they want to expand their footprint of a commercial building, industrial building, whatever it may be, there's going to be a process in the ordinance you all are drafting that would allow existing buildings and owners of property to then expand and essentially reduce their parking, correct?
Oh, sorry, mic was off. Yes.
Okay. All right. And do you envision the same thing happening, say, for example, in strip malls that obviously are all around the city, in which maybe an extension of a building, an owner wants to extend a building and gobble up a few spaces, same type of scenario would take place in that circumstance, correct?
Yes, correct. I mean,
Yeah, this is Martina Davis, Division Manager of Planning. Short answer is yes, absolutely. This policy would it anticipates that. It would remove the mandatory minimum parking requirements so that they could now look at their parking lot and, maybe expand into it. So yes, is the short and long answer.
All right, thank you. Well, those are all my questions. I'll be supporting the motion on the floor. Thank you so much for all the work. I think this is a very positive direction the city's going in, and very much looking forward to seeing the results of it. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Cohen?
Yeah, and as I suspected, Councilmember Jimenez asked one of my questions. That's why I let him go first.
Good work.
Just to follow up on that, though, it's not hypothetical. We have a prominent business in North San Jose that's had asked us 2 years ago or a year ago if they could remove parking and put in landscaping, and the planning department told them no because they wouldn't meet the parking minimums, and they were frustrated that we hadn't yet changed the policy. So I'm glad to hear there'll be a procedure by which companies like that can make different use of their land once this passes. The other thing I've been thinking of is it's not just about whether they do it voluntarily, but there are a lot of these large parking lots that are overparked that they're probably not going to, people aren't going to necessarily have the resources to tear out concrete and replace. But I'm wondering if the city, through our Climate Smart program, might actually, or open space program, might actually find ways to get grants or other ways to help some of these shopping centers with way too much parking repurpose some of their land. I have one in our district that there's an area in the back of that parking lot that has never had a car in it, and just kind of wonder about this paved over land that, is just going to sit there. And so are there any thoughts about how this policy might help us get some resources to solve some of those problems?
I was going to lean on our ESD folks, but
let's come back to that one. I mean, in the future, we
Okay.
don't need to talk about it tonight, but I wanted to float it as an idea. Along those lines, as we know, we have 2 times as many parking places as we have residents in the city, which means potentially half of the parking spaces in our city are going unused at any given time during the day. I've asked you this before about kind of parking management and maybe software and modeling that will allow us to be able to utilize some of those parking for off hours parking, maybe business parking during the night for residents and residential parking during the day for businesses, and find ways to actually leverage what we have already in the inventory without having to build more parking. So are we as a city looking at any tools for that kind of modeling of parking loads?
Thank you, Councilmember Ramses Madhu, DOT. We are looking at that in various different ways within the strategies being proposed in the Move San Jose plan. We are looking at things like unbundling as well as shared use parking as policy elements. We already do some of this downtown. In particular, we have developments that are looking to build contracts with the city to use city parking garages, though that space is actually starting to run out because we've run enough contracts against that. So we're very open to that ourselves. We are trying to work with developers to build themselves into those kinds of parking shared models. I will say a lot of developers, for the reason they want to build their parking for their tenants a lot of the time, and they push against sharing parking. But as we can, the more we can loosen that up and the more we can create policies around incentivizing that, we could get more into that. So we are definitely thinking about that. You were also asking about the technology to do that. This is something we've looked at various ways, like demand-based parking pricing like they do in San Francisco. While we've looked into that, our current estimate, our current research has shown this to be more expensive than it is worthwhile at the moment because of how much it costs to set up and run a system like that. But of course, we've done the research once, doesn't mean we won't do it again. So we can at some point be looking at that again. But we are doing that. We also do have a lot of the technology to do that kind of thing already in our downtown parking technology infrastructure. But again, it hasn't kind of come to us needing to turn on that switch, let's say.
I hope we find ways to incentive. Oh, sorry, was someone else gonna?
Yeah, if I can add to that on the sharing parking, because absent incentivizing, I suspect that I do think this will actually potentially remove an existing barrier from shared parking that we have. Right now, you'll hear businesses, they say, hey, I want to move a restaurant into here. It needs more parking per our code. They say, oh yeah, I talked to the people down the street. They're willing to lease me some parking spaces. For the city to approve that, that's a special use permit. It's quite expensive and time consuming. And honestly, when you talk to people about it, I would say most people just say, you know what, forget it, never mind. I'll look for another space with enough parking. So we have that barrier now that I think is actually stopping people from doing shared parking and moving into spaces using shared parking that this would actually remove. So even if we can't come up with incentives, I think that we will see more shared parking once we remove that barrier.
Great, that's good news. And I think incentives will be important too. And an example is at the Berryessa-Bart Urban Village, where developers planning residential and business, and they've said they want to have separate parking for both because businesses want their own parking. And I was frustrated and want them to think more creatively about how they can share the parking that they build. The question I have is, I think others have asked this question about how this is going to affect neighborhoods that exist. So new construction that comes in will have fewer parking spaces than people expect them to have. And they're going to see the numbers and they're going to say, wait a minute, in my house, we have 3 adults. We have 2.5 cars on average in our neighborhood, right? Per house. Anybody else who moves into San Jose will necessarily also need the same number of cars as we have. I've been curious about how we're going to change that paradigm in people's minds, that it's okay, this new building that's coming in is incentivizing people to do other ways of transit, that the types of clients that they have won't necessarily have the same number of cars you're used to having. So there's a communication piece here as well, as far as the existing residents of our city feeling comfortable about these changes, right?
Thank you, Councilmember Ramses, DOT again. Absolutely, and I think there's a few different layers here, right? One, we are seeing changes in behavior, generational behavior, purchasing behavior around vehicles and ownership, right? We are seeing younger generations buy less vehicles and have less vehicles in their homes. So that is a studied truth. We are also, again, as I was saying earlier, we're trying to set up an environment where we're not only reducing or removing parking requirements, we're also doing the TDM to incentivize people, and we're also at the same time trying to build out the infrastructure that people want to use when those incentives are in place. So I think we are seeing some of that behavioral change generationally, and we're doing all the other elements we need to try to create the environment and incentives to get us into this new place.
And we heard obviously people talking about whether we're going to end up needing residential parking permits in areas where it doesn't quite work as anticipated, right? If a building is built with less parking and now all of a sudden the neighborhood is overrun by vehicles from that building, are we prepared to begin to provide more residential parking permit neighborhoods to mitigate that problem?
We'll look into that. I mean, I think we're quite loath to expand the RPP program. It is an expensive program that is well under-resourced and has not shown to be very successful in actually managing parking and creates some real equity issues within neighborhoods. So I won't put a promise on that for a DOT, but we will return with kind of what we're doing with that program when we're bringing the ordinance to council later this fall.
Okay, thank you. That's it for my questions tonight.
All right, thank you, Councilmember. All right, I just had a couple more questions. Appreciate all the good questions that have been posed. One is this: if we go to slide 29, the one with the 4 options, or the 4 categories and the 30 options that are suggested, so it would be providing developers with different options. I always conceive of these options as being things they would invest in that provide mobility options for residents, right? But I'm a little confused in the category of land use. We have things like density. Well, it seems to me density is kind of why we need mobility options. The fact that developers providing density wouldn't seem to me to be something that would be a TDM. Help me understand why density is there.
Yeah, thank you. And please pull out the slide for the parking in TDM on slide 29. Yeah, thank you. This is Wilson from DOT. And so there are, I think, 5 or 6 strategies related to land use that are part of the menu that can address VMT reduction and also promoting a mode shift to other means of transportation. And the reason is because as development is interested in building more density, like more stories, his research has shown us that it brings people together and being able to create an environment that people interact or promote more interactions among people may result in situations where people can find ways to get around together, meaning that like maybe they have children going to the same school and they can carpool together, or they go to the major destinations and they can go to the transit and take buses together, things of that nature. So density do bring people together, and therefore, you know, and also with mixed use, it's about bringing the amenities near their residents.
I understand mixed use. If you have a ground floor grocery store, that'd be ideal, right? Everybody would love just to walk to that. Right. I'm guessing that's not true for quite as true for many other amenities. The density piece, though, it still doesn't make a lot of sense to me.
Yes,
if we're really talking about.
Maybe I can answer that. So one of the challenges we have with a city like San Jose, when it's low density, you need a certain critical mass, sort of a people or customer shed, if you will, in a small area to support businesses. As the city gets more dense, you can start to support more businesses in closer proximity, and then that enables people to maybe walk or ride a bike to them.
I understand that concept in the collective, but we're talking about a single developer on a single project. And it seems to me what we want out of that developer are mobility solutions. And I think it's hard for us as a city when we're battling the reality that we know we're going to be battling in districts like District 1, where you've got density encountering single family neighborhoods in a very direct way, to say, oh, don't worry, the developer's paying for a TDM. He's just building a lot of density. and everybody's going to feel better. And we know it's hard to say with a straight face because we don't really believe that. As opposed to this developer is investing in car share, bike share, eco passes, you can name it. And when you say, well, that's actually going to move people, right?
Okay, fair point.
And so I just want us to be like as real as we can be with these options, so that when we're standing in front of the 200 angry residents, we can say something that is credible to all of us. I guess you get my point. I also think it's really important as we look at these options. We're in a rapidly changing world in terms of technology and markets, and these are going to need to be constantly revetted in terms of how we allocate points, what the costs are going to be to developers. I'm a little concerned that developers are probably going to find the lowest cost path to get the maximum number of points, and that won't necessarily align with maximizing mobility options for residents. And it's going to take a lot of sort of review from us. And I'm hoping that there's what's forming out there nationally, maybe some constellation of TDM experts who are saying, hey, we're watching the stock rise and fall in each of these TDM options, and this is how you should allocate. Do you see that happening at this point?
Yeah, Ramses DOT. Yeah, there's a lot of research around TDM. I mean, just tons and tons and tons. One of the most, quite a studied area. So we are getting a lot of information around this. The state actually has a document they update every few years. That's kind of the Bible for California in terms of TDM measures. So there is that. There's a lot of cities trying to share information. San Francisco's TDM program, for example, actually requires developers to turn in surveys and all of this stuff as part of their reports. We probably won't do that because we don't want to add that much burden to developers or ourselves, honestly. So yes, there's a lot of information coming in that way. How do we keep it fresh, right? We always add in a other as proposed and have a process for allowing for those new proposals. And then we would kind of amend our process over time. We see the same thing that's actually working coming in. We're going to start adding that into our lists, right?
Yeah.
And it does take staff time and work to update the list. So that's partly why you add a little bit of a and as defined kind of piece there to kind of allow for the conversation to move forward. And I'll just add one other thing, if my mind will remember it. Nope, sorry, lost my train of thought there, but that's that.
No, I think the point's well taken, and I really appreciate the model we're moving toward. It's the right model. It's going to require a lot of tweaking because I know we're not going to get it right. It's going to be impossible to get it right the first time, and it's going to take a lot of rethinking. But I appreciate this direction. I think it's the right direction. By the way, just one data point. I just talked to a builder. It's building a high-density mixed-use project. Cost for him to build parking in a multi-level project, $100,000 a space. So construction costs are killing everybody, and parking's no different. Last question. It appears on one of the subsequent slides to this one that we're only really intending to require TDM on relatively larger projects, like more than 25 units. And as I think about a lot of the challenging infill projects we got out there that come up in neighborhoods where, someone tries to fit in 9 units here or 12 units there, it's kind of a context where a TDM plan would be really helpful. Because neighbors are probably more vociferous than ever about that, the parade of horribles that will result of traffic and parking problems for their neighborhood. So can you help me understand better why we only require a TDM at the higher levels?
Thanks. Ramses Madhu, DOT. Absolutely. So what are these limits? Where are they coming from? So these are the limits we set when we passed Council Policy 5-1, that transportation analysis policy. And we put these limits in so we weren't burdening smaller infill developments with more process cost, with more consultant costs, with more just time and money they would have to spend to get those. We worked hard on trying to figure out what the right balance was. At which point is a project neighborhood changing? And at what point is it small and getting in? Now, that number is actually different per neighborhood, right? I mean, a neighborhood of total single family homes coming in with a 25 unit multifamily home, a multifamily project, it's actually kind of, could be kind of impactful, right? But in, overall, we figured these were the right numbers to bring in. That was the discussion that happened a few years ago. I can try to dredge up some of the details from that conversation. But
Yeah.
that's really where those were set, and we weren't trying to set different project limits. While we're trying to add another policy, we're trying to streamline things, bring policies into alignment. So we decided to use the same limits.
Well, if we think what we're doing is moving into a world where we're no longer requiring developers to pay into the consultant industrial complex, if this is really going to be simple and they can sort of pick their options to get to their point total and that's it, why wouldn't we say, look, all builders got to do it, because you don't need to be super sophisticated. You're just going to pick whatever the best cost option is for you.
How about we'll take it under consideration as we're going into the final write-up and kind of figure that out, because I don't want to make a promise one way or the other, but we generally like to protect those smaller projects.
I appreciate you considering it. Michael?
Oh, I was just going to add, we don't really build small projects anymore. We did the 9-unit project. That's another issue in our housing crisis that we can talk about another time.
Okay, we will. All right, thank you. I appreciate the direction here. It's the right direction. I do think ultimately this is going to come down, as you suggested, to the lenders. And we're probably only going to get real progress when lenders start deciding they'll demand less parking. So hopefully we can get there. All right, any other questions? Not, we will move on to vote.
Jimenez,
Yes.
Perales, Cohen,
Aye.
Roscoe,
Aye.
Davis,
Yes.
Arenas, Foley,
Aye.
Mahan,
Aye.
Jones,
Aye.
Ricardo.
Aye.
Motion passes.
Sorry,
And
paralysis, aye as well.
Arenas is an aye.
I don't know what that was, but I think those were aye votes.
Yes, that was Perales and Arenas both voting aye.
Thank you for the translation, Tony. Okay, item 8.1 is, thanks everybody. Okay, 8.1 is a public hearing on the Downtown Business Improvement District Budget Report and Assessments for fiscal year 22-23. And ironically enough, there's a note here that says it's not to be heard before 1:30 p.m. So we managed to satisfy that requirement. Lucky for you all, I have a script to read, so enjoy the script. This is a public hearing for the approval of Downtown Business Improvement District's annual budget report and the levy of assessments for fiscal year 22-23. Before I open the public hearing, has the city clerk received any written protests?
No written protests have been received from the downtown BID.
Okay, at this time, we're going to open the public hearing. Let's hear public testimony.
Blair,
Hi, hi, Blair Beekman here. You're actually going to be talking about items of 2022 and into 2023. I hope it can be a very open and accountable process with small business owners of downtown San Jose, and it could be a good learning process. You know, a simple, direct honesty and items on how to work into the next year can give everybody a good sense of what to expect, because I think we're still a little vague. And to start to make those things clear, helpful.
Blair, you're breaking up. We can't hear you.
Okay, well, I guess I'll end now.
Back to the council.
Okay, we're going to close the public hearing now. All right, the protests are clearly less than 50%. So the business owners in the downtown BID have supported the proposed levy of assessments. Thank you, business owners. I will now ask the council to consider the adoption of the resolution approving the budget report and levying assessments in the downtown BID for fiscal year 22-23. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Second.
There's a motion from Councilmember Foley, second from Councilmember Davis. Let's vote.
Jimenez,
Yes.
Perales,
Yes.
Cohen,
Aye.
Carrasco,
Aye.
Davis,
Yes.
Arenas,
Yes.
Foley. Aye. Mahan,
Aye.
Jones,
Aye.
Ricardo.
Aye.
Motion passes.
All right. Item 10.1 is land use consent calendar. Is there a motion?
Move approval. Second.
Is there any member of the public like to speak? All right, let's vote.
Jimenez,
Yes.
Morales,
Yes.
Cohen, Carrasco,
Yes.
Davis,
Yes.
Arenas,
Yes.
Foley. Aye. Mahan,
Aye.
Jones,
Aye.
Ricardo.
Aye.
Motion passes.
All right, we're on to open forum.
Blair
Mm.
Beekman.
Hi, Blair Beekman here. I hope I don't start breaking up again. Just I hope it can be an open and accountable process with the small zone issues of the downtown area into 2023. That can be really interesting for us as we're trying to learn that subject matter. It's new to us. We don't quite have it together in what 2023 will be. This could be a good clue for us what to expect. So good luck in those efforts.
Giovanni.
Hi, I just kind of wanted to finish off what I was trying to say earlier. I was just saying, like us in the Black and brown community, we love our gas powered vehicles. I suggest people go to car shows just to, if they don't believe me. I think that designing homes without garages and parking spaces, it's not good for. It's like a
Open
disservice to
forum is
disabled.
not for items on the agenda. So for open forum, you shouldn't be speaking on items that have been spoken about in council.
Okay, then I'm finished. Thank you for your time. Sorry about that.
Back to the council.
Okay, thank you. With that, the meeting's adjourned. In the immortal words of Dennis Miller, I'm out of here.